Hey, 1, 2. Check. Hey.
Okay, good morning, folks. Welcome to snowy, blistery, wintry Calgary. We're getting a taste of the season that we're moving into, where we're supposed to be inside telling stories and getting to know each other and remembering our roots and our people and our food and all the cultural, wonderful, juicy bits. And so we're going to spend the next couple days together visiting and having some Kyoge win, visiting and getting to know each other and getting to share a little bit about who we are. To get us started, I'm going to invite our elder forward to make sure that we always say we bring our elders forward to get us started in a good way. And what does that mean? I want you to think about all the meetings that you go to that might be government. Okay, here's the agenda, here's what we're going to do today. And you go into those meetings and you kind of are going, oh my God, did I feed the dog before I left this morning? And I've got so much laundry and I got to sneak out of here to go to a Zoom and I've got to. So why we start in a good way is we've got experts that are going to call our spirits into the room and ask us to all get going in the same way like a team of horses. And so we've got an excellent person coming up here with Elder Doreen that's going to get us going in a good way together to start our Kyoge Win visiting, okay?
Merci. Bon matin. Tanse Kiwao, Doreen Burgum de Shinnikishan, Olzo Tetan, Nipapa Ambrose de Shinnikishan, Métis Le Femelle Boudreau Dumont, Nimama Mary de Shinnikishan, Métis Le Femelle Dufresne Vaness. My grandfather, Daniel Vaness, was born in Calgary, July 19th, 1885. My great-grandparents, Baptiste and Catherine Vaness, homesteaded on Section 15 in Calgary. That's where the Saddle Dome sits today. And that was the first lot in Calgary. So a little bit about my history. So I'm going to share my 4 directions prayer, and who can tell me which way is east? Everybody got their phones out? Okay, I'll ask you to face the east direction. God, our Creator, we thank you for giving us this time to spend together with our Métis conference. Together and today, we stand tall with gratitude and great pride in the spirit and footsteps of our ancestors. God, our Creator, we first acknowledge the east direction, the direction of the sunrise and new beginnings. The east is the direction of the child. So we pray for the youth of the world. Help our youth find the balance between past and present in tradition and spirit. We pray for all the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit children found in the cemeteries at the residential schools. We acknowledge the white race that it represents. Now we'll turn to the south. God, our Creator, we now acknowledge the south direction, the direction of the summer warmth and abundance. South is the direction of the woman, and we honor them as the gateways through which our spirits come to earth. We ask that women everywhere be protected, for they are sacred. We pray for our missing, murdered, and Indigenous women and children. We acknowledge the color yellow and the yellow race that it represents. Now we'll turn to the west. God, our Creator, we next turn to the west direction, the direction of the setting sun and the autumn season. West is the direction of the elders, and we honor our elders as the keepers of wisdom and teachers of patience. West is also the direction of our ancestors, and we proudly acknowledge those who have gone before us. We acknowledge the color red and the red race it represents. Now we'll turn to the north. God, our Creator, we now turn to the north, the direction of the winter that covers the earth. North is the men's direction, and we honor men as the providers and protectors of the family and the nation. We acknowledge the color black and the black race it represents. Now we'll finish. You can face me if you like. God, our Creator, we ask our Creator to be with us today as we celebrate our Métis language. We also pray for peace among the 4 races of humankind. Merci, Amen, and V'tananan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elder Doreen. And now, are we all in the room at the same time? When you get up and you have that physical action with the work that you do, it stays in your body better. It's why when you teach children the first medicines, the bee sting medicine, you take them out on the land and you show them and they smell it and they taste it and they understand how to put that on, because then you remember it. Italian people would call it the Montessori method of education, and we just call that growing up at home, right? So I love that we were actually active, and that we're gonna that those teachings will stay with us. So my name is Marilyn Petra, Marilyn Poitras. I have a friend in Saskatchewan that says, "Oh, you're a Poitras today. You're a latte sipping half-breed. Hey, what happened to Petra?" And I was raised with both those names. My father, my grandfather both used those names all the time, and so I have no problem. I'm one of those people that says, just don't call me late for dinner. And I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be asked to come and learn with you and hear about this. Some of the work that I do, I have my own business, and one of the things that I'm doing is creating a court for the Métis Nation Saskatchewan. And one of the things that is imperative in the work that I do is that we have language available and that we label the positions within that structure with our language. So I am here with bated breath to listen and learn and understand how we are going to decide how we put those teachings together. And I may come and interview a few of you and say, what would you say? How would you say this? How would you say that? I want to put a challenge out there. I want to leave today with 10 new Métis words, and I would like you to leave with 1. So if you're not a language speaker, try to leave with 1. If you are a language speaker, try to offer 1, so that we all leave a little bit richer, okay? So we'll start our visiting a little bit like that. As many of you know, if you've been in a meeting that I've chaired or I've been a facilitator for, the first thing that I'm taught to do by Maria Campbell is to say, you call your children to the center of the room. The only reason we're here is to make sure this stuff carries on. And it's not us that carries it on. It's our children and our grandchildren and their children and their children. And so I'd like you to all think about a young person, a niece, a nephew, a grandchild, a child, the neighbor's kids, that you would care that they know that Métis is a language, and there's lots of variety in the language, and there's lots of discussions about what is part of the language and what isn't, and I want you to think that they're in the room with us. And so if you could just, in your own mind, come up with a name in your head that you'd like to invite in here to do that, that would be great. So you can also invite your ancestors if that's a practice you have. You can also bring your respect and your sense of play and your sense of enthusiasm, and make sure that I'll try to make sure we get up and shake our sillies out a few times today so that we're not just all sitting all day, and that we're going to have some fun together. So if you look at your schedule, it's a quick couple days, and I just want you to see what we're up to. So we've got some welcomes, we've got some presentations by individuals, we've got Dr. Anton Turner, we've got some teamwork that's gonna show up here. We've got a few, MNBC is one of the first ones that's gonna show up, and we're gonna have a listen to them. Then we've got another individual presentation from Heritage Canada, and Tasha Klute going to talk to us about that. And then we've got some table talk sessions, a lunch break, then we'll hear from Dale McCreary and Dan Cardinal, another lunch break, and then Ontario will come as a team, another table talk session, and then a youth panel, and that'll be us for today. So it's designed that you're not just being talked at all day, okay? That there's going to be some table talk. And so I'd like you to pick a table, and I'd like you to know that during the table talk sessions, one of you will be a note taker at each of those sessions so that we're capturing this. And I'd like that person to be identified. And I'll remind you of that, so don't worry about it. Eventually, we're going to put some some posters up on the back wall. And we're going to leave some space for you to talk about how language comes into your life and how you might like it to come into your life so that we can capture your thoughts in any way. If you have any feedback through the conference, a brilliant idea shows up in the middle of your table and you can't wait to share it, tell us, okay? So that's kind of your overview. I'm going to do my very best to go like this if somebody's going too long, to make sure everybody feels heard and included, and to keep us kind of moving along over the day. You can tell that I'm not a fluent Michif speaker. I would have introduced myself. I can say, good morning. I can say I'm grateful. I can say thank you for things. I can say I can say the very first thing I ever learned in Michif, which, I always had my grandfather waking us up saying, good morning, Fi, kamasava. And Tanche was in the house all the time. I grew up in a fluent speaking family. But my father never spoke the language around us as children in our home. My mother's non-Indigenous, and she's Irish-Scottish, and so it was always predominantly English, unless, of course, we went to my aunties or my grandmas or my cookums. And when I had my first son, who's 36 years old now, we were watching The Jungle Book. So if you can remember The Jungle Book, and it's a really fun, lots of music, and Baloo the bear and Mowgli the boy. And they get carried away in one of the scenes, and Baloo the bear is saying, there's some jazz going on, and he's saying to the guy in the background, hey, come on, take me home, Daddy. And my son said to his grandfather, Grandpa, how do you say this in your language? And my father said, Kiweten, Papa. And I never forgot it. And so you don't know what's going to open the door to language in your head. And song is the #1 way we recall. It's why they use song with children. And so if you can find some Michif singers, it would be great to put some music on in your car. So that's my partner, my life partner is Cree, so I'm around Cree all the time. I work with Maria Campbell at many universities, and so she's constantly, we do Cree teachings and Michif teachings, so I'm exposed to it all the time, but I'm not a fluent speaker. We're at a time and a place where the Government of Canada is actually funding exercises for us to reinvigorate our languages, where our politicians are demanding that we reinvigorate our languages, and where our language speakers are available to us to help us do that. You'll find language speakers at many universities across the country. We're really rich right now, and it's really wonderful. And I invite you all to participate in that spirit today. So that's our welcoming. I'm gonna pass this over now. We've got a virtual presentation by President Cassidy Caron. Then I'm going to invite Elder Norman Fleury up to bring regrets from President McCallum from the Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and then we'll have our first presentation by Dr. Anton Truer. So I'll get out of the way. Oh, one more thing. We've got some teams here. Métis National Council, of course, you met them when you were coming in. None of this happens without a whole bunch of people doing the work first, right? So I just want to acknowledge that everybody was taken care of through the M&O staff that are wandering about. The hotel staff has already come to several people to say, we're here, what do you need? So they're very willing to work with us. And we've got a tech team at the back that's looking after making sure all of this is taken care of. We've already thrown some wrenches at them. There's virtual presentations and there's not virtual presentations. And then there's you and your family who set you up to come here. So there's a lot of people that it took to get this little ceremony going for us today, and I wanted to acknowledge that before we went on. And I think we're ready for President Karen, if I'm correct. I'll just triple check at the back. Are we ready for President Karen? Not yet. Not yet. So why don't I invite Elder Fleury up to bring greetings from President Glenn McCallum.
Merci, Marilyn. Thank you. Bon matin, kakio kio au. Mieux ten with the any poyan. E beni gani pik schwayan la lang le michif. Le bon German togi mi et nicht such pik schwayan. Ni kan magangai tau Doreen Bergam. Shmarsi egi emihayan eni ni gana emihayan. Metone miu tagwan. E pesta mechkauiak kiste. Le vieux mot gapik schwetsik. Mina ngai tuan kakio kio au tagaya piek. Kishak senten now. Kisto au te petoksiniek. Pepik schwatamek. Dan shich paspihtayak. Li lang en hirapik schweyak. And good morning, bon matin. Dan shikio. I had a phone call this morning from our president, Glenn McCallum, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, and sending his regrets. And he would love to have been here. But there are also pressing government concerns in Ottawa, and that's where our leaders are meeting in Ottawa to represent what they lead in the Métis communities and the Métis government. Our president, Glenn McCallum, Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, he leads the Global Task Force for Indigenous Languages and leads the languages across Canada by working with the provinces across Canada, the nations that are leads to protect, promote, and revitalize Michif language and other languages that the Métis speak. So our person, Mr. Glenn McCallum, our president of Métis Nation Saskatchewan, he wholeheartedly represents the language because, like himself and many other midshifts out there have only known one language, a birth language. And the other language, English, was a second language. And still today, there's a lot of us that our first language is still Michif. We think in Michif, and we lead in Michif, and we think in Michif. So that's what I would say about our president, that is the global task force person that represents us in our languages, that went to the United Nations, also traveled to France, and always has a heart for especially our little children, that Métis Nation, Saskatchewan, we have little children, like my granddaughter that's went to preschool in Michif for 2 years now in kindergarten, and developed a community amongst themselves as little children. And they're there they have no biases, they learn language. And that's the main thing in our children that are our future. A lot of us here, myself, I'm not the future anymore, I'm the past. That's the future in those people that are leading language like our little children. So what I'd like to say is the public school system in Saskatchewan, the Catholic school system, and also working across Canada, reaching out with our partners, our brothers and sisters across the Métis homeland. Where there's language, there are no boundaries. We have relatives across the 49th parallel that are Michif speakers. Those are our brothers and sisters. So when we talk about protecting, promoting, and revitalizing language, let us remember our families and our history and what our language is all about. So with that, thank you. Oh.
Nanaskaman, Norman. And so the very kind Otipimswak Nation has come to say, Marilyn, would you like to start at the beginning? And I would like to start at the beginning, and I would love to invite Jason up to bring greetings. As you're starting to see, the leadership is in Ottawa right now, together working on some political issues, some legal issues. And so we've got team members here from every one of them that are going to take this information back and that are leading the cause within their own individual nations. And I'll invite Jason, come on up.
They gave me a whole paper to read. I'll try to keep it nice and short for you guys, though. Tanshe, Boomatan. Hello and good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank Knowledge Keeper Doreen Burgum for opening our presentation in such a great way. I hope that we can keep her words in our heart over the next 2 days. My name is Jason Cherno. I'm the newly elected Citizens Representative for the Calgary-Elbow Métis District in our new Otipemisiwak Métis government of the Métis Nation within Alberta. This past election was a historic one for the Métis Nation within Alberta, as it was the first election held under our own constitution. This is a huge step forward that our leaders have fought tirelessly for, and I know that my cookum is watching over me with big beaming smile. But the work of our government is just beginning. I've been asked by President Sandmeyer to bring greetings on behalf of the Otipemisiwak Métis government, as she is currently in Ottawa working to advance our government legislation, Bill C-53. Bill C-53 is a priority for the Otipemisiwak Métis government, as this bill implements the self-government agreements that MNA, MNO, and MNS signed with the Government of Canada in 2019 and 2023. These agreements recognize Métis self-determination over internal matters of Métis governance, such as Métis citizenship, Métis elections, Métis government structures, and Métis child and family services. Language also falls on this list. The only people that know how best to keep our language alive, vibrant, and active is ourselves. We, as Michif people, are the only ones that can and will breathe new life into our language, customs, and historical practices. This is what self-determination looks like. Keeping our language alive has rarely, if ever, been easy. Many of our families were forced to hide their language and their culture to keep their children safe from the racism and discrimination they faced under colonial rule. Many of us never had the opportunity to learn our language as a matter of survival. But our people are resilient. Behind closed doors and hidden in plain sight, many of our families kept our culture alive and passed our language on to future generations. This is a testament to our strong will and proof of our determination to assert ourselves as one of Canada's Indigenous peoples, with our own distinct culture, language, and right to self-governance. Over the next 2 days, we're going to explore some best practices and talk amongst ourselves on how we want to revive our language in our communities. We're going to discuss metrics to determine if we're doing a thorough job and identify gaps within our strategies. This is important work. The leaders and the technicians in this room need your input to make sure we are working in the right direction and reviving our language in the proper way so that we may pass it down to our own children. With that, I'd like to welcome you to Alberta and Calgary on behalf of the Otipemishwak Métis government. Merci, and thank you.
Okay, the tech team is trying to get President Karen up and ready for us, but let's pick up on a couple of notes from that. It's up to us to make sure that the youth are picking up the language and what can we do about it. One time when I lived in the north, my partner was with me and we were in Iqaluit and we went into the northern store there, and all of the models in the northern store, sort of, the local bay up in the north, were Inuit people. All of the models in all of the pictures and all of the clothing were Inuit people. And he was like, what a concept. What if our kids could see our faces and our bodies and our people in images like that? It's small things that our kids see themselves in that they start to feel comfortable in those places. And when children are learning a language, we so encourage all of it. I had a cousin who, he was fluent. He hung out with my uncle, and my uncle's a fluent speaker, and he could speak any of the language. And I can remember all of the kids being brought in, and then they'd bring Georgie in, and they would say to Georgie, how do you say this? And how do you say that? And they were so proud of him that he could, and I come from 12 kids in my dad's family. It was a big Métis family. And so what do we do to encourage kids to keep language alive is we really praise them for any effort in that direction, right? And we need to do that with adults too. You've heard from a few of us now that we're not fluent speakers. And so how do we keep that going? I'm gonna let somebody wave at me at the back as soon as that's up and ready, and I'll stop talking. I'm a lawyer and a half-breed. I can just talk about anything forever. I have at least 4 opinions on everything.
Can you hear me?
So I'll just
1,
keep
2,
going with that.
3.
So what I'd like to do is say,
Check
how many
1, 2.
language speakers? Put your hand up. Language
1,
speakers.
2. Can you hear me?
Even if it's ish. Okay, look around, look around, look around. I want you to see them. There's some language speakers ish, right? Okay. Now,
Check 1, 2. Is this good?
Table? Yep, there's one at every table.
Okay.
So I'd like you all to, one of the speakers at each table, to put a word on the table and have everybody say the word. Pick the word. The speaker will pick the word. Okay, shout the word out. Did everybody do it? Okay, let's start at the table over here. What is the word? Okay, mishpun, and it means snow. Mishpun, snow. And we're ready. We have a president on behind us, and we'll come back to you during the rest of the day. Somebody write the word down that was at your table so that when I ask your table, you remember it. President Karen, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. I'm getting messages that folks in the room can hear me, but I can no longer hear folks in the room. So I will just dive right in. Tanse Kiwa, good morning, everyone. It's so wonderful to be able to join you virtually this morning. I'm so sorry I couldn't be in Calgary with you. Unfortunately, I'm having some medical challenges and have to stay close to home. So I'm here in Ottawa today and really sad to have missed out and missed out on seeing so many of you. I want to begin though by saying thank you to Elder Burgum for starting us off in a good way. Thank you to Norman for being able to deliver some remarks on behalf of President McCallum, who is here also in Ottawa. But just so wonderful, Norman, to hear you address the room and be able to speak Michif. And I'm so sad that I'll be able to miss out, that I have to miss out on so many of these conversations over the next couple of days. I want to say thank you and also congratulations, Jason, for bringing remarks on behalf of the Otopemiswak Métis government, and congratulations to you on your recent election. I want to say hello and thank you to all of the elders in the room, all of the speakers in the room, community members. I know there's some leadership in the room, as well as all of the staff and technicians who have worked really hard to pull this conference together. Thank you so much, everybody, for playing such an important role in getting all of this work up and going. For those of you who I haven't had the opportunity to meet yet, my name is Cassidy Karen. I'm president of the Métis National Council. My family comes from St. Louis and Batoche, Saskatchewan, some really sacred and historic lands to our Métis homelands, our Métis communities. My grandparents, Marie-Odile Boucher and Jean-Baptiste Caron, both born and raised in Batoche and St. Louis, were actually both Michif speakers. However, when my family moved to British Columbia, my grandparents moved the family over to British Columbia, where I was born and raised. They had to hide the fact that they were Michif speakers. They had to hide who they were as Métis people. They did that, you know, in one way to protect, you know, my parents, my aunts and uncles, to protect them from the racism that existed within the small town of British Columbia that they ended up moving to. They were told, don't speak a language that other people don't understand. And of course, there weren't many people in British Columbia at the time who understood Michif or spoke Michif. So they were forced to only speak English and French. Because of that, my family actually lost our language. I was not raised listening to Michif, other than when I visited Saskatchewan and would hear my great aunts sing songs in Michif, which was so beautiful. And it was really only recently that I actually learned that both my grandma and my grandfather were language speakers. I learned that through sitting with an elder who's now unfortunately passed, Elder Sophie McDougall, who was my grandma's first cousin. She was a language speaker. And I'm so grateful for the Métis Nation Saskatchewan and the citizens of Saskatchewan, many of whom sat with Sophie over her last few years to be able to document our language and are now developing resources for us to relearn. And that for me is a very personal and significant story, because that is the exact dialect of Michif that my grandparents spoke. So now to be able to have resources from those who have worked with Sophie is so incredibly special and so important to me. And I know that there's many stories like this that exist across the Métis Nation homeland. And that's exactly what you're all in the room to do over the next couple of days, is to talk about those stories and to find different pathways of working together to revitalize our languages. Of course, in 2019, the Indigenous Languages Act was passed by Parliament here in Ottawa, and that really acknowledged that Métis people, what we've always known, that our languages really do play a foundational role in our identity, culture, spirituality, and our worldview. And I'm sure that's a message that President McCallum would have shared with all of you today as a language speaker himself. We're grateful to have Glenn as our Métis representative on the United Nations Global Task Force on Indigenous Languages. And just in this past year, President McCallum has actually spoken our language at the United Nations. And that is also significant, to be able to show the world that we're still here, our language is still here, yet we have so much work to do in the revitalization of our languages. And while we know that, there are many Michif language speakers, not as many as we of course hope, we know that there is the need to increase language learners, and that is critical to the ongoing preservation of our languages. And I myself have a lot of work to do, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of the different resources that exist out there for us to be able to learn our languages. I'm really grateful, though, for our Métis government and our citizens who are working across the Métis Nation homeland to encourage Métis language acquisition and awareness. And those efforts have really intensified in the last decade to start meeting this need. Again, though, we have so much more work to do. We have to share best practices. We have to learn from others who, not necessarily Michif speakers, but we have to learn from other language speakers who have done work in learning how to learn their language and learning how to then teach their languages. We have to learn how to engage with our communities in a more meaningful way to deliver programs and reach out to other language experts. And that's the work that I'm hoping will happen over the next couple of days, finding different ways to carve that pathway forward so that we can continue to revitalize our Métis languages. So thank you, everybody, for doing your part. Thank you for being there. I hear it's quite snowy. Thank you for braving the snowy weather. I hope you all travel safely. Let's celebrate our Métis languages. Let's honor the work that's currently underway. And let's have some really great discussions on how we can continue to work together to revitalize and reclaim our Métis languages. So with that, thank you, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful time. And I look forward to all of the work that will come out of this conference. Marcy.
Hello. Thank you very much, President Karen. I'm just trying to confuse you. I'm just going to keep popping up all over the place so that you don't kind of just keep looking at the stage. Thank you for the tech team. It's Facebook Live also, and we're trying to get people online, and we're trying to have live people's presentations. So it's just a few balls in the air. So this table, what was your word?
It was shen, a tim, which means dog.
Dog, shen, a tim. So a tim is horse in Cree, right? No, dog. A tim, miss a tim is horse in Cree. Miss a tim. So a tim is dog, shen is dog, miss is big. So big dog is horse. Mista is big. Mista is big. I'm going to have 10 words by lunchtime. Okay, so my son has an uncle, Eric Tutusis, from the Thunderchild First Nation, Palmaker First Nation, and he gifted my son a horse because Eric's a horse guy. And so my son started calling him Uncle Missa Tim because he only knew him as his horsey uncle. So Miss a Tim. Okay, so Shen and a Tim. Did you guys have a word? We have a few over here.
Well, we'll go with Suskan. Yeah, Chinook.
Chinook. Suska. They're praying for a Chinook at this table, okay? That's a great word. Suskan. Suskan, okay? Chinook. That's a great word. Okay, how about this table?
Good morning. Actually, we started out with Miss Bun, but Doreen's table already mentioned that, so we're going to go with Kona, snow. And I need to just give a shout out and say thanse to my sister Christine Pruden, who's watching online.
Hey, see, we got social media down pat. We know what we're doing here. Okay, so we've got Mishpun and we've got Kona, Kona. Okay, so snow again, snow. And this table,
Tansikakyo, Kaki Simon, and the other way is Ayam Hawan. Kaki Simon is pray, giving thanks and prayer, and Ayam Hawan is pray in the Catholic way.
say the second one.
Ayam Hawan, the act of praying. And Tom's going to add a little bit more to it. I'm from Green Lake, Saskatchewan, so I'm going to give a shout out to that.
And I'm another 90 miles north, so I got a little more. Yeah. Ayam Hawin. That word was made by the people because they saw these black robes kneeling down with their book. And they asked them, "What are you doing?" They said, "Praying." He said, "Well, what does that mean?" He said, "We're talking to him." And to talk to him or her in Cree is Ayam Ha. And a process is win, Ayam Ha win. But the word that Cree uses, Kaki Simowin, and that actually translates the first word, Kaki, means always or forever. Simu is movement or dance. And win is a process. So Kaki Simowin is a perpetual dance with Creator or universe.
That is such a great lesson. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to do one more right now, and then I'm going to come back. So make sure your word is written. Who has it? Dan? You? Is it you, Tyler? Give it a...
Mitso.
Mitso. Mitso. Who knows what mitso means? Non-speakers. Mitso is what I say to convince my puppies to come in the house. Mitso. Eat. Right? Mitso. 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 Okay. Now, don't forget, if I haven't come to your table, we're going to move along in the agenda. Do we still have our guest speaker? He might have left the room for a minute, so I'll go to one more table.
Tapwe. I agree.
I agree. Tapwe. That's right. Tapwe. Right? Norman, what's okay? We've got another word over here. Yeah, tapwe.
Oh. Pishaquitak. Pikashquaitak, not long. Pikashquaitak, not long.
Okay. Okay, let's speak our language. Okay, not long. Okay. Got one here. How about this table? What's your word?
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Bonsoir. Bonsoir. So you're starting to hear the mix in there, hey? How about this table?
Miquen, soup ladle. Did I say that correctly? Miquen, soup ladle.
Me Quinn.
Mequin, soup ladle, a soup ladle. Some practical advice. We've got Chinook, we've got speak your language, we've got it's snowing, we've got a ladle, soup ladle. What have you guys got?
À la rayure. So see you again.
À la Réu. Okay. À la Réu. They have several, so I might come back. Did I do this table? No.
We did awash, which means go away.
Awash. Awash. Not yet, right? You can't go away yet. Awash. So in Cree you say awas, and in Michif you say awash. Did I get every table? Yeah, I think any table? Yeah, they did mishpun. Yeah. Okay, we've got one. We don't have one. She's shy. She's going to build up her confidence and she's going to tell us in a couple hours. Okay, we are going to move on to our first speaker. And you can find Dr. Truer's bio in your materials. And so I'm just going to actually turn this over to him to come and have a visit. So Kyoge Win is another one that I use all the time because visiting means that we should be together in a space and sharing our thoughts, our energy, our stories, our teachings. And so welcome very much to the podium and good luck, and I'll let you take it over. Can I get you to turn the microphone on at the podium, and I'll shut this one off, thank you.
Miigwech. Kwe maji tayan nui. Abajatunin din waywin bungi. Wayweni go daganone diang. He win de munugug. He pichi miigwech wendaman and enemigwan bajayan. Wagosh. Nin in de gu minawa migizi in do dame. Wasawa di washkonigan wanja bayan. Iwidi chimokomani wa king. Namanji dog wanji windeg chimokomani wa ki. Gawina we a chimokomano de bandazine. Gege to go gay, Hejina naga de wenda manga, mina guziang and Ishina baby and way wenisana, Heji get kind among Wanji, uppitain dagwak, the Deji kamang, in Waywinan, Gamina guziang, Wanji get cane and Dizang ayawiang, Minawago, way wenisana de bemadak, Niga nakea. I wanted to give you a brief shout out in my Ojibwe language. I come from Leech Lake, which is one of the Ojibwe communities on the United States side of the border. It's strange, in our language, they call the United States of America Chimokomani Waki, but Chimokoman is a big knife. That's a reference to like American soldiers, but that's not really who owns that. That's an indigenous space. Similarly, they often call Canada Jaganashi Waki, like land of the English. But the English don't own this land either. And so I think it's important we decolonize some of the ways we have been conditioned to think about who belongs and what's important and so forth. I'm going to share in the brief time that I have with you a little bit about my journey and a little bit about a collective journey. I'm not a Michif speaker, I'm an Ojibwe speaker, but I know what it's like not to know your language, and I know what it's like to speak it fluently. I know what it's like to live in a community that hasn't produced a fluent speaker of the indigenous language since World War II, and I know what it's like to live in a community where there are a whole bunch of little kids running around at the playground hollering at each other in the indigenous language. Those changes have happened through intentional action, not luck or happenstance. And so, as you are thinking about what it would take to have Michif, or really Michif is not simply one language, it's a collection of interrelated dialects, that how can we help our languages, plural, thrive? And there's a lot we can learn from the successes of other indigenous people around the planet, in Canada, in the United States, and many other places. The Maori in New Zealand have a remarkable story to share, as do the Hawaiians and many other groups. And I think we can learn a lot from some of their successes. So I'm going to be sharing a little bit about that. I think because all of us, humans, anywhere on planet Earth, have been deeply impacted by colonization. Colonization's taking one language, one religion, one culture, and using it to supplant all the others. It's about erasure. Because of this, and because of the fact that the Abrahamic religious traditions have a lot of messaging about judgment, right? You do it this way or you're going to hell. That percolates into our secular thinking too. We are terrified of being judged. Being judged as less than because we didn't grow up with our language handed on a silver platter. Being judged as less than because we did not successfully transmit our language to our children or grandchildren. And as a result, we are grappling with shame and judgment as inhibitors to successful language revitalization. We're worried that if we lean in, we will expose an ignorance or offend someone. And so we end up leaning out and staying away, and we wish it well, but we're not devoting ourselves to this very worthy effort. So one of the things I'd like to start by saying is that simply, we are right where we should be, having been through all of the things that we have been through. It is not your grandpa's fault for not teaching. It is not your grandkids' fault for not wanting to learn. It's not even the fault of the cell phones or anything like that. We're right where we should be. At the same time, you are a complete, fully realized human being. You are a soul who has a body. You are the one your ancestors were praying for and waiting for through the generations. You have been given a unique set of gifts, and you yourself are a gift to the world. We gotta quit being so hard on ourselves and quit being so hard on each other. It's critical for a successful language revitalization. This is one of my elders. His name was Tom Stillday. He passed away several years now. And he was the first person who had been named chaplain for the state senate in Minnesota, where I'm from. And he was also the first person not from one of the Abrahamic religious traditions to get the position. So that was him with his pipe opening up the Senate, and he had a great sense of humor. He'd say, "I'm praying for politicians. Boy, do they need it." And that was even before some of the things we've seen in the United States in more recent years. I work at a university. I teach at Bemidji State University. We actually are home to the first collegiate Ojibwe language program in the United States. And we have been working on teacher training and language revitalization for decades there now. We brought in Tom Stillday to give a graduation banquet speech to our students, which I always remember because he was notoriously long-winded. And I said, "You really have 15 minutes. And ideally, you should throw in a joke or two and focus on the students because we have a lot of awards to hand out." He said, "Sure, no problem." Got up there, he spoke for an hour and a half. He also did it all in our tribal language. And he only said one line in English when he was done. He said, "All you people who study Indian, study that." And he went and sat down. So I thought he was great. He had some good points, though. Most of the books written about Indigenous people are written by non-Indigenous people, most of whom haven't even hardly talked to one of us. Right? And it's not just the history books, it's the suicide prevention plan, the economic development plan, the school turnaround plan, all of it. We're excluded from data sets, and then we're taking a totally foreign, medium of education, connection, communication, economic development that has studied totally different populations, and then we're confused why it's not working for us when it should be pretty obvious. This is starting to change. There's been a lot happening in Canada since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And ultimately, I think there is opportunity to orchestrate a more equitable future for your kids and grandkids. That doesn't mean that it will happen because morally it should. Of course, morally it should. But ultimately, fairness is not given, it is made. And we have to make that. So, Tom was a lot of fun. And I think as we explore a little bit, I'm going to share first just a little bit about my journey. There's home, just to give you a little geographic sense, right in the center of northern Minnesota, epicenter of the universe. I am a very unlikely candidate to have much to say about Indigenous language revitalization at all. These are some pictures of my father from various chapters of his life. He was born in Vienna, Austria, spoke only German the first 13 years of his life. He was an Austrian Jewish immigrant and a survivor of the Nazi Holocaust. Both of his parents and 2 cousins survived. Everybody else was killed. Und ich bin Österreicher und ich verstehe ein bisschen Deutsch. But for him, he had many chapters in his life. He got out of there at age 13, made it to America at age 14, lied about his age at age 17 to sign up for the U.S. Army. World War II was still going. I think he wanted to kill Nazis, but they sent him to the Pacific Theater. He was stationed in the Philippines. Whoops. Eventually, he made his way to Minnesota, met my mom, and here I am. So one of the reasons it's unlikely I would know an Indigenous language is my father spoke German fluently and spoke English fluently, took a crash course in Japanese when he was in the U.S. Army, and passively absorbed a little bit Ojibwe growing up in Ojibwe country, but he was not a fluent speaker. It's unlikely that I'd have much to say about our Indigenous language revitalization as well, because on my mom's family, I got to go back to my great-grandma when all of the kids were running around hollering at each other in the Indigenous language as a matter of everyday discourse. My grandmother, like so many in the United States and Canada, was taken from her family as a small child, sent to residential boarding school, where she received lots of harsh physical discipline and very little nurture. She made it out of there and actually made it back to our ancestral village. My relatives on my mom's side have been buried in the same place longer than America's been a country. She married a local boy and started a family. So for my mom, these are some pictures of her, different chapters in her life. She grew up, she's born on the reservation, grew up on the reservation. Some parts of our culture were well known and lived as a part of everyday life. They'd pull all the kids from school for hunting, fishing, wild rice harvesting, things like that. Kids had to help with food production. And there are many things to learn from her story and her journey. Among them, even though she was born, raised, and educated in a Native space, in a Native community, she only met one professional Native person her entire childhood. That was it. That person was the school nurse. And so she thought, finishing high school, maybe I could do that, and went to nursing school. Got a nursing degree. One of her first jobs was working for our tribe's health program, and she thought, wow, even here, Native people are getting pushed around. Enough of that. She went back to school and she got a law degree. She was actually the first female Native attorney in the state of Minnesota. And when I was a kid, she'd bring me with her to court and she'd say, you just sit there and don't say a word. So I'd sit there and not say a word. And I can't remember her court cases. But what I can remember is she was the only woman in court. And she was the only Native in court. And I would come walking out of there thinking, you know what? We can do stuff. This is representation, the D in the DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. This is why it matters what is happening in the political world of Métis communities across Canada. Sovereignty is not just given, it has to be asserted and lived. Manifest sovereignty. And there is an effort to do that. As you think about your action items that you're going to be discussing amongst yourselves, guiding strategy, there's a saying in the business world, by the way, doing things the right way is management, but leadership is doing the right things. And so it is important to figure out what are the right things to do. Pep talks and motivation for your people, or building an immersion program, if so, for which dialects and which communities? How do we staff it? How do we help it deliver the goods? How do we do teacher preparations so we're building up fluent speakers who can actually be effective teachers, who are familiar with immersion teaching pedagogy? What are the action items? There are all kinds. I mean, I've got lists. But it's important to think about doing the right things, not just doing them the right way. Both matter. Well, it also shows that when you show up, when you demonstrate by your example what a language speaker does and says, and what a culture carrier does and how we conduct ourselves, you are providing a gift to those kids. The nurse at my mom's school had no idea what a gift she gave my mom, or me, or my siblings, and how it would cascade forward. Sometimes we don't know which pebble in the pond is going to make the biggest ripples. But I've seen incredible things happen. When I was a little kid, we had humble beginnings. My dad was restarting his life. My mom was trying to find a pathway out of poverty. We had a little house with an outhouse and a hand pump. We didn't have running water, electricity, kerosene lanterns. We'd buy a gallon of milk, tie string around it, sink it in a creek, and pull on the string in the morning. It was spring-fed, kept it cool, pop the top, pour it on your Cheerios, and away you go. Never felt poor, never had food insecurity. Of course, I saw big changes. I was in about middle school by the time my mom had a law degree and built a nice house. And I finished high school with the idea that I think a lot of high schoolers come up with, I'm going to get out of here and never come back. In part, I believe that there was a way to escape the brambled racial borderland of my youth and get away from all of the mean stuff that I was navigating through my childhood, because there was a lot of it. These two are manifestations of the colonization, right? Well, I applied and got into Princeton University. And I thought, yes, I have escaped and I'm gone for good. And as soon as I got to school there, I was like the first person from my tribe. There was one of 5 native people going to that school. And I thought, man, I just want to go home and never leave. Sometimes it takes that to develop some perspective. And so I probably freaked my parents out because I had a great experience at college, but when I finished, I said, I'm not taking a job and I'm not going to graduate school or law school. I'm going to come back home. I'm going to walk the earth. I'm going to hang out with my elders. They said, that's beautiful. Good luck paying for that because we are done. And that's what I did. I ended up connecting with this guy. His name was Archie Mose. He was born in 1901, and he was about 12 years old the first time he ever saw a white man. He was in his 30s the first time he saw a black man or a car. And when I went to see him, he was already pretty old, but he was watching WWF SmackDown on a TV in a modern house and laughing really loud. It was not what I was expecting. And I came in, and I had gifts and tobacco and all these things, and I wanted to ask him for help with ceremonies and whatnot. And he looked at me, and he shut off the TV, and he said, "Oh, I've been waiting for you." I said, "What? How could you be waiting for me? You don't even know who I am." He had a dream about someone, and I looked like this person in his dream, and for him, that was enough. He said, "Well, sleep on the couch." And then at about 5:30 in the morning, "Get up. You got to drive me to a funeral today." Huh? You know. So I became his gopher. Go for this, go for that, bring me here, bring me there. What was awesome though is although he could speak English, he couldn't do it very well, and very rarely would he go into English. So I had a little more holistic immersion experience with the Ojibwe language and with our culture. At that point, for me, honestly, it was a lot like Forrest Gump when he realized that he could run. After that, every time he went somewhere, he was running, and he never thought it would take him anywhere, but it sure did. That's what it felt like for me with language and culture. I just wanted to be in the room. I wanted to be his chauffeur. I was excited to learn. I wasn't trying to do anything or be anybody. And Archie was like one of these famous natives. That's him with the Dalai Lama, by the way. We brought him to the conference on world religions, which is also quite hilarious because the Dalai Lama was there with a big line of monks and really wanted to meet Archie, who was the oldest spiritual leader in attendance. And this line of monks come up and they start bowing. And Archie had never seen anyone bow before and had no idea what to do. So he started patting everyone on the head saying, "It's okay, that's all right." Unbeknownst to him, in the Buddhist tradition, the head is a sacred vessel and it's taboo to touch the head. So the Dalai Lama stops the line and says, "All right, how do you greet?" I don't know. Shake hands? So the Dalai Lama says, "Okay," offers to shake hands. And Archie says, "No, like this." So they got a arm wrestler handshake. And so it was just cool riding the bus with him, so to speak. This is one of his daughters. When Archie died, like in our language, our word for an elder, gichi aya'a, literally means great being. Our word for an elderly woman, mindimuye, means one who holds things together and describes the role of the family matriarch. So in our language, you don't have to say like, respect your elders. It's kind of built right in with any word you could use to talk about them. Language does shape our unique world view. Well, Archie was just put on the spot all the time. He had to do all kinds of public speaking. He officiated at funerals, at life ceremonies, naming ceremonies, medicine dance. And sometimes I remember like at drum ceremonies, he would sing. Even in his 90s, he'd sing songs on the ceremonial drum. At first I was thinking, why don't they take it easy on him? He's old. But of course, in our way, his was the most important voice. His was the one we needed to guide us and lead us. And once I understood that, then it all made sense. But I remember after Archie passed away, and this was a while ago now, so 1996, a year later, 1997, they have a ceremony for kind of washing off the tears, bringing the family out of mourning after a year from the loss. And I remember going over to the drum ceremony thinking, I have no idea who's going to be talking here, because Archie did all of the talking. So his daughter Betsy was there, and she was always sweet to me. She'd kiss me on each cheek and hug me close. As much as anything, I think she just loved me for the way I loved her dad. And she also had the dark glasses and a cane, which she would shake at her grandkids once in a while, and they'd scurry into action. And for the first time in my life, she was looking at me like I was one of the grandkids. I was getting like the mean native grandma look, and I was like, what did I do? And she said, I bet you're wondering who's going to talk today. I said, yeah, who's going to do that? She said, you are? I said, what? I'm actually not even from the same community as Archie, even though I'd spent lots of time there. And I thought I was in my 20s. It's like, man, I'm kind of a kid compared to some of the other people in this room, and I'm not even from here. Is it even appropriate? She goes, well, I'm going to find out what you learned. And she had a line of people with their tobacco offerings, bowls of food. And so I had tobacco pouches between every finger on both hands, and it looked, kind of wild. And then she just said, my dad never forgot anybody's native name and never forgot what they were asking for. I'm going to be listening to you. So talk about pressure. That was my first public speaking event in Ojibwe. So I got up there and I went through the invocation and talked for the bowls, and I dared one little glance at her, and she goes, and that was it. After that, there's no escape. I've been a community servant ever since, and now I do a lot of the stuff that Archie does. I officiate at funerals, at naming ceremonies, medicine dance, things like that. a lot of stuff happens. It happened by accident as much as anything else. I fell in love, I started a family, and when I mean family, I mean there it is, 9 kids. Yeah, we're in the grandbaby business now, so there's 3 of them. There's another one coming in March. Yep, so it's never dull. If any of you like children, let me know. We're always hunting for sitters. In some ways, the little bit I've shared about my journey is hard to replicate, right? Most of us don't have the opportunity to live with a monolingual speaker of the language we love. So one of the questions became, as I became a dad, was how do I restore the intergenerational transmission of language in a family? When we know that the biggest predictor of the language that a child will speak is not the language of their grandparents, it's not the language of their parents, it's not even the language of their teachers. The biggest predictor of the language a child will speak is the language of their peers. This is why people from an immigrant community where the language is not English or French move to Canada, and within a couple of generations, the language becomes the language of the country rather than their heritage language. Because the kids are using English or French when they're speaking to their peers, and then they're often marrying somebody who speaks English or French, only, and then pretty soon in 2 generations, it's very difficult to maintain that heritage language. This is, by the way, probably the biggest secret, although it's not really a secret, about immersion schools is that they tend to be successful at creating a peer language, which is the target language. So it is more productive for peer language development than just saying, here's how you say this, here's how you say that, let's experiment and try, in eliciting information or teaching grammar patterns. I do that at the college level with second language learners who, are adults and are eager and ready to apply themselves, and then learning patterns in the language can be very helpful for using the grammar right and things like that. But for little kids, that immersion model seems to be pointing us in directions. So it's terrifying being a parent for so many reasons. First of all, the number 1 job is do not mess your kid up. You got 1 shot at it, no do-overs. And I remember thinking with my firstborn daughter, some pictures of her at different chapters of her life, how am I gonna do this? How do I not let her down? And so I said, that's it, I'm gonna speak Ojibwe to this kid. I'm gonna speak Ojibwe to her all the time as much as I can. And I remember like flashpoints, once she was about two years old, wakes up in the middle of the night, she's crying around, and she's crying, and I'm thinking, yes, it's working, it's working. There's a big Ojibwe language conference in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and I went there one year. They had like 1,000 people in the room, and over half of them were speakers, and so they gave me the keynote address. And she's about 4 years old, and she's literally running in circles around the podium. Finally her little voice picks up on the microphone, Ingi Boogit, which means I farted. And so the whole place is laughing, but they can't hear anything I have to say. That was it, keynote done. But they were all talking. Did you hear that little kid? She was speaking Ojibwe. Something's happening around here. What's going on? I should have given her the mic to begin with. Today, she's all grown up and teaching our language at a school, and it is so heartening to see what's possible. We have customs like when we open up our maple sugar harvest, and so my children now will tell the story for the maple harvest, where it comes from. They'll do the opening invocation in our language, and I'm sitting back a little bit thinking, this is what I really want. I actually want to be replaceable many times over. One of my namesakes actually said, when you learn something, make sure you teach at least 4 other people. Could be a medicine, could be a word in our language, could be a teaching, a story. So we got a lot to teach. So I've always taken that as a challenge. And the more that I've learned and leaned in, the more I've realized what a powerful, though simple teaching that really is. Now, my daughter's also part of the linguistic teams that are collecting stories from our speakers in the language, transcribing, translating, publishing. So it's pretty cool to see it come full circle. A lot of times when we think about how do we actually get our language and culture going, we tend to think there's some miracle cure, special place, or magical idea. It's just out there over the next hill somewhere. And if we can just find that one idea, it's going to be a silver bullet solution that's going to save our language and save our culture. But actually, one of the big epiphanies I came to is that it's much the other way around. Instead of just being outward facing, it's healthy to be introspective as well. Connection and culture live inside of us, and having a rich cultural life is not just about looking out and looking for, it is about looking within. We can do that wherever we live, and the awakening is healing and empowering. As my story unfolded, there's a collective story that's been going on too. And I'll just share a couple of things to give you an idea of what's possible. So I'm on the school board for our first Ojibwe language immersion school. And it is amazing to me what has happened. I started doing work there. I've only been on the school board a couple of years, but I've been working with them, for all of their 22 years of existence now. And I remember going there, this is probably 15 years ago, doing assessments for their early childhood programs. They had 4- and 5-year-old kids. And there were kids running the classroom. His little 4-year-old kid says, "Buju abenuji dog, ani nejiwe bakagujing nongum." And one of the kids raises her hand, "Anizagate, hankadebwe, awegonen gayabi, nodinana, mashkawani mud." And the kid had a little felt board behind him, and he starts putting up images for the sun peeking out behind the clouds and a strong wind. And I'm watching, and I'm thinking, I can't even get my kids to sit still for supper. What's happening in terms of classroom management is pretty amazing. And it wasn't like the kids had 20 years in a program. They were operating in a language their parents did not know or speak at home. That was pretty cool. They've done something at scale that hadn't happened since World War II, teaching little kids how to be fluent speakers of the tribal language. It didn't happen because it's, right. It happened because they worked really, really hard. They developed a plan with really high standards, centered in our values, and they recruited really great, capable people to help deliver the goods. There's no magic cure. There's just the work. And there are a lot of things, and I'm going to address a couple of them today, and I know they'll be coming up in your conversations, including how do you navigate dialect wars, writing system wars, both of which can derail an early emerging language revitalization effort. How do you deal with gathering resources? The fact that a huge percentage of our people don't really prioritize language learning, that there are actually a lot of things that we rightfully need to care about, including economic development, political empowerment, sovereignty, health, all kinds of things. And sometimes our language becomes priority number 8, not because anyone would say it doesn't matter, well, maybe some do, but there's so many things competing for the time, attention, dollars, and efforts of our people. I do work in a lot of different communities. Mille Lacs is another Ojibwe community in central Minnesota. It's not my community, but it's an amazing place. They're a very financially successful tribe now. They were early in the gaming business. From day one, they saved half their money from casinos. Now their endowment has eclipsed gaming as a revenue stream. Yeah. And they did some incredible things with their money. They developed a diversified business plan. They said, why are we sending all of our money to some colonial banking enterprise? Let's build our own bank. So they did. They diversified into many other kinds of business. I was brought to a meeting there, this is maybe a year or two before the pandemic, and they said, we'd like your advice. We've done a language survey in our community, and we have identified only 25 remaining fluent first speakers of our language, and they're all over 70 years old. We have some money that we have set aside to do something meaningful with language revitalization, and we'd like to talk to you about what's possible. So I said, how much money are you talking about? And they said, well, it's about $14 million. US funds, real money. And so, I mean, after almost spitting my teeth out, I said, look, your speakers are over 70 years old. It's not like they're going to college for 5 years to get teaching degrees, coming back and working for you for another 30. We're gonna have to do some other things. I said, how about let's develop some language learning tools and resources that are gonna have true longevity. Let's do Rosetta Stone. So there are a number of programs that are helpful for language learning, so you may be familiar or have heard of Rosetta Stone, Duolingo, Babbel, and others. This also is not a silver bullet solution for any language learning effort. Just like when we developed reel-to-reel recording technology, that wasn't like saving the language, it's just a tool in the toolbox. Then when we got cassette tapes, like, wow, you know, make sure you get a high quality cassette tape. That's what I was told when I was starting to do recording work, you know. Then it was like WAV file and digital recording, and now we have, you know, AI and all kinds of different things. All of these are just tools in the toolbox. They will never replace a fluent speaker. But some of them are pretty incredible. So with Rosetta Stone, one of the things is it can overcome the barriers of space and time. Because most people don't have a lot of fluent speakers in their house with them. It can push language learning tools to an app on your phone or tablet or computer wherever you live. So that part is powerful. It makes use of video, audio, talking flashcards, and artificial intelligence, including correcting pronunciation and grammar as you interact with the app in real time. Questions come up, including, you're gonna give some colonial private business a copyright on our language? I don't think so. Who's gonna profiteer off of the knowledge of our elders? How do we maintain control? What's gonna happen if, since we're on 2-year election cycles in Mille Lacs, the next tribal government says, why are they spending so much money on language, pull the plug and they just kill the whole thing, when it takes years to develop something this sophisticated? Those are questions. And so we engineered, I'm very proud of what we did just in terms of contracts and other things. So we prepaid for the service from Rosetta Stone. We put in punitive escape clauses, so if anyone tried to claw the money out of there, they'd just lose the money and it wouldn't really be practical to do that. We made sure that the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe retained the copyright and collects all of the revenues because they already prepaid Rosetta Stone for a service. And so with all of these things, now they're actually anticipating that over the life of the program, the band will actually recuperate their entire investment. It's free for their band members. There's a nominal fee of $25 for other Indigenous peoples, $100 for everybody else, including institutions. It's not that expensive. But even with that, with the level of demand they're seeing, it will recuperate their entire investment. There was a new tribal council elected, and they did try to gut it. But the punitive escape clauses prohibited that from happening. The tribe retains the copyright and can repurpose any of the recordings and other things for any other projects. So all of that was pretty cool. We also started working on books, and here there's a lot I could share about like how to make Indigenous language books. I can point you to a couple other tools and resources. We did this grassroots and, on our own, but there are other organizations like the Indigenous Languages Institute, which will bring in a team of 12 people, sit there with your elders and your second language learners and help you develop them, together. And they have expertise with all of the tech and other things, and it can be a helpful way to accelerate some of this stuff. We really wanted to make sure that we weren't just smashing our language into like English language thought patterns. And so we wanted to develop storyboards and stuff organically with our people. So one of the things that we found is that for our speakers, they'd be comfortable talking about what it was like when they were a kid, or what it was like, or a story that they remembered. And so as they were doing that, it was a little different from, an actually truly kid-friendly kind of book development or something like that. But we didn't want to tell anybody, don't do this. So we had to spend more time on the development of like storylines and storyboards. So one of our elders, Nancy Jones, she's from Treaty 3 area in Ontario, northwestern Ontario. And she'd say, oh, when I was a kid, chores, nothing but chores. I'd get sent to my grandma's house. She'd say, Gee, steigen, gazibi, ganaganen, manisane, and then you know what she'd do? She'd like touch her head, and then she'd touch my head, and she'd say, Wabikwan bejikiminen, I'm giving you a white hair. Which is like a little Ojibwe saying, like, the best thing you can hope to do, the greatest aspiration, is to be an elder, which is Gitchi Aya'a, great being. You get there, one good deed at a time. You earn your white hairs one at a time, So there's a little like a blessing, And she would complain. Sometimes kids these days are like, I don't want a white hair. It's like, yes, you do. So I said, all right, if you take that and think about this creatively, let's have a cast of characters. Maybe you've seen shows like Franklin or Little Bear or things like that where they're animals and stuff like that. You can have them represent clans within our culture system and demonstrate the attributes of that particular clan. And then you can have like Migazis, Little Eagle, and put him in a modern, relatable context. Like he comes down the stairs to the kitchen table to eat his Cheerios. And so Nancy's catching on. She's like, yeah, listening to his iPod. I was like, all right, yeah, listening to his iPod. And then what does mom do? And she's catching on. She says, send him to grandma's house? It's like, yeah. He can be hip-hopping down the road and the little birds are shaking their head at him, on the telephone wire. Gets to grandma's house. What do we have grandma say? And she's like, Gistaigen, Manisain, Gazibi Ganaganen. And then, Wabikwan Bejikiminen. So little Eagle comes home and he's complaining to mom, man, all grandma did was make me do chores. She says, you better look in the mirror. It takes an eagle like 7 years to get a white head. He's got his first little white feather. He's like, I was like, that's a storyboard, right? You got all these, this is your story outline. Now, tell us the story in your words. And so we were able to do things like this and develop some really cool books. We actually convinced the Minnesota State Historical Society to publish the books. They'll be in print in perpetuity. They handle all the marketing and distribution, and no one on their staff can even read them. I was pretty proud of that too. There was so much that goes into this effort, and I won't have time to break down all of it. It's worth mentioning to you, we've also done a lot of work on lexical expansion. And so that means vocabulary expansion, because a living language needs to grow, shift, and change to speak to science, mathematics, all these different things. Constitution, bylaws, right? Otherwise, it's just a language for prayers. And so, lexical expansion can be a big challenge too. One of the things for Ojibwe at least is that the morphemes, the smallest meaningful parts of words, tend to be known to everyday speakers, and being creative in the language is not as difficult. By the way, we do this in all languages. So in English, we have words like motherboard and firewall that might have terrified somebody 30 years ago, right? But we all know what they mean now. So languages have to be able to do that. For Michif, because you actually have roots in multiple languages. There could be Ojibwe, Cree, French influences. You even have a broader toolbox for the creation of new vocabulary words. And so whatever your protocol or process is, that's a worthwhile effort too. Another thing we found, and this is very helpful for navigating dialect wars and things like that, is we said, first of all, you're all right. We're not going to pick the one word that goes in the one dictionary that everybody must honor. We are going to honor all dialects. And so sometimes we would have as many as 9 dialects represented in the room while we were doing vocabulary development sessions and when we were doing book development sessions. So we would sometimes develop like storyboards like this collectively with multiple dialects represented, and we'd have a speaker in charge of each book, and their language and their dialect ran the show for that book, even though there was a collective brain trust for the development of storyboards and content and support and logistics and tech. And then same thing with lexical expansion. If somebody said, here's how we say this where I'm from, that's right. And if somebody said, oh, but this is how we say it where I'm from, we'd put in both entries and we'd code the entries with the initials of the speaker. So we would document both in the same publication. And then if there was universal agreement, then it didn't even need the coding. That was universally accepted. But a lot of times there were variations in words, and so we just put them all in the dictionary and we'd code them. It'd be useful to somebody even if they only wanted to focus on one particular dialect, because there were a lot of things that were commonly accepted, and there were things specific to their dialect which were easy to identify. So useful to everybody, nobody's telling anybody what to do, they can get along. And sometimes we'd have, well, like there was one of our speakers grew up on Lac LaCroix Reservation, where everybody was a fluent speaker. He even worked on a construction crew. He already had words for like angle, pitch, square footage, stuff like that. And he would say, well, here's some of the vocabulary I learned. And someone else who, a lot of even our great speakers had to learn English too, they're bilingual. And some things like being introduced to math is something that happened in English when they were in school rather than throughout their life until they were an adult. And so there were maybe sometimes gaps in certain parts of the vocabulary, but they'd hear what he said and they'd say, oh, yeah, that makes sense, but here's how we'd say it where I'm from. And it would actually cross-pollinate without taking over someone's dialect, and they're able to help each other out. So I imagine with Métis, you have a whole variety of dialects and varying depths of speakers. And so someone even who might be like, from a more remote community or a place where there's a lot more depth of speakers would have a lot of things to contribute, but that doesn't mean that they're trying to take over the dialect of some place that could be as much as 1,000 miles away, but can still contribute to that effort that far away from their home community. So there are ways to do that stuff, to work together and to help each other out with the efforts. I've got more tools and resources. Well, let me mention one more thing. The pandemic was awful. We lost 20% of our fluent speakers, including a number of people in this picture right here. We ended up having to teach people how to work through the pandemic by sending a grandkid to every speaker's house with a computer. I remember fondly calling up Carol Nickerboy and I was like, Carol, it's time for our language session. Language session, oh, I forgot, I got my coat on. I was gonna go to the casino. I was like, casino, there's a pandemic, you need to stay home. She's like, oh yeah, well the language is more important. She takes off her coat, we work for a couple hours. She goes, I'm going to the casino now. My niece has been waiting in the car the whole time. But they were dedicated. As we came out of the pandemic, we launched these books. We launched Rosetta Stone. By the way, we paid for a 6-year development. So Navajo did a 1-year development. Muskogee Creek did a 2-year development. We'll have a full 6-year development. And the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe intends to say everybody who is employed to work for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, by the way, they have lots of employees, has the privilege of working for an Indigenous community. We expect everyone who takes that privilege to demonstrate this level of competency in our Indigenous language. Here are the tools to develop that competency with the built-in assessments to demonstrate your competency. You've got 1 year from your date of hire to get to this level. Sovereignty, right? There are a lot of applications for language learning tools. that can be used. We finally had our launch event. Joe Naquinabe, he's on the end there, one of our ceremonial drum chiefs. During the pandemic, his sister and his brother died from COVID. And I thought he'd get up there and say, this was like the hardest time. But he said something that I'll never forget. He said, you know, we've been through a lot. We've been through a lot the past few years, and we've been through a lot the past few hundred years. But I have to say, seeing all of these young people coming around, seeing the books we developed, seeing what we did with Rosetta Stone, knowing that our elders will be teaching people our language for hundreds of years to come, I have to say that doing this work has been the happiest time of my life. When you do something meaningful on language and culture revitalization, it is healing for our young people, it is healing for our elders, it is healing for our community, it is healing for our sovereignty. So many things benefit. It's not just a couple pretty birds singing in the forest, and we would love to hear the voices of all those pretty birds. It's much more fundamental than that. All right. So I'm going to show you just a couple more things. And I know we have some really great conversations that we're going to get into. Tools and resources. So I'll mention a couple things. First of all, there's a lot of free stuff out there. We have videos, First Speakers, Restoring the Ojibwe Language. It's for free on YouTube and Vimeo. This is a for sale book, but kind of covers a little bit about, you know, some of what I've been sharing, my journey, our collective journey, tips, tools, how to avoid, you know, the internalized, lateral, and intra-oppressed group oppressions and things like that. Language learning is a powerful decolonizing, healing act. By the way, for myself too, I've got cards on the table. So there are links there. I've got a YouTube channel, lots of free tools and resources on the YouTube channel. I've got, you know, of course, links to the Rosetta Stone and other things there. And lots of organizations and wonderful people who are doing incredible work. So sometimes we can just learn from the successes and also the failures of other places. What worked, what didn't, where are the pitfalls. We don't have to reinvent the wheel all the time. And as you get serious, then figuring out that will help you develop a really effective strategy and plan. Language revitalization is hard work and it is courageous work. All that is necessary for our languages to perish is that we do nothing or too little. We have to overcome inertia. They are worried about Swedish. Swedish is the official language for a whole country. If someone publishes a book in Swedish, they buy a copy for every library in the whole country, and they still can't get enough people to publish in Swedish. And everybody also speaks English, and it's becoming the lingua franca for business and other things. And so they're worried about where they end up 100 or 200 years from now with Swedish. Well, if they're worried about Swedish, we got to be a lot more worried about Métis and other indigenous languages. The future vitality of our language is not certain, but it is certainly possible. It really depends on the depth and breadth of our interventions right now. We got 6,700 languages spoken on planet Earth today. 2,500 are spoken by, they're considered moribund, which means kids aren't speaking them, it's just elders. In the United States and Canada, there may be up to 130 languages still spoken, but only 20 spoken by kids. And that's probably a generous estimate. Probably 4 have really significant sustainable populations of speakers and monolingual speakers and things like that. So that means we got to get serious. The colonial way of structuring societies is really messed up. It is ageist. Keep the 6-year-old kids with the 6-year-old kids, keep the elders with the elders. We are meant to have intergenerational connection and transmission. It is healthy for our elders, it is healthy for our kids. A lot of the immersion schools will have multiple grades represented in the same space. Now you can have complete chaos if you don't do that thoughtfully, but they will do things like take the whole school the 6-year-old kids and the 18-year-old kids and everything in between to harvest wild rice or do activities or things like that. And there are benefits to engineering intergenerational space. Yeah, we also hear this, if the language learning, it has to start in the home, which is a natural conclusion some people make because that's the way most of our fluent speakers learn their language. But if most of our speakers are past the age of making babies and raising them, and it has to start at home, it'll never start. In some ways, an immersion school or some of the other initiatives are second best, but better second best than a certain death. We got all these problems, and external resistance, I think, is pretty well known to you. We're trying to deal with the funding map that is getting better. We're still seeing English-only laws, French-only laws, and deep institutional support for French and English, but not as deep support for all the other languages. We are trying to turn the corner with that. So far, we've had, land acknowledgements and lip service type responses. We're starting to get more meaningful responses in places like Canada, and that gives me cause for hope. I don't think everybody out there is evil. They're also trying to figure out what would restorative justice actually look like in a more meaningful way. And I do think we have friends, allies, and so forth that we should recruit rather than shame away from the conversations. But of course, we need more of everything. Our school systems are still very colonial. By the way, this is also worthy of note. The Métis population is not just a Canadian thing. There are lots of Métis folks in the United States. I spent a lot of time in Turtle Mountain this summer, and they speak Ojibwe there, they speak Cree there, and they speak Michif there. And they have the complication of trying to keep 3 distinct tribal languages supported in their school system, when all 3 really just have a handful of great speakers in that community. Rocky Boy in Montana, and then, after the Riel rebellions, there was a diaspora in the Métis community. So some people maintained, in spite of the oppressions, the integrity of Métis communities. And some people sought refuge with their white family members, and some sought refuge with their native family members. And so where I come from at Leech Lake, also the neighboring reservations at Red Lake and White Earth have a huge Métis population, and at least a third of our people have French surnames. And so there are, this Métis population is complex, and the histories and genealogies and so forth are also complex. But I think you will find connections, alliances, and supports, as well as people from other distinct language communities who are doing some good things that can help pollinate your conversations. We also have to be aware of and find ways to navigate the internal resistance. Lack of awareness amongst our own people, lack of involvement or commitment. We're dealing with internalized and lateral oppression dynamics. These are significant. I'll say just a little bit more about that in just a second. I've got some friends down at Seminole Nation in Florida, which is one of the most successful, financially successful tribes. And they own the Hard Rock Cafe enterprise, operate international businesses, all kinds of stuff. But if you talk to them and say, well, what keeps you up at night then? They will always say language and culture loss. In some ways, it's important to remind our own leaders and our own citizenry that as we think rightly about building our sovereignty and climbing the mountain of economic development and prosperity and political sovereignty, the Seminole did that. And we don't want to climb to the top of the mountain, look around and go, oh my God, we just climbed the wrong mountain. We should have been climbing the mountain of language and culture revitalization while we had the speakers and had a chance. It doesn't mean that we have to go either or. We can climb that mountain and climb our language and culture revitalization at the same time. In fact, as I've already mentioned, they're inextricably linked. But we do need to communicate that so that we don't think it's a colonial way to think linearly. Well, let's solve sovereignty first, then we can use that to do language. Or let's solve sovereignty and economy and health and housing, and then we'll talk about language. That's a very colonial, like linear way to think. Why not do them all? When you're raising a child, you don't only take care of their health, you take care of their mental health, you take care of their spiritual health. You know, you got to tend to their housing and you got to tend to their education, their character and their development. You don't do one, then the other. We do it all at the same time. Also, we just need to be kind to our own people. Nobody is going to jump into the fray simply by getting beat up around the ears for everything they're not doing. We have to be nice, kind, inviting, make language and culture work fun, you know, inclusive. These things are critically important. We've been dealing with a lot of crap for a long, long time, treated very inhospitably throughout history. So we actually need help to overcome and heal from historical trauma, contemporary trauma, right? And we can't get to healed and skip all the healing any more than we can get to reconciled and skip all the reconciling. I could recommend this book, although I felt like I needed a thesaurus and a bottle of aspirin to get through it. Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Among the great things he shares in there, and I'll just kind of give this to you in my layman's terms, he's got some great wisdom and advice about how oppression dynamics work. And for the sake of irony, I'll use the pilgrims, right, who are coming across the ocean in ships to get away from their oppressors. And they made it. When they got here, now there's a whole ocean between them and the people who were oppressing them. Was that the end of oppression? Hardly. Where was it? And they carried it inside of themselves. So one of the things he'll say is, we all house the oppressor within. So the job isn't just getting that guy over there to wake up, but saying, what don't I see? How can I better interrogate my own beliefs? When am I an impediment to the advancement of our language and culture? As it pops up in Puritan communities, you get internalized oppression, blame and shame stuff. You get lateral oppression, Salem witch trials, burn the witch. You get intra-oppressed group oppression, they start beating up on natives, they start beating up on black people, you know? And it all keeps going. In our communities, it will show up the same way. Internalized oppression, blame and shame. I'm stupid. I'll never learn my language. Oh, my head's only got so much space, it's already full. I'm too old. I'm too young. I don't have a speaker. Yeah. High suicide rate. High substance abuse rate. Also, lateral oppression, right? Mean to our own people. Who does that dude think he is with the beaded vest, probably has a beaded pen and a beaded briefcase, thinks he's better than everybody else? What? She's running in the election? She wants to represent us? Man, I'm starting a recall petition right now. Whew. Right? Lateral oppression. Intra-oppressed group oppression, where there might be anti-black, anti-indigenous, homophobia in all communities, including black, indigenous, and the gay community. And so, when Métis people fight Métis people, white supremacy wins. So even though Freire's pretty academic, he's got some cool things to share. Worth a look. All right. I'm going to wrap this up in about 3 minutes so you get a pee and recaffeination break. The Hawaiians are another group that did it at scale. 30 years ago, their language was illegal. Illegal for use in public schools. Today, it's one of the official languages for the state of Hawaii, and you can actually have a Hawaiian medium education from early childhood, not only through the end of high school, but also in college, if you so choose. And they've been going full steam. They went from only 1,000 speakers of their language left on planet Earth to 24,000 speakers. 3,000 of whom have learned it as their first language in the home. So they tripled the population of first speakers and multiplied 24-fold their entire population of speakers. And they grow more every year. Again, the work is the work. There's tons of work. They still have to work hard. There are challenges at every phase of the journey. As soon as they started having success, some other people started being complacent, like, oh, well, they're on the right track. Leave them to it. You know, they had to think about the political battles. They had to think about the economic battles, the academic ones, the resource development ones. There's so many different things. But they have a lot. And by the way, their flagship school, Navahi, which is on the big island of Hawaii, in kind of near Hilo, it is amazing. They have a 100% graduation rate. If your only goal is to get, Métis kids to finish high school, be aware that an indigenous medium school has cracked the code and done that. So if anyone else has a 100% graduation rate, they can give the lectures. But until then, if someone's figuring that one out, maybe we should pay a little more attention to that. So that's Rose Tainter. We've been trying to do this in Ojibwe country. All the battles matter. The signage battles, making sure that there is representation. Our peoples have sometimes dealt with hypervisibility, but also invisibility and marginalization. So the signage stuff says, I see you. We even convinced the cops to put it on the cop cars. Yep, Gunawanjigang Minawa Nadamagang to protect and serve. So if community policing is a goal, not just a lip service thing, let's start with this. And some other things. Let's have the real conversations. I will share a copy of the PowerPoint with the organizers, and they can either add it to the website or email it to all of the attendees. So you can get access to tools and resources like this. And I'll share one final concluding story here. I like that Carl Jung quote, by the way. The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there's any reaction, both are transformed. This work is transformative for our youth, but it is transformative for our elders and healing for everyone. This is the look of the family property back home. I kind of feel like Shrek. That's my swamp. Among other things that happened when my folks were getting started, they acquired this property which did not look like this. If you turn and look up the hill, it actually looked like this, more like Alberta. It's my dad on the tractor with my brother there, and they started planting trees and planted all of the trees in this picture here. It was just a couple of people. Of course, they had a child labor force. What a change. It is hard to solve all the problems of the world in a heartbeat. Humans have been making all of these problems for thousands of years. Climate change, race relations, language loss. We're not going to move that whole mountain right now. But the work is more like planting the seeds. And when we plant the seeds, it can change everything. That is the work. That's the work you're doing today. And for the next 2 days, that's the work that you are going to take home with you and use to light your communities up. And as you do, remember too, I think we have often gotten this message, like we live in two worlds. We want our kids to be good at that world and good at our world. But really, I think that suggests that we have to be thoroughly colonized to be successful, but we still want them to know who they are. And ultimately, there's a different way to look at this. We don't live in two worlds. We live in one world. We don't have to code switch to make it out there. We don't have to maintain a dual consciousness. People from other cultures don't have to sacrifice theirs to enter our world, and natives don't have to sacrifice their cultures to navigate the modern world. We can be exactly who we are, exactly who the Creator wanted us to be, and thrive. Miigwech, thank you so much for your kind time and attention. I appreciate you all and all the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
appreciate
this is
that.
a sticker, that's a cool
Oh, yeah.
sticker, it says Ernesto, so being grateful, the act of gratitude, so that was absolutely fun.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, how great was that? Am I on the right mic? How great was that? Right? How great was that? He spoke to every one of you. He spoke to youth. He spoke to elders. He spoke to teachers. He spoke to language keepers. He spoke to the politicians. He spoke to the activists. He spoke to everybody here about how to do this passionately. You know, I met a young woman at a conference in Alberta who had gone and done her Bachelor of Arts. Indigenous woman, Ojibwe woman actually, from Ontario. And she said, I did my thing. I got my white man degree and I can do it. Her father was a residential school survivor and she didn't have her language. And so she went and worked for a year and she saved up enough money to just find a little tiny apartment. And she found an old lady in Toronto who spoke Ojibwe. And she went and lived beside her for 2 years and went to her house every day and said, I just want to learn language. So that she didn't have to, nobody gave her a degree at the end, no one knew she did it, nobody knew. So when we start to kind of create ideas in our head about how do we do this differently, there's ways that we can support young people to be with our language speakers so that they can get a degree that an institution doesn't grant, okay? There's the example from the Hawaiians is one example, the Maoris another example where they need to know their ancestry 16 generations back, so they always know who they come from. The language was dying and they as a people decided they had to do something about it. Just tons of great tidbits coming from a German Ojibwe. Of course, the German Ojibwe made structure and put us right in the spot of how could we do this better? And so I think there's lots of tips in there for us to pick up on. I'm just really grateful for the presentation. Go have a little break, stretch your legs, go smell the crisp kuna outside, mishpoon, and come on back in about 15 minutes.
trying to load up another presentation?
Yeah, so we're going to do one more presentation. And
Okay.
then
Do you have it on stick?
I think we're getting that right now.
Okay.
I'm wondering, like,
So,
someone wants to play a video from a link. Is that going to work on this or no? Yeah. Yeah, it's a YouTube thing. Okay, yeah, cool. No, it's on another one for after lunch. You have a video? Is it a link?
It's embedded in the presentation right now.
Oh, but it's embedded, so that should be fine.
Plug it in and see if it works. Yeah. Apple user, so just let someone else do that. I don't even know where to go.
is it this one?
Yes. Yeah. And will I be able to control the slides from here?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah. Normally a play button shows. Oh, this is just turn the block, but that really tell me about it. I think I just need to enable the content. Well, I get sound. Am I good? Thank you. Thanks very much, guys. Let's get your cup of coffee and your snack and say goodbye to your new friend. And come on and have a seat, and we'll pick up where we left off. I think we have a whole team of people coming up here right now, so I'll invite you to start making your way to the podium. So over the course of the next 2 days, you're going to hear from all of the nations, and just a message about the work that they're doing. And the first up is going to be Métis Nation, British Columbia. Oh, and there's another automatic Cree word when we say Otipimswak, we've got that one, right? People who own themselves. And so we've got another word to add to our list. And I believe I'm inviting Lisa and Patrick and who else? Patricia. Mallory. Okay. Lisa, Patrick, and Mallory are coming up, and I'm just going to turn the microphone over to them. And do you have? You can, yeah.
Do you have a presentation?
Yeah, it's already.
Okay, great.
You're good?
Great.
Thank you.
It's very dark here. Tense, everybody. It's wonderful to be here today, even though it is cold and snowy out there. I'm from British Columbia, so I haven't seen this at home yet, but it's great to be here. It's so nice to see a few people I haven't seen in many years. I want to thank Elder Doreen for her opening prayer this morning and extend the gratitude to Tsuut'ina First Nation for allowing us to gather here today on their beautiful territory and spend time at their wonderful facilities. Also like to thank MNC for hosting this event. It's so very important to our culture for our nation to uphold our Michif language. I just wanted to mention, I know it's been mentioned, some of the leadership is in Ottawa today. I'm not there. They're working on their self-governing legislation, and that's MNO, MNS, and MNA, which will eventually help MNBC once we get to that point. So that's why I'm here today. I am the president of Métis Nation BC. Our Michif languages are so important to our citizens and communities within BC. We deeply value the kinship and cultural connection that our citizens experience when they can hear and speak Michif. Our Michif languages connect us in many ways. It connects us to one another, our ancestors, the land, and our way of being as Métis people. We at MNBC are committed to providing meaningful opportunities to support our citizens in learning Michif and honoring the essential part of our identity and culture. I'd really like to acknowledge and uphold our citizens who are championing Michif language work in BC, and some of them are here with us today, so I hope you all get a chance to meet them as well. For everyone here today learning and teaching Michif, the importance of what you do cannot be overstated. The spirit of our culture lives in our languages and thrives when you speak it. For the first time in MNBC's history, our language programming has sustainable multi-year funding, which is so important. For this, we extend our gratitude to the Department of Canada Heritage and to the Canadian Heritage staff supporting the Métis languages portfolio, many of which are also here today. And I know we're going to be hearing from them directly after MNBC presents. We know that revitalizing our Michif language will take generations, and we look forward to your continued support as we work together on this significant goal of our nation. And as we heard from the amazing previous speaker, there's many, many ways that we can work on revitalizing our Michif language. It's a critical time for our Michif revitalization. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a nation to work with our Michif speakers on initiatives that focus on creating new speakers and capturing the rich knowledge of our fluent speakers while we still can. Gathering here today is a great step. We are all in this journey together, and we look forward to learning from you all and finding opportunities for collaboration in the days ahead. I just want to acknowledge our CEO, Colette Trudeau, is with us today, and our Associate Minister of Culture, Heritage and Language, Renee Gervais, as well as several of our Michif speakers and teachers. So thank you all for being here. I'm going to now pass this over to Ministry of Culture. Thank you. Minister of Culture, Heritage and Language, the Director Mallory Blondeau and Minister Patrick Harriott. They're going to share with you the exciting work that we're doing and what we have been doing at MNBC. So thank you.
Marcy, President Smith, Tonche Kiwao, Bomatan, hello everyone, good morning. As mentioned, Mallory Blondeau Chinikashan, I'm the Director with the Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Language with MNBC. And before I start, I think we owe an apology. One of our elders really wanted it to snow when we came, and I don't know what she's lighting in her smudge, but it is strong because she got her wish. So apologies if that inconvenienced anyone. So I'm really excited to be here today. It's so special when we're able to gather in person. A lot of the work that we do crosses provincial lines, and we're all often working virtually, and so it feels like a bit of a family reunion when we can be together in the same room. And I'm really excited to share with you the work that we've been doing at MNBC when it comes to Michif language revitalization. So I'll start by telling you a little bit about the Ministry of Culture, Heritage and Language. We're a relatively new ministry. We became staffed in 2021, and we're a small but mighty team. So we started with 2 staff, and now we're at an all-time high of 5. And we work on a lot of different initiatives when it comes to promoting our culture, heritage, and language in BC. So of course, we work on Michif programs and initiatives, but we also celebrate Métis heritage arts and promote Métis artists in BC. And we work on Métis educational resources that we share with our MNBC departments and ministries, as well as externally to the public in BC. And we're also developing the Amelia Douglas Institute, which I'll tell you more about in following slides. So our language work can really be organized in these following areas: planning and engagement, relationship and capacity building, resource development, Michif recording and documentation, Michif learning initiatives, and the Amelia Douglas Institute. And so in the following slides, I'll go into more detail in all of these areas of the work that we've been doing. So our planning work really began in 2021, and we started it off with developing a Michif in BC Vitality Survey. And the purpose of the survey was to gain an understanding: what are the current resources in BC? How many speakers are in BC? What do our citizens want to learn? How do they want to learn a Michif language? And so we worked with Indigenous language consultants to develop this very comprehensive survey. We also worked with a group of our citizen language champions, and we developed this survey and administered it province-wide to all of our citizenship. And we received a really good response rate. What we learned from that survey was that we don't have a lot of speakers in BC, but there's a lot of interest among the communities. People really want to learn languages. They want to learn more about the languages. A lot of them wanted to know the difference between the languages. They didn't understand the difference between Northern Michif or Southern Michif or French Michif. And a lot of them spoke Cree as well, so how does that fit in? And so we've really used the information from that survey to build our language program, as well as the learning tools that we've developed in the subsequent years. Moving forward to this year, we're working on a 10-year Michif language revitalization plan, which we're so close to being finished. It'll be released in the upcoming months. And we've, again, been working with Indigenous language consultants to develop that plan, as well as our community. And so all of the work that we've been doing in planning and building up our engagements have included engagements with our citizens, because it's so important to hear from our language champions in the community, those who are on the ground learning and teaching Michif, as well as just general interest from citizens who are just interested in language work to be supporting us in this mission. So That's where we're currently at, and we're really excited to be releasing that plan in the upcoming months. Relationship and capacity building has been so critical for the work that we do. We couldn't do any of this work without our fluent speakers. And so building relationships with fluent speakers from across the homelands has been so important. And we've had the honor of working with so many different speakers to date. We've also been attending Michif initiatives outside of BC, which may have included rental cars getting stuck in rural roads of Alberta during winter storms from the Michif camp that was held last year, and hopping on last-minute flights to Saskatoon to go visit elders, and mingling at Batage and getting to know new speakers. So we've really taken advantage of different ways to get out there and meet different speakers in the community. We've been working on building our staff capacity by hiring staff with experience in linguistics and Indigenous language revitalization. It's so important that the work we're doing is driven by best practices and those who are familiar with Indigenous language revitalization. As a staff, we've been learning and researching about Michif and taking on learning Michif as well as supporting the Michif awareness and use within MNBC across different departments. One of the resources we've recently developed is our Words of Our Ancestors. It's an introduction to Michif and Indigenous language revitalization booklet and video series, and you'll see that they've been handed out some samples on each of your tables. This resource was made in response to what we heard in our survey was that our citizens are wanting more information about Michif, as well as where to begin if wanting to learn an Indigenous language, and particularly Michif. So we've provided examples and information about best practices for Indigenous language revitalization. And so there is an accompanying video series that we made, and I'm just going to play one of those videos for you, just so you can get a sense of what they look like.
Today, Michif languages are considered critically endangered Indigenous languages in Canada. The Michif languages are important to our culture and identity as Métis people. Revitalizing our Michif languages is critical for ensuring that future and current generations of the Métis Nation can learn, speak, and hear our languages. Now, if you're wondering, how do I help revitalization? You should know that as individuals, one of the best ways we can help is through learning the language. Although learning a new language takes a lot of time and dedication, language learning is often riddled with myths. Here are 3 common myths about learning a Michif language. Myth number 1, I have to become fluent to make a difference. People often think that if they start learning, they must become fluent. Becoming fluent in Indigenous languages like Michif is a lifelong journey and requires hundreds of hours of learning. While becoming fluent can be an amazing journey, it is also challenging and may not be the right pathway for all learners. If you are dedicated to becoming fluent, that is great. If you are interested in learning some Michif but don't want to become fluent, that is also great. Not all learning paths have to lead to fluency. If you want to learn how to say prayers in a Michif language or get basic conversation skills, those are good goals to work towards. Learning some Michif phrases can still provide you with valuable language skills, help encourage others to learn, and support the intergenerational health of the Michif languages. Myth number 2, learning a Michif language through reading and writing is better than learning through listening and speaking. In school, you might have been taught a second language like French through reading, writing, and memorizing vocabulary and grammar rules. However, this is not how we naturally learn our first languages. As children, we learn language through hearing adults around us speak and then practicing saying words ourselves. Having access to hearing and speaking the Michif languages is an important tool for language learning. Myth number 3, I'm too old to learn Michif. One of the most common myths about language learning is that adults can't learn languages that they didn't learn as a kid. This is false. There is no such thing as being too old to learn a language. Our brains are adaptable and can learn language well into adulthood. Furthermore, adults can often bring valuable skills to language learning like self-motivation and organization. If you're an adult who wants to learn a Michif language, do not feel discouraged that you didn't start earlier. You can still reach your language learning goals through dedication and practice.
That fiddle was from Brianna Lazat from Métis Nation, Alberta. Just thought I'd give her a little shout out there. So other resources we've been developing are video learning series resources, and that has included recording with a variety of different fluent speakers to create videos that can support language learners. So we've created videos with the DeMontney family, Verna, Stephen, Elvis, Harvey, DeMontney, Harriet St. Pierre, Samson Lamontagne, Elder Norman Fleury, and we've also recorded videos in Northern Michif with Vincent Henneque and Dwayne Fable, and I just extend my gratitude to all of these speakers who have given their time and their knowledge to help us in building our resources so that our citizens can have access to different ways of learning and different materials for learning Michif. And so all of these videos are publicly available through the Amelia Douglas website, and I'll share the link with you momentarily. And we're just happy to share with everyone wanting to learn Michif. We've also developed a Michif phrase directory, and that includes 150 everyday phrases that we've had translated into Southern Michif, Northern Michif, and French Michif. So extending my gratitude to Elder Norman Fleury for supporting us in this work, Vincent Henneque and Ted Ratt for Northern Michif, and Jules Chartrand for French Michif. And this Michif phrase directory is also available on the Amelia Douglas Institute's website. We've also been launching a variety of Michif learning initiatives for our citizens, and so we started developing a virtual Southern Michif workshop series that we've been offering, hosted by Samson Lamontagne. These have been extremely popular. We launched our first workshop and had over 100 people on the waiting list waiting to take this. And so we've been slowly making our way through that waiting list, offering different options for those wanting to learn Southern Michif. And this summer, we also hosted a Michif Youth Camp as well, and youth from all over the province were able to gather and be introduced to Southern Michif and hopefully inspired to want to keep learning and to keep carrying that torch of learning Michif and passing it on. So I'll share a little bit about the Amelia Douglas Institute. So the Amelia Douglas Institute is BC's brand new Center of Métis Culture and Language. And it's been named after Amelia Douglas. She was a Métis matriarch born in Manitoba, and then she later moved to BC with her husband, James Douglas. James Douglas eventually became the first governor of BC, and so Amelia was really influential in the very, very early development of BC. And what we've known about Amelia and through research is that she really stayed true to her Métis identity, and she spoke multiple languages, including Michif. And so we thought it was very suitable to name our institute after her, and just wanting to honor the matriarchs among the Métis Nation. So we've launched our website in July 2023, and we're currently developing the physical space, and it's located in Surrey. And it houses a collection of Métis artifacts and grandmother pieces, as well as has an exhibition space for rotating exhibitions that are created and curated by our community. So the Amelia Douglas Institute's website is the primary hub for accessing all of our Michif educational resources, videos, translations that we've developed, but there's also a lot more exciting features on the website, so I really do encourage you to go check it out when you have a chance. We have a very extensive Métis material arts gallery that has photos of Métis material arts from institutions all over the country that we've gathered by working with museums. So there's over 200 photos where you can see beautiful beadwork and embroidery and all the art of our grandmothers. We also offer virtual exhibitions where you can see what's happening in BC with our exhibitions happening at the Physical Institute. And we promote our Métis artists as well through our Métis in BC Artist Collective. So moving forward, as we look ahead for the next 10 years, I just wanted to share a bit of the high-level information in our 10-year Michif revitalization plan. And it really hinges on these 4 goals. So learning, use, value, and coordination. So the first goal, learn, it's really about being able to encourage and develop more speakers for Michif languages in BC. And to do so, it's providing funding and support for a group of committed Métis individuals to become Michif language leaders who can help grow and maintain the Michif learning community through a diverse range of programs and resources based on best practices on our Métis culture and ways of being and knowing. And this is really the primary goal for our language work. We need to create more speakers. We need to create more interest in for those wanting to learn the language and wanting to pass it on to future generations. Our next goal is use, and that's fostering meaningful opportunities for Michif to be spoken, heard, and seen among Métis families, in their homes, in the community, in MNBC governed spaces, and in the public throughout BC. The third goal is value, and that's really strengthening the understanding and appreciation among Métis people and allies in British Columbia of the inherent value of Michif languages and their intrinsic connections to their past, present, and our identity as Métis people. Because we know if people see value in the language, they're more likely wanting to learn, and so it's being able to create that value and inspiration to drive our language work forward. And lastly, goal 4 is coordination, and that's really just about the piece that MNBC, the role that we play in advancing Michif language revitalization through effective coordination, planning, and the evaluation of Michif initiatives in BC, as well as working with other governing members, other Indigenous communities and allies to learn and share best practices and effective strategies for Indigenous language revitalization. So this is where I will conclude my piece and pass it over to Minister Patrick Harriet. So I just wanted to thank you all for listening to my presentation. And if you have any questions, please do feel free to reach out over the course of the next couple of days. My staff and I are just sitting right at the front table there. Merci.
Bon matin, Patrick Harriet, Tishnik Gashan, Winnipeg, Ostchin, Victoria, Newekin. Good morning, everyone. My name is Patrick Harriet. I'm the Minister for Culture, Heritage and Language for Métis Nation, British Columbia. My home community is in Victoria, and that's where I started this crazy Michif journey. I was a community president in Victoria for 4 years, and while I was community president, I thought, well, how come we're not speaking our language? We have a language, it's who we are. We need to, get some lessons going. It seems like people wanted to learn. So I thought, well, I'll just find a couple of lessons somewhere and we'll just start a circle. But I didn't realize that that didn't exist at that time, at least not something that I could get a hold of and bring to my community. So I heard about this guy named Norman Fleury, and was able to get a hold of him, and he said, sure, I'll come to Victoria in February. And I thought, well, I don't know if he just loves Michif language or if he wants to come to Victoria in February. Little did he know that there was a snowstorm that he was caught in, and when there's a foot of snow in Victoria, believe me, it's a panic. But he kept coming back, and he's still coming back, and I'm very grateful for his commitment to the Michif language. And then I was also thinking as a community president, why is my nation not doing more? It is central to who we are. It should be central to everything that we do. So that's why I ran for regional director, and that's when we started the Culture, Heritage, and Language Ministry And that's when we started the idea of putting together the Amelia Douglas Institute, which I'm very happy to say it's now online and we'll have a physical opening in January. But yes. But the words I want to talk about here are not just about what's happening in BC, but about how we all need to work together. I've seen different initiatives pop up because of, like me in Victoria, people want to see our language come back. They wanted to speak our language. They wanted their communities to have that culture and that depth of who we are and that knowledge. But over the years, we don't see dozens and hundreds of Michif speakers. Yes, we're able to introduce ourselves, hi, how are you, pass the potatoes or whatever, but it really takes a systematic best practices approach. And we need to stop translating Tansha Kiawao for the 50th time. We need to share what we've learned together and come up with a plan. If we're trying to revitalize Southern Michif, let's have a table where everyone can bring their ideas and what they've done to the table and their passions. If it's Northern Michif, let's set up a table for that, or French Michif. I've heard a lot of positivity, and we need positivity. I was just listening to a linguist who gave a talk at UVic last week, and he was very much the opposite, where he felt that language revitalization doesn't work and we're going to see the death of these indigenous languages, and it made me mad, honestly. It made me mad because of all the passion that I see in this room, that I see in my community, that I see in so many Métis people that I talk to. And I think that we are in a difficult place, but I think if we all work together, we have the opportunity to do amazing things and to save the depth of our language. So I know it's very tempting that, excuse me, that we want to label every initiative with a Michif word. We want to, do all these posters, and we want to, show how proud we are of our language. But that's not what's going to revitalize our language for the long term. That's not what's going to preserve the depth of the stories, of the worldview that's embedded in our language. We need to document. We need to work with those mother tongue speakers, those primary speakers, while we still have them. We have some amazing language learners that are very passionate and they're doing amazing work. But if all of a sudden they became our experts, the ones that had the most knowledge, so much of the depth of our stories, of our worldview would be lost. So I'm saying this because I think we have an opportunity. We're getting funding, finally. It's not nearly enough, but we're getting funding finally to do this work. And I'm just so passionate about best practices and using the opportunity that we have now while we still have it. So that's all I want to say today is we're all passionate and dedicated to this work. Let's not go home and do this separately. Let's work together. Let's find those opportunities to all work for a future where our kids and grandkids can be fluent in Michif and can tell new stories and know the old stories. Marcy.
Okay, just a quick round of applause again for President Smith, Minister Harriet, and Director Blondeau. So some good insights about what's happening, right? How do we get our directors talking to each other and starting to share that? We're pretty virtual in all kinds of spaces now. I think we could do that. going to invite Tasha to come on up. And we've got next presentation is Tasha Cloutier from Heritage Canada, implementing Indigenous languages. Again, I'd like you to open your brochure and see her bio at the back. I'm trying to minimize my airtime so that our speakers can have their full time. And we'll get Tasha to come and tell us what she's been up to.
I don't know how to use Apple computers very well, so if you'll just bear with me for a second while I pull out my presentation. I think it's here.
There's the mouse pad instead of using my stubby fingers here. Hang on. Someone's coming to my rescue. Yeah. That's right, that button. Okay. Well, that took a long time. Not very seamless, I apologize. Okay, so, my name is Tasha Cloutier, and in my day job, I am the Director of Indigenous Relations at the Department of Canadian Heritage. And sometimes you'll hear that called PCH, and before I went to work there, I had no idea what that meant. And what it means is Patrimoine Canadien Canadian Heritage. It's a bilingual acronym for our department, just in case. It's like a little tidbit, insider information. But I'll talk about my job in a minute, but I think I'd rather address you by telling you who I am as a person, because I think that's more important. And I just want to say that, sitting here this morning and listening to Dr. Truer and listening to the presentations, hearing Norm speak Michif again. Norm's the first person I ever heard speak Michif in person. I've got a giant lump in the middle of my throat. And so my name is Tasha Cloutier, but I was born Tasha Paul, and I'm from the Wolastoqey Nation, which is in New Brunswick. Our language is called the Wolastoqey-Wagan. The root of all that, Woolastook, is our water. The St. John River, it was renamed the St. John River, but that is the heartbeat of our nation, is our water, like a lot of Indigenous people across Canada. And our language is also quite endangered. We have maybe a few dozen speakers left, many of whom are quite elderly. And so listening to all of this is very invigorating for me, but it also leaves me with a giant lump in the middle of my throat as I think about this in the context, in my own context. I did learn my language a little bit growing up. We had an elementary school program, which was the first of its kind, and we learned, simple phrases, songs. But what I found I took away from that most was a sense of who I am as a Wolastoqey Apit woman. And so, all these little programs that people think might be, not making a big difference or not super significant can, like I was listening to Mallory talk about her language camp, about the MNBC language camp. Teaching youth a sense of identity, I think, and a sense of pride in their culture is where everybody gets started. It's where you first get that spark and that pride in who you are, and that's what really pushes you forward and compels you to learn your language. But hearing Dr. Truer talk this morning about how, he graduated from university and he's like, nope, I'm not going into the rat race of a career. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna learn my language first. I had that really just hit me like a ton of bricks, because we're all adults now and we all have responsibilities and families, and being able to just sort of launch yourself into the language can feel really daunting and impossible. But it's not, and I loved the video that MNBC played about, how there's no shame in learning now. And that, for me, I was reminded that the best time to plant a tree was 20 or 30 years ago, but the next best time is today. So that's a little bit about me and why I am so pleased, really, and proud to be here today.
Also about the Métis Nation, I'm from New Brunswick, from the Wolastoqey Nation, which is very akin to the Mi'kmaq. They're our neighbors. And growing up, I had never heard the word Métis, and I didn't know what the Métis Nation was until I moved to Ontario. And I didn't have any exposure to the Métis Nation until I started working in Crown Indigenous Relations, and I was working on the permanent bilateral mechanisms. So I met many Métis people, many Métis leadership, elders, youth. I met President Caron when she was a youth representative. And I've always been I felt a lot of respect and love for your nation, and I have nothing but amazing things to say about the experiences I've had with every Métis person I've ever met. And that's not my presentation. I don't care. I have to say these things. I have to express myself because you're going to find my presentation pretty bureaucratic. And I'm going to rewrite it. But, you know, it is the best way for me to convey the information about what we're doing at Canadian Heritage and why it matters. And what's happening on an international level too, but I'll get to that. So the purpose of my presentation is to provide you with an overview of the work that's being done to implement the Indigenous Languages Act, and also to give you a sense of what's happening on an international level through the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which is slated to take place between 2022 and 2032. So this is a slide. Again, I told you it's bureaucratic, but it's a slide that will give you an idea of some of the purposes of the Indigenous Languages Act. The Act received royal assent in 2019, which coincidentally was also the International Year of Indigenous Languages. The purpose is, and these are the words I use every day, to support Indigenous nations in the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of their languages. It was the first time through a piece of legislation that Indigenous languages were recognized as a Section 35 constitutional right for First Nation, Métis, and Inuit. The Act's intention is to facilitate meaningful opportunities for collaboration on policy development. It established for the first time the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. So that is a standalone independent oversight body that will be responsible for reporting on the work that the Government of Canada is doing, that nations are doing to ensure the vitality of Indigenous languages. I'll speak a little more about OSIL, that's what we call it, a little later. To facilitate cooperation with Indigenous governments, organizations, and their provincial and territorial governments, and the governing members in the case of the Métis Nation. Importantly, to establish the provision of adequate, and this is in the Act, adequate, sustainable, and long-term funding for language revitalization initiatives. It outlines all federal departments' role in providing access to services in Indigenous languages, and this is a big piece primarily. I'm sure it is for some of your communities as well, but for the Inuit, when you think about like Nunavut, for example, you know, where the majority of the people that are there speak Inuktitut. And so the provision of federal services is going to be a big piece for all of the distinctions moving on. And it also requires some review. There's a 3-year parliamentary review that just finished. It was posted on the web. If anybody wants links or wants to talk to me about the things that I say, by all means approach me because I'm going to be here for the next couple of days. And an independent review every 5 years. So in 2025, I believe, we will be consulting with the nations, consulting with the Indigenous Languages Commissioner about launching an independent review of the Act to make sure that it's operating as it should, that there aren't any changes or things that need to be discussed with respect to the Act. It's a checkup. It's like a 5-year checkup to make sure the Act is functioning properly. And that's conducted by an independent reviewer. So that more to come on that, but that's something that I think my shop at Heritage will be working on quite a bit coming up. So as I mentioned, OSIL, the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. The office is an independent entity, and it is arm's length from the Government of Canada with a mandate to support the efforts of the Métis Nation and all other nations to reclaim, revitalize, maintain, and strengthen, I literally say that in my sleep, Indigenous languages. Eventually, they will be set up to facilitate disputes, facilitate and try to find resolution to disputes and complaints with respect to the Government of Canada's funding for this work, and other programs or agreements that relate to Indigenous languages, and to make sure Canada is meeting its obligations under the legislation. They will also be responsible to promote public awareness of the richness and diversity of Indigenous languages, and support innovative projects and the use of new technologies in Indigenous language education and revitalization. Just recently, they posted, OSIL has posted a call for proposals for innovation and research. So I invite you to check out their website. Perhaps you'll have some ideas and you'll want to submit proposals for funding there. Under the Act, the OSIL, the office, must provide an annual report. And they just did that. They've done that twice now. In the first year, I mean, think about it, a commission, first time, didn't exist. They spent the first year and a half of their time like really ramping up their operations, writing policies, getting computers, offices. So it's been quite a significant undertaking for them. And their second year, hang on a second. Their second year report was just released a couple of weeks ago. I don't think it's on their webpage yet, but it will be. It was tabled in Parliament and the Senate. Very bureaucratic. But it will be posted on the web for you to read. So you could just sort of bring yourself up to speed about what OSIL's doing and what they plan to do in the future. How it works is their board is comprised of the Indigenous Languages Commissioner, who's Ron Ignace, and there are also 3 directors that are all appointed through governor and council appointments, and they have a 5-year tenure. And so it'll be soon, within the next few years, that we'll be looking at how they will be replaced and what that process will look like. I think this is exciting. So, more storytelling. I started working in this position 5 months ago. I've done all kinds of different things in my career in the federal government, and I won't go into my resume, but I'll tell you that arriving thank you. Thanks, Sharon. Arriving at the Indigenous Languages Branch in Heritage was such a really pleasant thing for me, you know, to move into this branch where everyone is really living the mandate. I mean that, and you can take that to heart. Everyone that I work with lives the mandate. My director general is Paul Pelletier, and I don't know how many of you have ever met him, but he is committed, very committed to not only, you know, the successful implementation of the Act, he's committed to putting as much control in the hands of the partners as he possibly can. He advocates for this every day, and he demands that excellence from us. Believe that. So when I got there, you know, when the Act was implemented, and this was before my time, Canadian Heritage was working very collaboratively with partners from the Métis, First Nation, and Inuit nations to develop distinctions-based funding models. And so how important is that, you know? I mean, like just willy-nilly funding to various languages, you know, no, like this is distinctions-based and ensuring that the money and the control goes into partners' hands. And that includes launching a new Métis funding model, which will support your autonomy as a nation over funding and decision-making. We've introduced new flexible arrangements to support longer-term funding, because I mean, I don't think anyone here who's worked in grants and contributions with the government knows what a vicious cycle that is, you know, to make an application every year, receive your funding later in the year, you know, have to spend it all, report on it, you know, in 1 year cycles. So, you know, we're starting now to ramp up our first 5-year agreements. So that'll give the nations an opportunity to really plan. You know, I see MNBC, I heard you guys spoke before me, but, you know, putting a 10-year plan in place. Well, this will support your capacity to be able to, keep that going, because one of the biggest concerns that I hear in my few months on the job is continuity, and how important you can't start and stop learning this language, any language, based on financial cycles. So all of this provides a greater responsiveness to the needs and the very unique needs of Michif and all its dialects, which I'm still learning about too, like Southern Michif, Northern Michif, so I look forward to learning more through this conference about the differences and what that looks like. So in the United Nations Declaration Act and Action Plan, and under the Indigenous Languages Act, there's the first time it starts talking about federal institutions having the capacity, and if there's sufficient demand, to provide services in an Indigenous language. So the Act is enabling regulations on federal services to be developed, and my colleague Amanda Shannon in Indigenous Languages Branch has started the important work on services to ensure, the use and vitality of a language, that it's meeting the needs, the linguistic needs of a specific group, community, or people, or a federal institution. And so in the this is so federal, I'm sorry, but I know it's important to you. In the United Nations Declarations Act, the action plan was released on June 21st this year, and there is a commitment in it for our department to advance access to services. So expect to hear more on that moving forward, and start thinking for your own unique communities what that might look like. In 2021-22, one thing that I think our branch is really good at doing is establishing working groups and being part of them, and just maintaining not only grassroots collaboration, but also at the federal level, like rallying the other government departments to sort of start thinking about the Indigenous Languages Act and how it applies to them. So we launched an interdepartmental, that means all the different departments, Assistant Deputy Minister Steering Committee, so federal, it's a committee on services. So that committee is many different departments and agencies, and it's going to start to discuss and guide the implementation of service access to continue to implement the spirit and intent of the Act. So the next few slides are going to focus on the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So in 2019, like I had mentioned before, that was the International Year of Indigenous Languages. At that time, internationally, Indigenous people were expressing a real desire that the international community work together to seek better outcomes on an international level for languages, and advocated for there to be a whole decade dedicated to Indigenous language revitalization. And Norm spoke a little bit about that this morning. So on December 18th, 2019, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the year of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages, which started last year and will continue through to 2032. So, trying to stabilize the work that was done in 2019 for the year, the intention is to sort of mobilize stakeholders and resources around the world for coordinated action on Indigenous languages, to bring it to the forefront of the world discussion. So in 2020, the committee from the year set its objectives, governance structure, and areas of action to prepare for the decade, with the two main objectives being to draw attention to critical Indigenous language loss around the world, and the need to stabilize and promote and revitalize languages, and to take urgent steps to do that work both at the national and international levels. This next slide has a lot of words in it. But the upshot is that the lead agency for the decade is UNESCO, and I didn't even know what that acronym stood for until a couple weeks ago. It's the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. So in 2021, for the decade, the UNESCO created a global task force, which has representation across multiple countries to ensure the equitable participation of stakeholders like you in the decade, and to provide guidance and preparation and planning to monitor what is called the Global Action Plan. So the decade has a global action plan published by UNESCO. And on the Global Task Force, and Norm mentioned that this morning, my DG Paul Pelletier is the Canada representative, and the 3 representatives for the distinctions are Siksik Melody Laval, sorry, I haven't met her yet, an Inuktitut Policy Advisor at NTI in Nunavut. Your own Glenn McCallum, President of Métis Nation Saskatchewan, and Richard Kistabish from Abitiwini First Nation in Quebec. So those are the 3 distinctions-based representatives on the task force. I'm getting to how it's a very global, sort of overview of what's going on, but eventually it'll get relevant at the more grassroots level. So the Global Action Plan for the decade is something that was created, like I said, by the UNESCO. And so it included members from various the steering committee, Indigenous people, 2 reps from Canada, experts, representatives, so a bunch of really good people in the know got together to create the Global Action Plan. And there were online consultations, regional dialogues. This is just more of a background about how the action plan was created. And it ended up being tabled at the 41st UNESCO General Conference in 2021. And at the time, and here's where it's relevant, it suggested that each country have its own action plan, and that, there could also be regional components to that plan. So now it's getting a little bit more, we're getting a little spicier here. Hang on. This slide, seriously. No, wrong one, hang on. Maybe I'm not advancing like I should be here. In fact, I've completely lost control. Just a sec. My kids go nuts when I try to use touchscreen when there's no touchscreen. I'm such an old lady. Hang on. My son said, I'm gonna lose my mind if you do that again, Mom. There. I don't even think I've been changing the slides for the last who knows how long. But this one makes me laugh a bit because there's a lot of information on it. And honestly, I would just as soon circulate this deck for you all to take a closer look, because really it's an overview of the proposed global action plan for UNESCO. But basically the mission is to ensure that languages are preserved, revitalized, and promoted across all socio-cultural, economic, environmental, and political domains. So, like I said, I won't get into too much on that one. I'd rather get into, the work that we're doing on a monthly basis with the Métis Nation. So the National Action Plan, so that'd be Canada's action plan. So we've got a good draft going on this plan. We've shared it with our representatives of the Métis Nation. As part of the Act's implementation, we have something called the Joint Implementation Steering Committee. So Heritage and First Nation, Métis, and Inuit partners sit at this table. We call it JISC. And so we've been working on our Canada's action plan for the decade. But what we've also done is we've invited the representatives to create their own regional action plans or distinctions-based action plans. And so I find these slides are so heavy. Hang on. I'd rather circulate this deck, but just more to talk about the fact that, Canada's creating its own action plan to sort of, with pillars that essentially are there to support the 3 distinctions in advancing the decade on their own terms, in their own way. And so Heritage co-chairs with the Métis National Council, something called the Métis Languages or Michif Languages Technical Table, MLTT we call it. And I'd just like to ask anybody here who's part of the MLTT to stand up or has ever been part of it. Yay, hello. So the governing members and the Les Femmes Michif participate in this table with us monthly. They gave a lot of input on the preparation of this conference, but they're also just starting to talk about the development of a Métis Nation action plan for the decade. So I encourage you to speak to the folks that just stood up. Sorry to put you on the spot, but you know, if you want to learn more about the action plan or you know what, like we're still in the early phases of its development, but I haven't heard an update recently, but I do believe that this is something that the Métis Nation is working on collaboratively through the governing members and the Michif Languages Technical Table. I'm over caffeinated, just so you know. I'm on a time change and I'm nervous. So I'm here for a couple of days. If I'm sorry, I like literally either didn't show you parts of my slides, but I don't love slideshows. But there's a lot of great information in it, and I encourage you to obtain a copy of it. It's on this laptop, and I'll ask maybe Dan. Dan, you can make sure somebody from the MNC can make sure that my deck gets distributed. And I'm here for questions, so thank you very much, and I'm sorry for my rambling. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Tasha. And we're now going to do, first of all, I want everybody to stand. If you can stand, I want you to stand. I promised that we'd do some shake your sillies out. So everybody put your right hand in the air. Stretch as high as you can. Reach your left hand down your leg, down your chair. Put your left hand in the air. Put your right hand down as far as you can reach. Touch your nose. Oh, some of you are still sleepy. Some of you are listening. Okay, now turn all the way around. Get the blood going. Yeah, you can spin your hands in the air. Okay, we're going to do some table talk now, and I want you to be alive and well, and then we're going to feed you. So pick a note taker right now. Who's your note taker? Delegate people. Someone take charge, hand that. There's a little pile of papers on your table. Everybody see the pile of papers with the pen on their table? You hand that right over to your note taker. And there are questions on there. And we're going to give you about 15 minutes to have a chat about those. So this is a quick and fast feedback, okay? Everybody got a note? Note takers, put your hands up. Note takers, there's one. Everybody, no. Patrick, who's your note taker? Oh, we've got one. You've got one. Far table, you've got one. Okay, everybody has a note taker. I'd like you to pick up the notepad and I want you to have a chat. 5 minutes on each question. How do you experience Métis language in your home, community, and life today? Question number 1, go. Okay, hoping everybody got a chance to weigh in on that. If you haven't moved on to question number 2, move on to question number 2. When, where, and how do you want to speak and share Métis languages in the future? Okay, you can move into question number 3. And I'll read it out loud in case we have people online listening. Where, when, and how do you want to see and hear Métis languages in the future? So 5 minutes.
Chin, can you ask one of our elders to say a blessing on the food for us? That's what we're doing right now. Okay.
Thank you. Hello. We're just going to get our elder to bless a food and get us going before we go for lunch. I'll stand with you.
Yeah, we'll stand with you. God, our Creator, we ask for blessing on this gathering. Bless all who had gathered here. Keep their families safe and healthy. Bless our elders. Give them long lives, for we need their wisdom. Keep our children of the right path so they grow up tall and strong. Bless all those who are sick in our community and families. Bring them hope, good health, and healing. May the Lord give us blessings for the food we're about to receive. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, folks, please feel free to get some lunch and to continue Kyoge Win at your table. And notice there are 2 flip charts for you to put down your best thoughts. People are shy about being the elder.
Buddy with those shoes.
I noticed them.
Aren't they bitchin'?
Aren't they bitchin'?
What's that? My son, his pointy silver shoes.
They're like pointy and nice.
He's standing there, the blonde hair. He's got very pointy shoes that are very shiny. Oh, does he? Yeah. I was like, those are what I call bitchin', Josh.
Hello. Hello. We can have the mics off for lunch, please, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Marilyn.
People are hearing our gossip.
That's it. Pasta.
had one of those delicious little tiny donut things. They're so small, right? They must be harmless. If you walk really fast back to your chair, there are hardly any calories. You want to grab yourself a drink, get yourself snuggled in. We're going to have a couple of presentations before our next break. Again, I just want to remind you that we've got flip charts set up that I would love to invite you to put some information on. The MNC will be gathering your thoughts from today. We picked up the comment cards from before lunch, and we'll keep your thoughts going here. I hope you had some really good visits over lunch. I had some great visits over lunch. And I think we're going to be ready to jump back in here. Thank you so much for sticking close. I guess the upside of having a conference when there's a snowstorm is, you know, you just can't go very far. So thank you for coming back so promptly. We've heard from some great speakers already. We've heard some things that are happening in your communities. And we are going to hear now about, you know, what happens when language gets revitalized and why there's well-being in that. I think one of the interesting conversations that we could have is about what it does to ourselves and each other when we have that kind of work that changes us, and that we know that our natural laws are folded into our language. So that makes language revitalization important on levels that we aren't even talking about, actually. So we're going to start this afternoon with Dale McCreary, and again, Dale's bio's in the package, and right after Dale, we're going to invite Dan Cardinal up, and we're going to listen to their experiences of working with language in their own lives and in our community. So if you could welcome Dale with me, thank you.
Tahan chika kyo kiwa. Boy, metnisi bon chuap maik. Delma Kurindish Nakashon, Hazelden BC Ndoshti, Negwa, Amichifnia. My name's Dale McCreary. I think I have met the majority of you in the past, although not everybody. And it's a real privilege. Oh my goodness, I hadn't even seen you yet. Hello. It's really a privilege to be here talking to you guys today. Before I begin, I'll just say this was the week from hell. I hit a car 2 hours out of Bella Coola, so a $1,000 tow ride, and then a U-Haul and a trailer to bring the car to Alberta. The tow truck hit another deer. And instead of doing the final preparation, which I'd been planned on doing very leisurely over the course of the past 5 days, I've been doing auto body and replacing the front end of my car. So I'm going to be a little bit more disjointed than I was intending. Though I do tell people, if I have to sleep on the side of the road, I'm a midship, I have a license for it. So I'd start with a bit of a story. So when I was younger, I never realized it until long after he'd passed away, but my grandfather played a really large role in raising me. My father, when times were good, my father was working hard so that we could get a little bit ahead. And when times were bad, he was working hard so that we wouldn't lose everything. And so I was able to spend a lot more time with my grandfather than I was with my father. Picking mushrooms, and you know, as a kid, there were all these words that I would hear that I wouldn't really know. I thought they were English, you know, ashtamkiauta, you know, all these things. It was only later that I realized that this was not English. And my grandfather actually had been a Cree speaker when he was younger. Now, time went on. I found myself, when I was 19, I actually started working as a language teacher. I've been a language teacher of one language or another for almost 20 years. I've worked in immersion nests, I've worked in preschools, I've worked teaching at the university level, I currently teach K through 12, although not grades 4 and 5, someone else teaches them. I found myself in Victoria, and I was feeling really down. My grandfather had passed away the year before, and I was realizing how much I missed him, and I was feeling quite depressed. It was right about that time that I heard that there was going to be a Michif language conference. My grandfather talked to me about that, and I was really missing him, and I thought, you know what? Who really needs to study for finals the week before exams? I'm gonna go to this conference instead. And I went to the Michif language conference that was held in Harrison Hot Springs there in southern BC. And it was there that I met, I believe I met Norman there, and I remember there was, I think George Fleury might have been there as well, and I met Heather and a number of other people. And out of it, I got the opportunity to be a part of a mentor-apprentice program. And when I look back on all of this, and I look at why I got into learning to speak my language, why I got into learning to speak Michif, really it boiled down to the fact that I was missing my grandfather. And to put it more clearly, he was a big part of who I was. He was a big part of how I saw myself. He was a big part of my identity. And I suspect that for everybody here, in some respects, our families are a part of our identity, and that connection to the language of our families is a part of our identity. And if I were to ask you guys, why are we here talking and interested in learning language? Why do we value this? I'm going to guess that it has to do with our identity. Now, the truth is that for many people, learning a language is about more than just becoming a speaker. But this isn't really often stated clearly. I remember about a decade ago when I started really looking into the impact of learning language on health. I started trying to find out if people had been talking about this, and I would like, what is the goal of language revitalization? What is our end goal? And all of these people gathering together, the hundreds of people who devote their lives to teaching younger people, to sharing their language, to sharing their culture, why are we doing this? And you know what I found? I found a few different places where it would say things like, the goal of language revitalization is intermediate fluency. I thought, that's not even in the same world. That's totally missing the point. People think of our goals as being a certain level of proficiency or a certain number of speakers, but really our goals are related to giving people something that we understand that they need, that we realize has been a blessing for us. So the stories, the connection, my culture, the stories that I got from my grandfather, from my mother, from other members of my family, have been instrumental in me being able to live a healthy life. The stories of the trials that my family has faced, the stories of the things that we have overcome. Last night, my brother doesn't really know these stories as well, and he asked me to come over and visit his kids, and we pulled them up to the kitchen table, ripped them away from their tablets very cruelly, and sat down and told the history of like our great-grandmother and great-great-grandmother and their experiences at residential school and running away, and the history of the family, and all of a sudden they started to pay attention. They're like, really? That's what Granny Annie did? I'm like, yeah. And then Granny Annie's cousin went here, and so. And these stories, I want to share them with my family because they matter. And now I'm talking a lot and not looking at my notes, which means I'm going to start covering everything that I've been planning to say in out of order. So at some point I'll have to rehash, and I'll probably be like a minute of silence. Let's see. Now, the reality is that there are many, many youth in our community, many children, many people who do not feel that connection that I believe I was raised with. They don't have, for many of them, being Métis is something that somebody told them once. And this is not just for our nation, this is for many different communities. My experience has primarily been working as a language teacher in First Nations communities in the Nukhalk Nation. And the same challenges apply. For many youth, their sense of identity is not a concrete whole. Their sense of identity is fragmented, and it's bits and pieces that we grab together, and we hold them too dearly because we don't understand their connection. And at times they become a burden rather than a blessing. At other times, they become the one thing that helps us get through a difficult situation. But what is definitely true is that for many people, our identity as Métis people, rather than being who we are, becomes a little bit of who we are, and we're not able to really grasp it. Now, when people look back at how this happened, how did we go from being people who were, you could say, like Lords of the Prairies, or people in strong, independent communities, people who got together as a nation practically every year over multiple situations. How did we end up where our youth hardly know who they are and don't know who they are related to and understand almost nothing of our history and culture? We can look back in the past century and a half of colonialism. For different communities, this has manifested itself very differently, but there are an awful lot of generalities. So over the past, I hate to say this word, decade, I've been looking at this. Really, why do we learn language? And my belief is that we teach language, we engage in language because we care about the well-being of youth, the well-being of future generations. So I'm just going to ask by show of hands, how many of you guys have ever worked with a youth program? Yeah. How many of you have ever worked with education? Now, I don't need to tell you guys that people don't work in education because they hate kids. How many of you managed to work more than 1 year in education? No. How many of you, let's keep on some more relevant questions. How many of you have spent time trying to learn to speak your language? How many of you have felt bad about yourselves after not having the success you wanted? Yeah? How many of you have managed to get back on the bike 2 or 3 times? Yeah? So you can tell it's an emotional roller coaster. It's up and down, but the reality is going through our history that we have over the past year, be it residential school for some families, be it extreme poverty for others, be it all kinds of different challenges, institutional racism, lack of access to education, having to just suck it up and accept what's going on around you, has had a major impact on who we are. And when people look back on this, when I look back on this, I spent a lot of time interviewing people, older people, about their experiences growing up and the impact that their lives and the lives of their parents had on them. I especially focused on people who had attended residential school because it's sort of like all of these processes purified or in a compressed way. So I would talk to people and they would say things like, we were never allowed to ask why, or we were never allowed to speak our language. And I asked questions, I read interviews, I read a lot of people's autobiographies, I read through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission on language, and over with all of these different things, a lot of key themes kept on coming up. Now, what I found was that people's ability to communicate with each other was curtailed. People's sense of being able to speak up for themselves was squashed. People's sense of having any agency over their own lives was destroyed, either through extreme poverty or through aggressive, just trying to stop people. And there were a whole host of really disempowering impacts to people's identities. New stories came into who we are. Rather than being people who own ourselves, for many people, our lived realities became one of people who were owned. Now you're not really an audience where I have to talk into depth about the impacts of colonialism. We understand that it's impacted people in a negative way. What I do want to say is that for many people, it's hard to get up and say, I have a really bad relationship with my dad and he drank all the time. And that's probably a result of the fact that he couldn't talk about anything important because he learned not to because he was made fun of whenever he tried to speak about something that mattered. That's a hard thing for people to make a jump to. But what's easy is to say, Grandma spoke our language and I don't. It's easy to say, my family was a healthy community speaking Michif or Cree or whatever, and I don't. And people look at this and they say, all of these challenges with language, without language, if I bring language back, that's going to fix things. Now, obviously, we can say that this is kind of placing too much hope on language. This is asking language to do things that it can't, yet at the same time, there's a lot of good reasons for people to think this way. There's been studies in British Columbia that said when communities start trying to teach their language, not even successful, just through small courses with nobody actually succeeding, suicide rates dropped by a massive amount, bigger than all other things put together. In Alberta, there were studies that said for people who spoke their language in the Cree and Métis communities, diabetes was lower. In fact, the impact of language was significantly greater than poverty. to where poverty was not even a statistically significant, but language was. So there's reasons to understand why language matters, but what is the connection? So for me, that's the question I've been asking. What is the connection between speaking our language, between being healthy people, and if we are, and with that connection there, recognizing that all of you people are people who have been teachers, who have been workers, working for youth, who are invested in future generations and the health of our community, we realize that we are doing this for a reason. That reason being, I believe, to be the well-being and the vitality of our community and our youth. That is going to impact how we teach. So in order to, I'll step back before I cough again. You're just lucky I didn't sneeze. My daughter gets scared, and or she'll hear me sneeze over at the school when she's over at preschool, and she'll yell from the playground, "Daddy!" Let's see. Here's that 30-second break I was talking about. Let's see. All right. Wait. So, no, I've already kind of talked about that as well. I just looked at you guys and you inspired me, so I just started talking. Now, a lot of the things that I've said are generalizations, but I think the trend is what is important. Now, when we talk about the impact of a traumatic history, it's not all the same. The Jewish people went through the Holocaust, and what they did was give up their language for a new one. That was their choice. It was a very different response than our nation. The Gaelic-speaking people of Nova Scotia lost their language as a result of Canadian government policy in the 50s, yet I've never been able to find research about the health impacts of that. It seems like it was, oh, thank you. It was very different. So the impacts are very specific. So I felt I need to understand the specific impacts. And then I need to understand what is our goal in well-being. When I ask people, what do we think it means to be healthy? Does this mean we want all of our youth to be able to, pass the president's physical fitness exam sort of thing that we used to have in school? Obviously, each community has a specific understanding of what it means to be healthy. In the community where I live and work, people talk about being saliwa. The idea of having the education, the knowledge you need to have a vision, having the resources you need to fill it out, and having the family supports to ensure that you have access to resources to do it. This is how people would talk about being well-being. It gives you purpose, it gives you goal. When I talk to many Métis people, when I look to a lot of the Métis stories and the stories of my family, and I look for goals in them, the main goals in a lot of my family stories seem to be, this helps you understand why grandma and grandpa are so messed up so you can still be friends with them. Which I think is really important. But other stories like Norman, I've really always appreciated the stories of your grandmother, the 2 or 3 that you've shared with me. In particular, the one about, Le Bon Dieu, how he created the Métis nation, how there was a circle, un rond, and how to each nation he gave their language, and then to complete the circle, there was a gap, and he placed the Métis nation there to complete the circle. And stories like these give you a sense of purpose. What is my purpose? To connect people, to build relationships, to do these things. But regardless, that's kind of a discussion for another time, mostly because I only have 45 minutes. But it's clear that as a community, we have our own understanding of what well-being is for our community. I loved what Patrick said earlier about telling your stories and knowing the stories of those who come before. How many people, this is one of the biggest challenges I face as a language teacher, is that I'll have a class of students and I'll ask them to say something and they're all too nervous. And they're too nervous to talk to each other, and these are people who are related to each other. And so building people's ability to actually tell their own story is an incredibly important challenge. So, let's see. Maybe I'll just finish with my introduction. I don't know if I told you guys, I'm a I'm Métis. Let's see, and okay, here's some relevant background. About 15 to 20 years ago, I went to Manitoba after that conference I told you guys, and I got to be in a mentor-apprentice program with Grace Zoldy, Norman Fleury, Verna de Montigny, Harvey Peltier, and a couple others, Rita Flamand. And following that, we did 200 or 300 hours of recordings, which I think a lot of learners now have access to. And after that, I was asked to come and do similar work for some other nations in British Columbia where I live. And so I did some 450 hours of recordings with the last speaker of the Squamish language in Clemtu on the coast of BC. And following that, I was asked to come to Bella Coola, where I did 1,000 or more hours of recording with elders there over the past number of years, until all of the elders who were able to work with the language passed away. Following that, or during that, I started working, teaching adults the language there, basically sharing what I was, because of my experience with Métis, I was able to bring that knowledge to these other communities and show them what comprehensive documentation looked like. Because what happens is that for many people, they say, we have our words, we have our dictionary, what else is there to do? And people know there's more, but they're not sure how to put their finger on it. And so having done this work, I can show people how to do it. And so when I came to where I live now, I gradually progressed from doing documentation to being a bad language teacher for adults, to being a bad language teacher for kids, to slowly improving to where now I think I'm a middling language teacher after a decade of experience. And I'm hoping that I'll be the teacher I want to be by the time I retire. But over that time, I've spent 2 years working in an immersion language nest. I've spent a number of years teaching elementary, teaching high school, teaching adults. I've taught ESL in Russia and Rwanda and Korea. And so some of this experiences I'll be drawing on. Okay. What do we want for our children? All right, so right now I'm gonna summarize what my findings were when I started asking what it was that I wanted for youth to have in their identity. We all know, every community knows that we want our youth to know these things, we want our youth to have these things. My question was more like, what do I want young people to have if I want them to have an identity that's going to help them live a life and a practice of well-being in their own lives, on their own terms. You know, I don't want to make cookie cutter copies of us unless those cookie cutter copies are just as grumpy and able to make their own choices as we are. So, first and foremost, I think, I'm just gonna see if I can make this. Is there a way that I can make this slide big on this thing so I can read it here? I'll just look back. I want people to have, actually, I know that I printed it off right here. We're good. So the first thing that I want youth to have is the power to speak. And people who don't have the power to speak are unable to tell their own stories. If you don't tell your own stories, you really have a very hard time developing a sense of self. How many of you guys have read, say, Tom King, or listened to people talk about, you know, the relevance of stories in our identity? You know, the truth about stories is what we are. And when I started looking into how our identities were created, I got into a body of research called narrative identity. And in this, they talked about how, you know, all of the stories that we have, we turn them into, all of our experiences, we turn them into stories and narratives. Eventually, we use those as tools to understand and relate and view ourselves in the world. But the thing is, and those stories can vary in a number of ways. Some of them can be stories that put us as the person in control, or our communities as people who can do things. Other stories could be the opposite and place us in a position of being powerless. Some stories give us courage, some stories give us community, other stories cut us out. Some stories can be full of contamination. I mean, I've heard a lot of older stories where at the end of the story, racism was a key theme, and it wasn't to talk about our resilience, it was to talk about, well, that's why good things don't happen to us. Not that there's anything totally wrong, but if all your stories are that way, something beyond, you're holding yourself back. So The thing is, when it comes time for young people to create their identities, it isn't just enough for us to have experiences and then those experiences turn into identity. You have to have experiences and then you have to be able to put those experiences into words. A lot of kids who grew up in difficult situations, their parents don't speak to each other, they don't speak to their parents. What you end up is with young people who don't have a very strong sense of self because they haven't even put their experiences into structure to then structure their lives around them. Now, when you tell your stories, it's a lot more effective to tell your story to somebody who loves you and is listening than it is to tell your story to the mirror. And this is a massive impact that happens. So I want our young people to have people who are listening to them in the context of real relationships where they can start these conversations. And you can't just tell stories in a vacuum. Every community I've been to has its own way of telling stories, its own way of relating events. And so you have to have examples of people telling stories around you. And we all know, like, I love, sorry to pick on you, Norman, but I loved your story of the line contest. You know, like the fact that Métis people would get together to tell stories, not, you know, for different purposes. The idea of gathering together and sharing stories is like guys gathering together and telling stories about doing dumb things with cars. Or I know I've connected to at least 5 of you today over my traumatic experience driving down here this morning and last night. I think I probably could connect with anybody who drove in the last day. But the reality is that these examples are also very important. Young people have to see examples of people telling their stories. Now, when our children and youth have these examples, they have these opportunities, they feel a stronger sense that their community has the power to speak for them. And the stronger they feel this, the more they are willing and able to take part in it. So this means not just people, but communities have to be speaking. Communities have to be doing things. And this is why community-led language revitalization is so important. Because young people say, language is cool, but oh my goodness, my community is doing language revitalization. My community thinks this matters. I guess my community matters. Because my community thinks it. And this is one of the first key places where language revitalization makes a big difference to the well-being of youth, is because it tells people that we as a community believe that there is something about us that matters enough to put an effort into it. Now, the identity that our youth build through this process of telling stories has an impact. It builds their sense of community and their connection to place, to each other. It encourages them to tell stories of who they are that include their voice, and it helps them become part of their community's voice. Things like, I noticed later on we're going to be having a youth panel. You know, this is a key part in all of this. It's giving people a chance to play a role in being the voice of our community. Telling stories like this, our youth become resilient. They learn how to turn negative experiences into learning experiences for them and for their peers. And telling stories in this healthy way, surrounded by loving people with examples of how to put yourself in the driver's seat in your community, helps them build their voice, their sense of self further, and build their sense of connection and belonging with their family. And for the last people that I was talking to this in my own community, with their territory, with the places they inhabit. Now, as a nation, we've been spread all over the place. And I often tell people, when people ask, I met somebody saying, how do I know if somebody's really a Métis? Do I ask them what reserve they come from, or what community they come from? And I thought about that, and I was like, that works for some people, but really, you ask them what family they're from. So in some respects, we have a different understanding of connections, but we have our own connections that we find really valuable. Now, for me, I really need the next generation to have an identity that pushes them to not stop telling stories, to not stop making sense of things, even when they think that they know enough. Lifelong learning, lifelong engagement. And this is something that I love about language learning. How many people swore that they would never take another course or learn anything after high school? Yeah? And I know I've sworn it to myself that after I finish my PhD next month, I'm never doing another course. But the reality is that as we keep on learning language as adults, as we encourage our members to learn language as adults, we are engaging in lifelong learning, and that learning has a massive impact on our flexibility, on our level of engagement, on our willingness and ability to engage and learn in the world. It has an impact. I need the next generation to have an identity that pushes them to use their voices. That's the one I just said. Use their own voice through their whole lives. Let's see. And I also want them to encourage them to not stop reflecting on what's happened to them, to never stop thinking about what stories are being told or pushed on them. Like I said, maintaining a practice of engagement. You know, it's through unthinking acceptance of narratives that we have learned that, you know, we have to fit into other people's molds of who we are. You know, it's through being taught not to question that we have had all kinds of things done to us where they've happened, and later on when we want to question, it's hard. And so we want to teach in a way that leads our young people to always be willing, to always have the strength and the security in their community that they aren't afraid to ask questions and push back and say, well, why are you saying that? Now, I really want the end result to be young people whose stories are comprehensive in their scope and depth. You know, they are relevant to everything they do in their lives. I don't want us to be raising a generation. You know, I feel that our goals are that Métis shouldn't be something that I only do on the once a month Métis potluck. Being a member of my community is not something that I should do when I'm in the woods, but when I'm in the school, I hold a different set of values and principles. This doesn't mean that we don't have all these different identities and perspectives of self, but it means that people need to have that sense of engagement where they talk about the stories you tell in one context and the stories you tell in another context, and we reflect them against each other towards, to where we are gaining strength from our values throughout our lives. And this is something that people have to learn. This is something that we teach, primarily through learning the stories of the past and sharing our own stories, and then having other people share stories that are relevant to that. I believe that people should feel connected to their community through all of their family and community stories and practices. Seasonal on-the-land activities, like for me, berry picking. Now just a question, I was talking to my mother about berry picking and how important it's been for me in my life. And she was talking to one of her friends who had, Métis woman who had also gone to residential school. And she said that was one of the commonalities between her and all of the other Métis kids at residential school, was that all of them found berry picking to be a big part of who they were. How many of you guys have ever, so for some of us, berry picking matters for a lot of us. Okay, I was curious if that was just something that I'd observed or if that was other people's lived experiences as well. Okay, so this is something that I do with my daughter since she was 2 and could barely walk. There's a patch about the size of from me to the corner of the stage where I can go and pick about a quart of wild strawberries about every second day. And I would take her there and very carefully stay between her and the road and pick those. And then as a year, you know, the next year I had my mother tell a story about her and my uncle picking strawberries and canning them. They used to take them to my grandmother and say, can them for us. And she's like, don't you want like bannock with wild strawberries and whipped cream on it? Like, no, can it for winter. This is a 3 and a 4-year-old. Anyways, so many of these stories, now I'm getting off topic, but it's still on topic. Stories that tie our family's history and struggles and strengths to the place we live. You know, so these stories really give us a sense of connection to our family and our community. I want these people, I want all of my youth, my students to feel a sense of belonging and purpose. A purpose through community values and aspirations relating to all of the above. In the same way that all of you have worked with youth, all of you have been involved in education, all of us are motivated. I want my youth to buy into that vision of a strong, resilient, powerful, independent, able to tell their stories generation of people to come. And not just one generation, but the generation after that, and the generation after that, and the generation after that. Can anybody tell me what time it is? 1:35. Okay, so about 10 more minutes. Now, I also want these people to have a sense of security through having the resources that they need to realize these aspirations. And I want them to have the understanding that their community hears them, their community has its own voice, their community values itself and them, and is not afraid to use that voice. And this really means that we're not pushing our identity on our youth, but what we are pushing on them is the power to have their own voice. And we are sharing our stories, which give them the strength to make their own stories, in the hopes that they will find it worthwhile to pass on those stories to ensure that their children also have their own voice. Now, when I talked to you guys earlier about kind of the way in which colonialism has impacted this. What I found really briefly is that, let's see, wrong stack. When I went over all of the different things, interviews I ended up with about 40 pages of specific impacts. And what I found was that people had basically loss of agency over identity. We were now told who was who. We had loss of agency over health. We now went to the hospital rather than working on our own. And many people gave up stewardship over our health and our bodies, which is why we have such a health epidemic, is because people are willing to offload caring about their health to professionals because we don't have a sense of ownership of ourselves. In some respects, the opposite of, loss of agency over livelihood, loss of security, loss of economic security, and a loss of agency over stewardship of lands and resources through displacement. I also found that a loss of communication in general was a very, very common thing that many people talked about. The disruption of the ability to communicate and the imposition of new forms of communication, which lead to a lot of obey me sort of types rather than let's talk this out. Oh my goodness, my grandmother and my grandfather, they would get into a fight, and she was a white lady, and he would try to explain things with a story, and she would say, cut the crap and get to the point. But for him, the only way you cut the crap is by telling the whole story. So it led to endless conflicts, which eventually my grandmother realized that she had to start telling stories as well. Now, so we've also lost a lot of examples of using our voice. We've lost a lot of the work we've done towards meaning making. We've had a loss of the comprehensiveness of our identity. So rather than being Métis, being who we are, it becomes limited to smaller and smaller domains. And the reality is that all of these things I'm talking about have an incredibly direct relevance to language revitalization, language speaking, and language loss. You can see how the way in which we use the language less and less and less is related to this way in which our identities are narrowed to narrower and narrower focuses and narrower contexts. So, I kind of like how I wrote it here. This is like draft 3. I tried to rewrite this thing twice in the midst of fixing my car, and every time I get it half done, and I'll be like, I don't know how to finish this one. Let's throw that one away. Maybe when I just get up there, I'll be able to speak and things will come out clear. All right, so the end result is that our practices have been eroded through laws, replacement with new forms of entertainment, and a lack of time. Traumatic memories and insecurities on the part of many of our community members have narrowed the stories that we have told. As a result, the stories we tell build our sense of who we are today, that we tell to connect ourselves and to build our sense of who we are, connect us to fewer and fewer people. The ever-narrowing scope for story and reflection mean that even when our practices have been maintained, the sense of connection to community that results from this might not be the same. And the impact of legislation on governance have meant that connections between agency, stewardship, seasonal connections, practices have been backgrounded to many other necessary activities like staying alive and staying well. Really, it feels that our communities are losing their ability to be that source of strength for youth right at a time when many of our youth are facing their biggest challenges. So how does this relate to language teaching? I'll give you guys a few examples. Let's see. All right, so when we teach, one of the goals would be to give students the power to speak. How would you do that? Let's go review. How many of you guys know, let's say, total physical response as a teaching method? Have you guys heard of this? How about where are your keys? Total physical response storytelling. task-based language teaching. There's all these kinds. How many of you guys have studied language teaching? Just a bit. So I see quite a few in here. So there are a myriad of different ways of teaching languages. And the reality is that all of us exist someplace along a continuum. There are people on one end of the continuum who, if you say boo to them, they will just cower up. If you ask them to have a conversation with a friend in class, they won't be able to open their voices. And at the other end, you have the most healthy, well-being person who has no problem speaking up for themselves and others, and you can do more or less any activity. Now, one of the things I found is that if I try to do something like task-based language teaching, where I teach the kids the language to use, and then I send them out into the real world to go and do an activity, and maybe I have somebody who works at the counter at the grocery store that they can go talk to, my students can't do that even though they know the language for it. It's nothing to do with their language knowledge. It has to do with their confidence in their voice, with their power to speak. And so what do people do? A lot of teaching and focus on Aboriginal language teaching has focused on methods of learning that don't involve risk. Now, how much risk does it take for you guys if I tell you all, Nipoik, and you stand up, white, pick, and you sit back down? That's not much risk for you. I'm not asking much, am I? You're doing it in conjunction with everybody else, but if I pick on one person and do the same thing, and then I say, tell me about yourself, you're gonna feel put on the spot. And the reality is when it comes time to going from being able to do total physical response to being able to go out and talk in front of a group of people using the same language, it takes a lot of growth and building of a sense of agency and a sense of connection to your community. Time check once more. About 2-3 minutes left, or like 42? All right. So in almost, as a teacher, when I look at these things, I realize that as principals, I can bring them into my teaching at almost every level and every way. I teach K-12, I've taught an immersion, I've taught through mentor-apprentice. All of these different ways, I use different methods for different groups. And one year, this grade might be able to use this method, another year might be able to use another method. But through all of it, when I tell the kids, today we're going to be learning, I'll give a couple examples. So in preschool, I want to give my students a voice. I say, I make their choices matter, right? So I say, do you guys like cats or dogs? If you like cats, go over there, and if you like dogs, go over there. And I ask them, do you like cats or dogs? Oh, I like dogs. Why do you like dogs? And they tell me, and then they go over there. And so they are making a choice, they are acting on that choice, and I am responding to that choice by what I show, by what I do. They matter, their choices matter. I start very young, and by the time they're older, when I ask them to tell a story about themselves, they're able to. When I am doing something like TPR, where it really is literally me giving commands and you obeying about the most, or repeating the zero engagement, the zero risk type, I ask kids to come up and take turns giving the directions. I ask kids, would you like to go now or would you like to go next? Is about respecting people's choices. And when I start using story in my teaching, which is another topic that I could have talked the whole hour on, you realize that, again, how many of you involved in youth work? How many of you have been involved in like adventure-based counseling or any sort of outdoor stuff like that, rediscovery camps, things like this? All of these things involve things like processing after important events. We say if you reflect on something, you learn it. You know how, as Métis people, we reflect on events? In my experience, it's through telling stories about it. So, with that said, there was a last thing that I wanted to say. So, when I look at all the different methods of teaching out there, first, every method can be adapted to help somebody along to where they're able to use a method that builds them up even more aggressively. But there probably are some methods that are the best at connecting us to our communities. I would say mentor-apprentice is probably the best method out there for building young people into connected members of our community. But the reality is that the time for using mentor-apprentice for Southern Michif to actually do significant work was 20 years ago. And that moment is past. I mean, we can do it now, but we don't have the elders, we don't have the resources. My experiences in British Columbia in communities that have gone from 5% of their population as speakers to 1% to one speaker. This is where we are in Southern Michif. We're not, one of our challenges is that in the prairies, there's a number of main languages, and these languages are in such different connections to each other, state of affairs, that people try to draw a correlation between people teaching Cree and people teaching Southern Michif. And they don't realize that there is nothing in common other than the words you're trying to learn. The situation and the level of resources, the number of elders, the types of things that need to be done really are completely different. So what I'm saying today is that all of these different methods of teaching that bring agency and that fight for those goals that I'm talking about, that help build our youth to be the people we want to be tomorrow, the way in which we modify this, all of these things are really going to be far more the way that we're going to be learning and teaching in the future. We already are. The vast majority of Métis learners today are learning online, often through recordings. They only have sporadic access to elders. The reality is right now we need documentation, documentation, documentation. And there are also colonial ways to do documentation where we just focus on getting it. The reality is that there is documentation that can be done in a way that supports building connections between people, that supports building communities, documenting through asking conversations, documenting through sharing Métis knowledge in a simple way, documenting through basically doing documentation in a way that will support the healthy ways of teaching in the future and support people in becoming people who feel connected and a part of their community, because people who are connected and feel a part of their community are people who are able to invite others into that connection. So thank you very much. I tried to leave 15 minutes for questions.
That was so great. Anybody got any questions for Dale?
Okay. She said, can you give more examples of things you do in a daycare setting? So I worked for a couple years in an immersion program in a daycare setting. It was K4, so preschool, I guess you would call it. And remember, my goals are to give them a voice as young as possible. My goals are to build community between them as young as possible. And my goals are for language to be a part of their identity, right? So when I am talking about, so activities that I do with literally 4-year-olds, activities that I do with 4-year-olds is let's see, how would I go back here? I start with asking them how they are. And I teach them how to respond. And then I ask them every morning, how are you? Are you happy? Are you sad? Who's here today? Are you here? Oh, you're here today. I'm so glad to see you. Are you feeling good? Are you feeling bad today? Oh, why? And so what I'm doing with that is I'm teaching the kids that they matter to me, that I see them. I'm teaching them to recognize their own emotions, which a lot of kids honestly get to high school without being able to recognize their own emotions. This is across the board, right? So we don't have enough of this in general. So that's one thing. Another thing would be when is giving praise. Like, well done, I liked how you did that. But over and over and over. Things that aren't just a part of their daily routines, but things that are a part of how they feel about themselves, how they see themselves. The same thing with lots and lots of games and activities. It doesn't have to be, an immersion setting doesn't have to be everything in the language. It's nicest if it is, but if you only have so much resources, your goal is always on using the language to become a part of their life that they use regularly and a part that gives them a voice. And so older kids, when I talk to them about how to tell their friends that they're nervous in a situation, that's one of the first things we learn so that they can use the language, they can be heard, and they can be seen. Now, another one of the main goals that I have at daycare is I want kids to learn how to tell their own stories, right? And part of telling your stories is recognizing the things that happen to you in a pattern. So if somebody gets hurt, we tell the story of it. Oh, wow, so-and-so fell down, then they got hurt, then Mila came over and held her until she felt better. You know, I try to finish those stories. You can see I start with the incident and I end up with some sort of a resolution. And then Josie decided that she felt better. You know, I give the story that gives agency. Or throughout the course of the day, I will take pictures of one student at every stage in the day. And then in the time that all of us have copious free time during the day in our daycare, I quickly put them onto one page. And at the end of the day, I pop it up on my smartboard or my screen, and I tell the story of the day through the perspective of one student. Because by telling a story of what we have done and telling a story of what we have learned, the kids now learn how to remember what has happened. And when they go home and their parents say, "What did you do today?" they say, "Oh, this morning we got up and we had our snack, and then we did this, and then we did this, and then we did this," because they just heard it at the end of the day. And so they have now created a connection with their parents that wasn't there previously because they're actually communicating. The parents now want to ask them more often what they did during the day because they realize that they know. Again, there's an awful lot of different things you can do, but it's about how do you build kids' voice? How do you build their engagement? How do you build their understanding of how to use their voice? And these things together, these same things apply at all ages, right? So if we're using like gray morning method with a group of adults and you're holding out pictures and you're teaching through pointing at the different pictures, it doesn't take too much to, let's see, what would be something that you could do? It doesn't take too much to ask somebody about an experience from their family involving some animal you're pointing at, and then the next day you prepare enough pictures to tell that story. Because you're telling people that they matter, their stories matter, and that their stories are a part of our identity as Métis people. So people will ask me in my community where I work, they'll ask me to tell them stories from long ago about places and people. And I will tell those, and I will respond by asking them to tell their story from today about those places. And then I will tell their story to the other kids, because my goal is to tell them that our identity and our culture is not only about long ago. It is about us using our voices today. And the only way to show that is not through telling it, it's through illustrating it by showing through your actions that you value their stories from today. Yes? There's microphones here, and I see one in the middle through my scratched glasses.
So my question really has nothing to do with language.
Okay.
But I want to know who harvested the 2 deer that got killed on the way here.
I don't know. I just know that the guy who drove through the next day told me they were gone, but there were like 15 spots where deer had been hit the day before.
So we are not having a cookout tonight.
There is no cookout. I did not bring the deer. I was in the wrong frame of mind for butchering. I would have just totally cut it up.
Hi, my name is Achakaskatam.
Achakaskatam.
My birth name that I was given is Tom McCallum, originally from mile across Saskatchewan. And I just want to add to all the things that you said in terms of teaching children. I have a granddaughter, it's about 5 years old now. When she was about 3, we had a ceremony out in the bush. There was a bunch of people, and we were all singing. And the song was over, everybody stopped. But she had a rattle and she kept on singing that song that she didn't know. But she knew it inside of herself. And she sang for about 2 minutes before she stopped. So she was emulating what we were doing as adults. And another time we were in Osoyos. There was a Métis gathering on residential schools. And of course, adults were sharing information. She came there, stood beside the person that was speaking, and when that person finished, she went like this. to take the microphone. So they gave it to her, and she started talking. She was giving thanks to everybody for coming there, giving thanks to the Creator for allowing this to happen. And I didn't teach her that. She just followed us from one ceremony to another, and that's how she learned. So that's another way of learning too.
You know, I would say that you did teach her that because you did it. And I've seen you do it, and you've taught me before. Yes. All right, thank you very much. Ekşe. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. Here's a sticker for you. That's cream for gratitude, being grateful.
Nanaskomau. Nanaskomau. Ekşe.
Yes,
Merci.
yes. Nanaskoman ki. Oh, is this yours? Oh, no.
That is not mine.
This is Tasha's.
Although,
Okay.
this cup was mine. Thanks to whoever brought it to me. I already forgot.
Everything he said applies to every time I've ever been in a courtroom. And I've been going into courtrooms for a long time, decades. And it's an interesting concept in a language conference to go, have we instilled in our children the confidence to tell their story because they see it's related to the story of the family and the story of the community, and not just erupt when we don't know where to put all of those emotions and those stories because we haven't been taught that. Beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I was very nervous about being between you and lunch because, you know, I've been in conferences where you're between people in their lunch and it's not beautiful. So I ran off and didn't give you some instructions. So if I could get Victoria Pruden and Sharon Morin to just stand for 2 seconds so everybody knows who they are. Hello, ladies. These are the representatives of La Femme de Michif. And they are asking a question. If there's anybody in the room between 15 and 30, they would like you to feel free and be invited to work with them on the youth panel. And they'll be available at the health break at one of the flip charts. And you'll see these ladies over here. And if you'd like to come with them, so they're going to be the last panel before the end of the day. And so if there's any youth in the room, please feel free to find these two ladies, and they'd like to have you included. Okay, now we're going to hear another presentation from Dan Cardinal. And he's going to come up and talk to us about speaking and teaching and being in the space of language in his career, and maybe tell us a little bit about what he's doing now as well.
Well, kinanashkumtin for that, Marilyn. Anuskagi sagak kahkyo kitantam skat nawa. Nimyechten utepik swatdek. I bring greetings to you all, and I am grateful to be here to speak to you. Nuinanashkwamau, Noreen, Doreen, Bergam, Kikseb Kaimhat. Egwa, Kwiwitamat Nawau. I would like to acknowledge the land that we are on is the ancestral territory of Treaty 7, but it is also the homeland of the Métis. And I want to thank Doreen Bergam for our prayer. The other thing I want to do is I want to thank our elders who are here, such as Norman Fleury and Sky Blue Morn, and also Elsie Anderson and Diane Ludwig, because you are the people that have influenced me pertaining to the Michif language. I have to say to you, I was a teacher of the Native Studies and the Cree language for 17 years. And I have to apologize, I'm looking over to Marie, and I have to acknowledge her because I first met her at the Michif conference in the Eagle's Nest Ranch. and nimiehte na semine wapamtan, nimiehte nemioyayan, and Amy, you take good care of Kukum. That I know. But anyways, in continuing my conversation, I look forward to my next chapter. As you all know, I've retired from politics. My next chapter is I've just incorporated my own company, which is DC Aboriginal Services pertaining to languages, and I will be doing contract work. So any one of you can reach out to me. And through doing that contract work, of course, I'm going to reach out to my friend Norman Fleury. But I have this young man here with me who's going to open this up, and then we're going to get started because I will take up the whole 45 minutes to speak. Merci. Thank God he's doing it, and not me. The Michif language is a language that is spoken by the Métis people, and I speak what we call Cree Michif because I'm from northern Alberta. But if you go to Manitoba, they speak Michif language that has more French. For me, I am proud to tell you that Michif was my first language. I learned to speak English when I went to school. I believe that it is important to learn your language because if you learn the Michif language, then you will know who you are, where we came from, how our language started, and you will have an understanding of why we behave the way we do. It is important even if you learn danse, which means hello. Even if you learn merci de toi, which means thank you very much. Or if you learn li bonjour. Li bonjour is God. The language is the essence of our culture, our traditions. It is our way of life. The other thing that's important to learn about the language is because it is dying. And if we don't maintain our language, then we're going to lose our identity. You need to have an understanding that we as a Métis people always say that we are distinct. And being distinct is our Michif language, our culture, our traditions, our way of life. Learn about the Michif language, of its importance to our people. Miasin and Oskagi Sagak kak speak square oma lay Michif kasikatek. Mercine de Toine.
First thing I do is.
Which program are you using?
I use GIMP. It's a free software. It's.
We don't need that. Moja Ugo. Thank you, Daniel. As you heard, I've stated that I speak, which is called Northern Michif Cree. And I say that because, yes, Michif Cree was my first language. I learned to speak English when I went to school. And Norman Fleury and I have discussed a few things. You need an indigenous language to have the Michif language. Because you need, for myself, it is Cree because I come from northern Alberta. I was born and raised in Lac La Biche. So it's Cree and then the French verbs. When we hear Danshe, that's the influence of the Ojibwe and Sodo. And for me, I say Tanse because that's the influence of which we call the Y dialect of the Cree language. You will notice that we all speak Michif, kind of a slight different dialect in it. If you were to ask me Tanse Kisikashun, I would say to you, Daniel Cardinal Nisikashun. And the reason I say to you my last name is because the other thing that we Métis do is we try to figure out, well, which cardinal family do you come from? And the importance of that is because Wahkuhtuin is kinship. Kinship ties is very important for Métis people because what happens there too is then they will say, and I will give you an example. For example, Jason Chernow there, I know that his late grandmother is Marlene Lance. I had the privilege of sitting on council with her for 4 years, but I knew of her family. So people would say, respect that man because his late grandmother was very well respected. That's another thing about Wahkutuin. It's respect and it's how we treat one another. We speak of we as Métis are a distinct people. Yes, our language is distinct. Our cultural ways, our traditions are distinct. And I will give you an example. My nephew got married on September 16th. I officiated his wedding because I got the license for the day. And at the dance, they put $20 into a pot and were asking for people to do the jig. And I said to my nephew's sister, my niece, she came to me and said, Uncle Dan, we want you to do the jig. And I said, I'm not dancing right now. And she was like, why? I said, because your cousin Randall died and it hasn't been 3 months. So for me, in my family, in my culture, when we have a death, we don't dance for like 3 months. My sister who lost her son will not dance for 6 months. That's one of the traditions that was passed to us in our family. And then my mother passed away like that, where I wanted to know, is that a Métis tradition or is that a Catholic thing? Because my mom's family came from a convent. And so for me, that's one of our traditions in the Cardinal clan. And that's just to show respect. The other thing I have learned as a Métis, we Métis, unfortunately, are very critical of one another. We always look to see, well, what the heck does he know about the language? And that is who we are. Because what happens to us as Métis, and it pertains to our language, we are a resilient people. People often talk about survival. And I've heard it from our elder Doreen Burgham and how they had to hide things because you had to assimilate with what we call moniawak. And you didn't say anything, and that was a form of survival. I said on the video that our language is the essence of our culture. And When you have an understanding of our language, Michif, you will have an understanding of who we are. I will say I taught for the Catholic School Board for 8 years, but I moved from there to go and teach at the university, teaching adults. And I have to tell you this. As a person who has been an instructor for 17 years of languages, when we are teaching, because we all have the capacity of learning, I have seen students who will write the word over and over, dan sikia, oh, and that's repetition. I have seen students who will learn by looking at things. If they see the picture, they will always say it. The one thing that I do know is when you're learning a language, whether you listen to it on a CD player today, kayas, it was tapes. Today, everybody moved over. And if you listen to it all the time, because I will say this, if you're learning a language and you're going home and just speaking English again, it's going to be difficult for you. So what you need to do is you need to keep things where you see visually all the time. And then you need to play your tapes over and over. Or sometimes phone someone who is taking the same course as you and have a conversation of what you learned that day. I also find that it's easier if you do short sentences. You can say, anoch mispun. Today it snowed. Because mispun is when the snow is coming onto the ground. Once it hits the ground, it is called kuna. So there's that difference. As a person who has done translations for people who have started new businesses, I've done translations for the government. What a lot of people don't realize is when you're doing translations from English to Michif, you cannot translate word for word. You need to know what context it's in. So that's the other thing that you need to have an understanding of doing the translations. The importance of our language, revitalizing it, speaking it, is very important for our youth. And I believe that I will speak of what I know, and I know about Rupert's Land because I've done work with them. I believe that a few elders here have done work with them, and they're doing a lot of things revitalizing the language. But the importance of that is to also bring it into the schools and to put it on as a curriculum. And the other thing that is happening now is teachers are wanting to know who are the Métis and who better than the Métis can tell our story. That's another thing that is happening. We talk about the future of the Métis languages. Well, I will say this, the future will probably begin with social media, because now they do things on Facebook, they do things on TikTok, there's Instagram. If you can access those, the youth will do that. When we were going through our pandemic of COVID, I am proud to say that I did the Michif word of the day. And you know what? There was a positive response on that. I ran into youth such as Joshua Morin, who is here, and he's great with learning the language and promoting it. And it's great to see a young man like that, who's doing that, and he's from St. Albert. So if we do those types of things, then our language will survive. I'm going to share with you that you can go to the Rupert's Land website and check out the authentic Michif language resources Rupert's Land Institute has developed with Michif commonly speakers cultural carriers. Those resources include Rupert's Land's app, alphabet and language portals, Michif app and alphabet cards, activity booklets, coloring, colors, booklet lesson plans, grades K to 9, languages of Métis, Indigenous language experience from each of the previous two regions, Métis culture and language libraries, Michif language videos featuring myself, our elder Norman Fleury, elder Marie Chantel, Sky Blue Morn, and of course, youth Josh Morin. And they're currently working with Susan Sinclair doing a pilot with K to grade 12 educators learning on how to bring the Michif language into the classroom. And finally, Rupert's Land Institute has created 2 Michif language courses with Norman Fleury. Geez, they're sure promoting you, Norman. Abemoji, Miosin. Ashley Shaw and Sandra Davenport, and they're launching this year during Métis Week. We speak of Métis, and we're talking about our language. Personally, myself, I believe that the language can be easily learned. I also believe that sometimes don't stress too much on how it is written, especially when you want to learn it. Just write out how it sounds to you and then look at how it's written. Because what you want to do is basic conversation. So it's easier if you do it that way. And then repeat it over and over, because that's the learning process. My partner, Daryl Anderson, after 3 years of taking the course, can speak it, and he understands it, because when I am with my family, that is all we speak. So he really had no choice. I did share with my mother before she left this world. I said, you know what, I don't know if I should have taught him our language. And she said, why? I said, because we can't talk about him now. So the reason I'm sharing you with that is because if Daryl Anderson can learn, anybody can learn. That's why I'm saying that, because there's that myth about, you know, my partner is 69 years old, he's retired. There's that myth that old people can't learn. He learned. You can learn. Yes, you can learn. They do say that when you're younger, though, you retain it a lot easier than when you are older. And I want to say to you that it is very important to be able to learn our language. Because when I am not a leader anymore or a politician, but it's reality. When you're applying for your grants, you need to use the word Michif language because of being Métis. That's the other importance. I'm looking at my time. I thought I'd be able to talk right till the end. maybe we'll do this a little different. Do you guys have any questions for me right now? I can't hear you. When is my next language?
When is your next language camp?
I gotta think here. I'm here this week. I'm here this week. Next week I'm at an elders gathering. So probably not until November.
I don't have a question, but I'll just walk around with the microphone for people.
It's not really a question, but it's a comment. I'm 52 and I'm still struggling to get beyond, danse kia minando kiyamaga, So thank you for that encouragement that maybe I'll get a little bit more fluent before I'm 75. So thank you so much, Dan, for all your promotion and work. Thank you.
You should call me, your relative, more often and we'll speak it. I had to throw that in there.
Tansei Bekan Sigasan. I just had maybe a question or words of advice or encouragement to people who grew up knowing they were Métis, or maybe found out later they were Métis and didn't grow up in a Métis speaking household, and just feeling like, can I learn the language? Like, no one in my family spoke it. Should I be learning it? Maybe just some words for people like to, how do we invite ourselves into that, I guess, if we didn't grow up with it?
I think when you say you are Métis, that's inviting enough, because that in itself will teach you, because it'll come back to you. You'll think when you're hearing Michif words, something will trigger in your brain and in your heart where you'll say, I've heard that word before, or I've heard, that's what I can say to you. And I can say to you that you should definitely learn the language. Miosen kapik swain. Kamiosen.
Hi, Danny. Tansikia.
Tun manando.
Miosen.
Wakia?
Opiawan.
Miosen. Wahok tu tananos.
Aha, wahiote.
Mhm.
So Scott's Tansiti Guispean. Magangi Gustino Titapitotian. Yeah. But what I'd like to say is, okay, so, and I have nothing against what Norman Fleury is teaching. Oh, well, no, I don't. It's not that I'm here to insult anybody, but the way I write Michif is totally different than the way you write Michif. And I'm very, very proud that you've come this far with your Michif language, because we've come a long ways. I've walked with you lots of miles to the different conferences that we've been in. So when I look at like Kwayes, it says, when I look at that word and I say to myself, Kwa Ayesh, Ka Ishpayan.
Kwesh Ishpayan.
Yeah.
Is what you want to say. Yeah.
Well, I know how to say it. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
You're saying sometimes the spelling, right?
Well, it's the spelling, like, so I'm also a teacher, Danny, and I've been
Oh,
a
I know
teacher
that,
for
yeah.
30 years, and I've taught the language. And as a young child learning this language, the Michif language, and as an elder I think that I would say to myself, Tan sima gaoma peak squeewin. Apito gusan peak squeewin. You know, it's when we're teaching the language to these little people, it's much easier if you have lived it like we have, because when we were growing up, we didn't have what we call Michif. It was Cree. And a few years ago, and I'm very, very proud of my Michif language because my mom and dad spoke it. And that's how we were raised. We never went to school to write the Michif language, but my uncle and I, he's my uncle, it just came natural because you were raised with it, right? So when you look at some of the words, how do you explain that to the children when you know inside that we have to find that easier way? I'm not saying this is wrong, it's not wrong. What I'm saying is, how are we going to teach the language so that they will understand and they will retain it?
Thank you for that question, and I will try to answer. Hopefully, I will be able to help you. I knew exactly what you were trying to say there with that kwesh kesh bayin. Couple of things, Diane. First of all, and Norman Fleury knows this, you know this, your uncle knows this. Our language was not written. It was passed orally, right? So they're just writing it now. It's no different than the Cree language. The Cree language brought linguistics in, and they use Roman orthography. Even with the Cree language, if you don't have an understanding of the language, there's some people don't know how to say words. I'll give you an example. Masane gun. When you see it spelled out, there's a K. I know from going to university, when the K is caught in between two vowels, it makes a G sound. Because what happens is the English alphabet has 26 letters. The Cree language only uses 15. And when I was teaching Cree, I'd say this, but you know us Indigenous people, we try to get things done faster than the Munyawak, right? So that's why we chopped it in half. You have to add a little humor. But I understand what you're saying, and that's why I'm saying this. If I'm going to teach the young children, I wouldn't stress on how it's written, because what we want to do is get them to speak it. And so generally in kindergarten, what happens is they use different songs, right? They'll sing a song, and those are the different things, and they'll put them in a circle, and so I think I understand what you're saying, Diane. Totally, I understand, and I've known you for longer than 30 years because we went to college together. And when you moved to Lac-La-Biche, of course, you became friends with my mom, my late mom, and so did your sister Elsie. But anyways, does that kind of answer your question? That's the way I would do it with children. And then as you get older, then write it out properly. Kiwaya?
Oh, what's the proper way?
Well, the way it's spelled there, Kwesh Keshpayan, that to me is written properly. Like, I wouldn't dispute Norman Fleury, but I'll tell you this, as a person who comes from Alberta, I would spell it out like this, Kwesh Keshpayan. You see how I just dropped the SH? Because as an Albertan Cree Michif speaker, we don't use the SH. Norman and I have talked about that many times, and Norman and I know he speaks with a different dialect. I speak in a different dialect. There is no wrong way. It's the region that I come from.
That's right.
And that's how it is. I'm glad Elsie is here to join us because I remember the first time Elsie came to my mom's house after she was friends with her, looking for her daughter Fiona and my brother Roland. Remember that? And my mom said something to you in our Michif, and you said something to her in your Michif, and she was like, "Kiwai ma geugo." Do you remember that?
Yeah, she said, where did they go, Tanti Tuktiwak?
Yes.
Uti dalaptal Dr. Ipi Tomata. I said, Kiguya, she said.
Yes, because she didn't understand that because I went nianan she's gaitonan where I come from. O te maskihimino ituhtio. That's how we would say it where I come from. You see, there's different ways of saying things. There was even the word ape. Ape is a command, right? We say to you, sit. You, young lady, since you spoke to me, please stand. And if I was to say to you in Michif to stand, I'd say nipawe, but that's a command. And now I will give you a command and say ape. And then I could say, Kueskapo, she's sitting properly, right? And then if she's uncomfortable, I'd say, oh, mayapo. She's not comfortable there. She's not sitting properly. So there's those things. I know looking at, because I've seen the Michif dictionary that's out from the Gabriel Institute, Gabriel de Mont Institute. There's that dictionary. I also know that you can go on your app now and you can access Michif, and in the pronunciation. I think writing out languages, because I spoke of how we are critical, and as a person who was teaching Cree, I'm the first person who will be critical with the Cree language because I know how it's written. And even in church, I said to our priest, Father Shuse, I said, you need to take that W out of manto. And how do you know? He said, I was the Cree teacher. There's no W. It's just M-A-N-I-T-O. Holy, he said. I said, well, I'm just telling you the way it is. So I was critical, but they changed it. So I think what I have to say to you as a person who's looking forward to working with a lot of elders that are in this room, especially for what I'm going to be doing now, and that is the Michif language, the Cree language, I think the important thing we need to remember is the only way we're going to revitalize our language, the Michif language, is we have to remember the importance of working together. And that's how we're going to move forward. And that's because we're doing it for the betterment of our youth. Correct? Yes. Danse.
Moranto, Titatamskaten.
Kitatamskaten kista.
Sky Blue Morin. Mary is my other name for some other relatives that know me here. I just want to thank you for mentioning Michif Cree. This is Plains Cree dictionary that was developed by Dr. Ann Anderson, and she uses the Y dialect, which I haven't seen in any of the conference materials. I see 3 kinds of Michif identified and not Michif Cree. So I'm hoping we can correct that. This is not only a Cree dialect, it is Michif, because she talks about a ski. She talks about the land and how it's used and what acres are called. And that is not in Cree culture prior to European contact, for lack of a better way of describing it. Written in 1975, and she uses standard Roman orthography. She uses the macrons over the A's instead of using a double A or a double E in her writing. So one of the things I learned as a translator is you need to back yourself up with a dictionary. So this is the dictionary that I use. I speak Michif Cree, as in this dictionary, because I have lived in Cree communities, and Cree is not the complete language I use. I learned that. I had to use some Michif in Cree communities because I didn't have the words. Now, where was I going to go with that idea? I had two more ideas about that. Sorry, I've lost it. I'll let
Well, you
someone
spoke of translating and to have a Cree dictionary. I know the dictionary you're talking about because the M&A has it in Cree Productions.
Cool.
Okay. Thank you for that. Before you ask me a question, well, before you do, you came up before her, I want to quickly say this. My mother left this world 6 years ago at the age of 89. She died a day before her 90th birthday. But there's a reason I'm telling you that. When she first heard of the Michif language, my mother said this to me. Kiwai magoma Michif kapi swayek. I want to know. And my mother, that was her first language. So I said to her, I said, you know what, Mom? I can give you an example from learning Cree. And she said to me, Métis. I said, Kanehiwin, a skipoawa are potatoes. A bemoji, she said. I said, and we in Michif say, la patagua. In Cree, carrots are uskataswak, because the Cree language is very descriptive. They describe things. And so I said, kiano kituano likorotak. And I said, onions in Cree is wichegasksia, the stinking grass. Because when you have an onion, you have bad breath. And I said, kiano in Michif, we say lisayon. And then I said to her, but we say tansa just like they say tansa. And she said, Abemoji. Well, I said, yes, Mom. My point in telling you that is, my mom didn't know she was speaking Michif because nobody told her till I told her. Because the words in Cree there's a lot of words that are different in Michif. Totally different. But, you know, I was having a talk. I still sit on the board with Métis Child Family Services. And I was over there last week. And they invited me for lunch. So Florence Gauthier, who has been my friend for 30 years, speaks Cree Michif, is from Paddle Prairie Métis Settlement. She says to me, I want to ask you a question, Daniel. How did you guys say salt and pepper? I said, we just said le sel and le fouev. And I said, how do you guys say it? She said, I guess we just say it in Cree, siwihtagan and kahkekumna. And I'm like, holy smokes, I heard of siwihtagan, but I never heard of that kahkekum. There again, they're describing it in Cree. Now I'll go to your question. Ex merci. You were there first, sorry.
Yeah, kinaskomden ka big squid. Ka enotea ka ituan omaya ka mam skotaman big scone. Ka ituin ka egay katat kwe masnaha miksema ka kwik skatamik. I just said that I'm certainly thankful for Dan sharing his words of wisdom with us on languages, and that not to focus so much on writing when you're trying to learn the language. It's one of the things that I wanted to share, and you alluded to that in your presentation, Dan, is in terms of thinking about language. If you're learning a new language, just understand that it's a very different structure. English has its own structure. And when I'm speaking in English, I have to think in English. But when I speak Cree, I can't think in English. I have to think in Cree. Otherwise, it doesn't work. I wouldn't make sense to you if I'm speaking Cree and I'm thinking in English. It just is very different. Therein lies, I think, when we talk about having our own perspective, that's part of that, is having our perspective of our world. Our worldview is very different. You will know that that perspective is different if you're trying to learn that language. Young people, you're around your knowledge keepers, people that speak the language. They will tell you about that in just what they share. And you'll begin to really incorporate that in your own thought process. And without realizing it, you'll pick it up. You'll begin to know that there's a difference in the way we view the world from Moniasak, from the way we view it as Anishinaabe, who I am. And it's just that way. And I think if you just realize that and not be too hard on yourself when you're learning the language, it will come to you. Also, I was taught to always give thanks to the Creator and ask for things that you want in your life. And this is one of the things that you have to start with. If you want this in your life, you ask for a prayer, and that's where it'll start. Thank you.
Mercy.
Kinaskum din ka big screen igwa. Kistamina dan. Nitsika sun Susan Sinclair P. Sus Quilmina isika sianus tihak lak vert. Igwa mina kwak piu sage gani. We big screeno ma tak pegana kai kawan giskiak mina ka patihtayak. Yuksan ma kayasu ma nuhkum ma kidu kitumina isikasut. Igi big squid ekuse. Kayasuma Gaupigian, Green Lake, Saskatchewan, Iwi Tamut, Kaikawan Gisk Sinuma, Tak Beganak, Kayasuma, Nyanan Yapatitayak. She used to send me to the Hudson's Bay store in Green Lake, and she wrote in syllabics. I never realized I knew syllabics until I went to university in my first year at 18 years old. I was sent to the grocery store, which was our Hudson's Bay store, where she made a whole list where our Hudson's Bay manager was able to transfer that knowledge and sent me home with my little bag. So I was my Nuhkum's best friend. I rolled her cigarettes and learned everything I knew. And I'll never forget her, and I honor her all the time.
Miasan.
Hi, hi.
Miasan.
I was having what they called an elder moment. You want discussion? I just want to thank you for what you brought here and all your experience. Kan je heel in, Michif Kapik Squin, Gominagaya Simoyen. One of the things that I hear lots when people go up to the podium, Tansi, Tansi Kiawao. I was told that our Aboriginal languages are language of the heart. Sagihita will mausi sokak. That's what we need to learn that. And when you say the words Tansi Kiawao, it's like you're distancing yourself from the people. You're over here and they're over there. The usual greeting, Nihianakan, Tansin Dutimak. That's what you say, right? Then that's inclusive.
Yeah.
That's very important because what we think is how we see, and how we see is the way we think. So that becomes a separation in our language, and there's no separation in Michif. It's inclusive.
I heard an elder say this other word, and what this elder said was, "Kahkyo ketatamskat nawao."
Yeah, that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and usually,
that's
thank you for
inclusive.
correcting me, because usually that's what I would say is "Kahkyo ketatamskat nawao,"
Yeah,
which means
that way.
I greet you all.
Because that's what makes us indigenous, eh?
Mhm.
The way
Yeah,
we
way.
see the world, the way we view the world.
Yeah, and she spoke.
This lady here talked about the language, English, a noun-based language. It's static. It's the same, one object exchanging information with another object. For us, from our indigenous worldview, we're inclusive.
Yeah.
That's inclusive of everything, the trees, the water, air, everything.
Yeah.
That's the strength of our language, our indigenous languages. Very inclusive. So it's very important for the children to understand that Michif is a verb-based language. English is a noun-based language. Therein lies the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, Naskuman.
Kinanashkumten mercy.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Again, one more time. It's really important that we get this interaction going when we're talking, and people feel that they're contributing and being heard in the middle of it, right? Something, he said. And he was talking about his mom, and his mom said this, and then she said that, and then she said this, and I was instantly like 5 years old in my cookum's house, and I was like, he just said something that I heard at my cookum's house all the time. And so it wakes up blood memory. Maria Campbell calls it blood memory. And so when you are working on something, and it's like, I don't know why, but I'm like really attracted to whatever this is. It's your spirit's trying to wake up. We're calling our spirits home. You know, we're in the middle of Calgary. We're on Treaty 7 territory. We're in the territory of the Métis people. And there's a language being spoken all over in this room. That's a very big deal. That's a very big deal. I just want you to be in the moment of that and go, this is where we are right now, is we're starting to have this. And even if you don't know what everybody's saying, one word sticks with you as people start talking. People saying, is that how you spell that? Is this the way we do it? You know, we're allowed to have variation. We're allowed to have different pronunciations. We're allowed to have our own, you know, in Cree, when you just keep adding words on to the end of another word to make a new word, that can happen in Michif. We're evolving people, right? And I'll just end the break with a little joke that every time I say I'm Michif, I feel a little bit like a liar because I only know probably 200 words in Michif. And when people introduce me, they always say, this is Marilyn Petra, and she's mischief, she's Michif, she's mischief, she's mischief. And so I know you have all heard that. So I'd like you to take some mischief with you to your break. and have a little dance. Jig all the way to the table, get your blood going. It's really important that we get our blood going. Take 15 minutes. And the break is going to also include Sharon and Valerie, Victoria, over at this poster for any folks between the ages of 15 and 30 that want to participate in the youth panel at the end of today. Thanks, guys. Take a bit of a break for yourselves.
I'm just plugging in now. I just shut off the last guy's presentation and I just plugged in my.
Move this because I left this.
Hello. Hi there. If I could get people to shake their last silly out and grab your snack and grab yourself a drink and get you to come back. We're going to hear from Métis Nation Ontario, and then we're going to do a table talk again, and then we're going to hear from La Femme de Machifo Tepimswag. I hate breaking up visiting. Visiting's so important. I'll tell you a story as we come back together. I worked with an elder teaching at the university. I try to have elders with me when I teach anywhere. And I worked with an elder, a Cree elder named Elma Kaitwehat. And she taught me that when babies come into the world, they come with the secret of the universe in the palm of their hands. And as babies grow older and their hands begin to open, they soon forget the teachings of the universe because their job here is to learn them again. Old people that are on their way back into the spirit world have re-grasped the laws of the universe, and you'll see they'll start to clasp their hands again. And so it's really vital and it's really important that old people and young people be in the same space. So we're at a language conference talking about how do we teach language and how do we teach children and how do we make sure this continues. And the teaching from this old lady was that it wasn't just about words passing back and forth. There's an energy that goes between old people and young people with teachings of the universe that are wrapped inside of those. And to use Dale's analogy earlier today, to say, what would it take for this baby coming into the world to be confident enough to tell their story and to see their story in their family and in their community? And so it's not just about how we visit and the language we use, it's about being in this space. It's about hearing the hms and the ms and the, oh yeah, I remember that. And I think we've had a 3-second clip of a piece of fiddle music that I saw chairs moving, like we can't help ourselves, right? The blood memories there trying to wake up with us. Okay, so I'd like to welcome the Métis Nation Ontario up to the table. I think we've got Tanya, Manager of Métis Language Initiatives, Michael, Education Officer, Chantel, Language Specialist, and Desiree Lalonde, Project Coordinator. If I can get you guys to come on up and we'll take care of your presentation. Welcome them to the stage.
Well, as I wait for my colleagues to join, I just want to say thank you so much to all of the presenters who came before us today. What a rich day in language learning and planning and making connections. And this is just such a precious and valuable moment for all of us to be here together. And I want to acknowledge that we don't get this very often. So thank you to everyone who was able to be here today. Bonjour, bienvenue, je m'appelle Tanya Glab. Puis je suis bien contente d'être ici aujourd'hui. I'm Tanya Glab, and I am the manager of Métis Language Initiatives. And a little bit about myself, let me see. So before joining this team, I worked in education for well over 15 years. I started my career teaching second language and moved on to spend about 9 years as a principal and vice principal. Most of my experiences happened to be in second language schools and focused on language acquisition and the pillars of that. And we've heard that resonated so much today when we heard that language, culture, and wellness really, they go hand in hand. And we don't have one without the other. And I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues. I'm very privileged to work with all of them and have them introduce themselves.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue, je m'appelle Mike, puis je suis bien content d'être ici. My name is Michael, I'm very happy to be here today. I work with the MNO as an education officer. I have been involved in the language work for several years, not in official capacity, but as a speaker and a bilingual education officer as well. Merci.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Désirée, puis je suis bien contente d'être ici aujourd'hui. My name is Desiree. I'm super happy to be here today, and I am the MNO's Métis Language Coordinator.
Bonjour, bienvenue. Je m'appelle Chantal, puis je suis bien contente d'être ici aujourd'hui. My name is Chantal. I'm very happy to be here with you today. I was an education officer with a bilingual officer with Métis Nation since 2012. And I'm also a teacher, so I had gone back to teaching and returned to work as a language specialist in 2022 when we started this team. I grew up speaking Michif. I was born in Cochrane in the Northern Ontario, but grew up in Timmins in the City of Gold.
So thank you so much for team members for joining us today. You know, we were asked, can you come to the table and give a brief presentation on where the province is at? What kind of work have you been doing around your languages initiatives? What are some of the great things that are happening? And to be really honest, what are some of the needs and next steps? So we really hope to fill that in today for you. But before I get started, I do want to talk a little bit about the Métis Languages Initiatives team. And although pockets of work, of course, around the languages in Ontario has been done and ongoing for many years, it wasn't until March 2022 that an official team came together. And in fact, for some of us here, we didn't even have official, permanent jobs until April of this year. So we are a fairly new team, but very dedicated and passionate about the work that we do. And although you see a list of job sort of descriptions behind me, I certainly don't want to forget about our volunteer Métis Languages Advisory Committee, and some of those members are sitting here today. If you can raise your hand at the back table if you're a part of our advisory committee. We are so fortunate. Oh yeah, definitely. They definitely deserve a round of applause. We are privileged to work with identified speakers across the province. Another reason why moments like this conference are so important, because we do meet monthly and in some of the subcommittees twice a month, but that's most often on Zoom. So this team of identified speakers helps to inform a lot of the work that we do, and you'll hear a little bit more about that throughout our presentation. I also want to, of course, acknowledge the citizens from MNO council representatives who are here in support of our revitalization efforts, and I believe most of them are sitting at the second back table there. So you can raise your hand if you're a part of our, thank you so much. Yes, there you go. Thank you so much for joining. So here's what we know. So the objective today really is to showcase all of the pivotal initiatives and key developments in Métis languages in Ontario. So we will certainly highlight for you our successes and also our areas of concern. And this is really to deepen our shared understandings. You're hearing from governing members, our shared understanding of where we're at locally. But really this is as we strive to better understand one another and move toward a national strategy, a strategy across the homeland. So thus far, at the MNO, we have established a team of dedicated language staff members, as you saw earlier. We've worked to develop our processes in the last year and a half or so. We've provided learning opportunities and established the advisory committee. And it's always important to keep in mind, who are our key players. We heard earlier today from Tasha Cloutier, of course, Heritage Canada, our funding partners, but also so important are our citizens and our youth. So why we do the work that we do it for our people, for our families, for our children, as has been mentioned so much today. So we hope to share this information with you today in a few ways. We will tell you a little bit more about who we are and what we do. We'll talk to you a little bit about some of the services that the team offers. some of the resources that are available to support language learning and revitalization. And we'll let you know a little bit about what's working and our next steps. And in order to do that, I am going to pass it on to Michael, who's going to share a little bit around our foundational practices.
Thank you, Tanya. So the following slide speaks to some of the foundational principles that have been guiding our language revitalization efforts. So you can see them up on the screen there. I'll start with the first one, honoring and fostering a community of speakers. So we believe in creating opportunities that foster a community of speakers and honors the languages spoken in our communities. We aim to facilitate engagement and provide our speakers with opportunities to come together and share the language with each other, with citizens, and within community. Second foundational principle listed there is providing multiple learning opportunities for a variety of learners. So we strive to include many opportunities for our citizens and communities to hear, speak, and learn the Ontario Michif. These opportunities are offered to a variety of learners, such as children in early learning environments, youth in camps, families during community events or celebrations, as well as educators and other partners and stakeholders as a matter of professional development. The third foundational principle is a collaboration with Language Advisory Committee. Our Language Advisory Committee is comprised of fluent Michif language speakers who, as Tanya mentioned, would meet monthly and support language initiatives by informing translations, advising on phonetic pronunciations, and the development of a phonetic guide, which has been an integral resource for our language learners. Another founding principle is the community and citizens' voices, which we've heard a lot about that today. So we continue to include the voice of our communities and citizens at the heart of all of the work that we do. The needs and interests of our communities guide the work we do and helps determine the language revitalization efforts. So this leads me to the next slide. So the voices of our communities and citizens is important to the language revitalization work we are doing. For that reason, the MNO developed a language survey to collect important data and feedback from citizens and communities. The survey was launched over the course of several months with opportunities to complete both online and in person during large community gatherings such as our annual General Assembly and our MNO Rendezvous. So some of the data that we received through this survey is that over 90% of respondents expressed an interest in learning more Michif. So what I found interesting was when Mallory was up here speaking about their language survey and seeing that desire, that interest in learning the language is prevalent in our communities throughout the nation. What was also interesting and poignant was that under 10% of the respondents identified as fluent speakers. So again, we do have to act quickly to maintain, to revitalize, reclaim these languages with our fluent speakers. So data has been used to inform our resources and program development, while ongoing data collection ensures we are meeting the needs of our citizens. Efforts to research, revitalize, and promote the language continue through resource development, documentation, and the development of language nests. So now I'll pass it on to my colleague Chantal, who will continue. Oh, apologies, Desiree's next.
So our team, we offer language presentations, which we do a glimpse of our language history. These presentations are very adaptable depending on our audience. Some of that would include virtual camps that we've put on Zoom, our participation in early learning and childcare, so from kids from 0 to age 12, their language session activities, and for them we really try to organically integrate the languages throughout the sessions. Presentations for school boards, university teacher graduates, various events throughout our home communities, for MNO staff, MNO youth program, MNO Rendezvous, MNO Wise One. In-person presentations, we bring our resources, which we'll talk about a little bit later on, which we use to teach the language, especially with the youth. We've had good success with these methods. An example of this would be from a youth camp that I just came back to right before I came to this conference. We brought our memory matching games, which we'll show a little bit later on again. And for 2 hours after a Michif Bannock cooking session that we led, They played the memory games, used it for Go Fish as well. And then the youth were super creative and decided to use these cards also to play a card spoons game, which was super fun. And it was beautiful to hear them learn the words from our Michif matching game and then use them throughout the camp when these things came up.
So one of the services we offer is translations. And for this, we have developed a process. And within that process, there are forms that people do fill out to allow us to, for one thing, when I heard this morning is you need the context to be able to do this, to do a proper translation. We can't just translate a word and then see it in a sentence later. The context isn't right. So this process is very important for us with and gathering information through this translation form that people fill out. And the speakers are involved within these translations, and that's part of the process. Some of the translations we've been producing are, for example, on this screen is for some museums and communities. And within these communities, I believe there's 4 different dialects or 4 different languages. And this allows people to either be able to compare in between the languages, to look for the similarities or the differences, but also very possible to learn of our Michif language. We've also translated added language within a novel. And this novel is Bernice and the Georgian Gold. And this is a novel being used in schools. So just go on. We see vocabulary used within MNO children's book that are being developed and published, and activities, some different activity kits, and so many other educational material. Also, another one is MNO Women Council, and we have a member here. And for them, we've translated some verses that are going to be in the cookbook that they are publishing soon. And also, we've included some trilingual recipes in there. Here is a slide on some of our resources, and one that's the base of our language is the Michif workbook. There was a booklet that was written before our first edition, and then after that we've had 3 editions. The Michif workbook is in the center of the slide, and it has a phonetic page on it, and or phonetics is in there, I should say. And the one thing that we did add within this last edition is the greetings. There's phrases, short phrases, and many vocabulary words. Another great example of collaborative work is a group party. It's a storybook. Each members that participated, they each wrote a paragraph for this story. So it was very good collaborative work within our Michif speakers. This Michif workbook was used within language camps, and now it also was recorded, so we'll be able to use it in a different fashion. There's also the calendar. So now we're introducing numbers and the months and the days of the week, and this is printable. We also have hard copies, and it's a great way to learn. And there's various other resources here. Also, I wanted to add that all our resources are available on the website under MNO, in the MNO website, and you can find our page going through culture, and then it will link you to the language page, and all these resources and more will be found there. And one thing about our resources, they're all trilingual. So we produce them in Michif, in French, and English. recordings. Desiree just spoke of the memory game. Memory game is a game that was first produced by a 15-year-old, my daughter. She was at she was working for MNO as a in the summer youth program, I should say. And this was her prototype. And then it came back to us at one point last year, and we finally produced this game. And now we're seeing, and one great thing about it is now that not only did we produce it, publish it, but it's also recorded. The words in Michif have been recorded by a 7-year-old. He is a fluent speaker. Also the greetings have been recorded and the group party, and those are coming up soon on our web page. And I'll turn it over to Tanya. Yes, I forgot an important point. It was on my notes here. I have just acquired, what I'll say, like I did mention that I'm from a city with a heart of gold, and I just acquired some golden resources. It's recordings that France Picot have been doing. She's been collecting and doing these recordings of speakers over many years. Now we have that as a resource, and we'll be able to use it to further our learning and teaching. Thank you.
So thank you so much. You know, it's so important that we highlight the work that we do and that we remember that this is not one person's responsibility. And I think that that's been shared numerous times throughout the day, that there is a collective urgency and responsibility to revitalize our Michif. And it goes without saying that there are tons of future considerations and learning opportunities. You can see them listed there for us, you know, ongoing resource development, exploring a variety of platforms through, you know, social media. I know we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow, and our collaborative research endeavors. But, you know, to make it, the reality is we all come here and stand here with a bit of a personal story as well. And so when I think of, you know, future considerations, I think of the 7-year-old and the 3-year-old that are sitting up in a hotel room right now waiting for mommy to finish work today. And the reason why I share that is because my parents were Michif speakers, but didn't know it. And in a time where their language was criticized. So I grew up listening to my aunts and uncles and knowledge holders and elders speaking the language, and you know, landed in a francophone community where I got to go to the French school system. And my mom, who I thought spoke French, would show up at school and never speak. And I couldn't understand why. And she told me for years and years, oh no, I don't speak French. And I'd be like, no, Mom, c'est pas en français. Now by this point, I'm a fluent French speaker, and I'd say, no, Mom, you do speak French. No, I don't. Well, you know, I argued with her till I was blue in the face. But, you know, I got to take that back. I need to call her today. She's, you know, in her 80s. I need to call her and say, no, you're right, Mom. You didn't speak French. You spoke Michif. And I learned that every day through the work that we do and the importance of honoring the language that we have. And I hope for future considerations that the youth, including my two, grow up in a space that values who they are, where they get to learn and be proud of their language. And so that leads me to the next steps when I think about our future outcomes and our objectives. And I think it's very obvious that through this presentation, it's clear that the Métis Nation of Ontario is making remarkable strides in building the foundation for a seamless Métis languages program. The MNO does recognize the significance of laying a solid ground during the early phase and fostering an environment that nurtures both the rich history of our Michif languages and the educational opportunities for citizens wanting to learn. We've developed the tools that, you know, not only enrich that language learning experience, but empower multiple generations of citizens to learn. But, we must note that in order to grow, we need a few things. We need a comprehensive data strategy. We need collaborative approaches all across the homeland. We need adequate resource allocation, which includes funding. And we need to increase the number of speakers. And so, that leads me to a few, final thoughts, two final thoughts. The first is that our strategy has always been, and it will remain, a cohesive strategy, one that leans on building community. It leans on fostering engagement and collaboration. And lastly, at the heart of our language initiatives, really it's a vision that sees every Métis individual taking confident strides in this world while proudly speaking their language. Merci. I'm not sure that we have time for questions, so I'm looking at the clock here and I realize that we're a little bit over time. But certainly feel free. We are at the back tables there and we'll be here tomorrow as well. And we look forward to having conversations with all of you. Thank you. Merci.
So now we've heard from a few people about what's going on in our communities, and we're gonna do some table talk now. So wiggle your bums, turn around, look at each other. We're gonna give you 15 minutes, and we're gonna answer some questions. Question number one. Oh, who's your note taker? Everybody grab their note taker. Everybody's got one. Perfect. Question number one. Why is Métis language revitalization important to you, your family, and your community? 5 minutes. Question number 2. What Métis cultural values are reflected in language, and what is lost if language is not passed on to future generations of Métis people? So what values are embedded in our language that we'll lose if we don't pass our language on? Okay, question number 3. What do you imagine for the future of Métis languages and why? So I want you to think you're reading a newspaper in the future. What is the headline you can imagine reading for the future of Métis languages? You pick up the newspaper in the morning, you go, look at this. Look what I just read about Michif. What did you just read? What's the headline that you can't wait? Hi, Melanie. What's the headline that you can't wait to read? Okay, folks, I'd like to invite the La Femme de Michifo Pimswak panel up for the last presentation of the day and any youth that they gathered. Yay, I see 1, 2. We got 5 youngsters. Woo! So come on up. While they're making their way to the stage, shake your sillies out. Put your right hand in. Put your right hand out. Put your left hand in. Put your left hand out. Your shoulders are screaming at you to stretch. Put your legs out in front of you. Wiggle your feet. Do the hokey pokey in your seat. We need, okay, tomorrow I'll see if I can organize like some kind of fiddle music, fast moving stuff in the middle of these. Could we get the mics on? Can we get, thank you. Is it work? Check. No, try again.
Testing?
There you go.
Yay. Okay, let's get some more chairs up here, shall we? All right. Do you want to go first? Do you want to go second? What do you want to do? Yeah, right. Yeah.
I wrote it down like. Okay. One more chair and then we're good. I think that's good.
And you've got everybody's names down pat?
I do. Oh, I do.
And we're going to pass it to you guys. Like a talking stick.
It is.
It is.
Tansei du tamak. Did I say it right, Tom? Ah, Tansei du tamak. Ah, see, that's a new one for me. I learned something new today. I always say Tansei Kiawao, Sharon Born Dish Nakasun, Nia Machif Esqueo, Nia Pick Swan along the Machif Upsis. Mr. High Sigagan, Pay Manus Tu Sigagan, May Misquachiba Sigagan Doschin. Nia Mama Thalma Shalafu, Grandpa Musum, Paul Villeneuve, Chapan Saver Villeneuve, Julia Boucher, Chapan Thomas Boucher, Helene Valley. I'm the third daughter of Thalma Shalafu. I'm project coordinator with La Femme Chifo to Pimsawak. I guess that's our first act as we named our organization La Femme Chifo to Pimsawak. Take that back. And I'm very happy to be here with my co-worker, Victoria, and to present our youth panel, The Future of Our Languages. So I'm going to turn it over to Victoria and Marcy.
Merci, Sharon. Tansin Dotamak, Kakiao Nuapmaganak, Victoria Pruden, Niskason, Victoria BC, Utsinia, Ni Papa George Pruden, Cochin, Saskatchewan, Utsinia, Ni Mama Myrtle Pruden, Hannah, Alberta, Utsinia, Ka Pikasquiwin Apsis, Northern Michif, Igwa Apsis, Nihioen. We're so pleased, Sharon and myself and La Femme Machif Otepemsuak, to be able to help moderate our youth panel this afternoon. And we're so excited that we have 6 youth who are participating in the panel. And so we've come up with some questions which are going to lead to more information about their individual language learning stories. And we're going to start off by hearing from our panelists. They're going to introduce themselves according to the language that they're learning and the way that they feel most comfortable. Please go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm not sure if everyone can see me, so I'm going to stand up and wave so you can. My name is Clara Chitola. I am of the Duzome Claremont line, and I'm currently serving as the Region 9 representative on the new interim 2S Council of Ontario.
Bonjour, je suis Métis, puis je viens de Baie-Georgien. I'm Métis from La Nation de l'Ontario, and I'm from the Georgian Bay area. My ancestors called the Georgian Bay Waasiagami Wikwed. That was the Cree translation for that, and it meant Shining Waters Bay. So that's where I'm from.
Tansei, Julia McCormick, Nasika Sun, Igwa, Saskatoon, Otse. Hello, my name is Julia and I am from Saskatoon and I work in the Department of Culture, Heritage and Language at Métis Nation, Saskatchewan.
Hello, I'll stand up. If you can't see me, you'll definitely be able to hear me. My name is Becca Lavely, or Rebecca, but everybody calls me Becca. I'm the new youth representative for the Otipimswak Métis government. I was born and raised in Lac La Biche, Alberta, which is up in northern Alberta. And I currently live in Calgary and just finishing up my psych degree here at the University of Calgary. So last semester, almost done. Whew. It's a long road, I'm gonna tell you that. But yeah, that's me.
Tanshe, Sarah Dashuni Kashun, Mr. C. Zakahigan Doshchin. Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can all see me. My name is Sarah Mann. I am from St. Albert. Yeah, I guess that's kind of all you learn about me for now.
Might have the best seat. I think everyone can see me. I don't have to move. Tanshe Kiwao, Josh Moore, Dishin Kashurin, Mistai Sagan, Pei Manitou Sagan, Duschin, Maka Musquishy with Sagan, Niwikin, in McChifnia. So hello everyone, my name is Joshua Morin. I family historically comes from St. Albert and Lac St. Anne area. I always use those names and I always try to introduce those communities in their traditional names. Just because it honors that long history that has predated names like, of course, St. Albert, which only came in 1861, and Lac St. Anne, it wasn't until like 1840s that you saw that name pop up too. And that was the thing that I was always raised with the language in that case, was those names. That's just through my mom's side, they're Métis through those communities, and through my dad's side, his family historically comes from Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan, and he was born up in Hay River in the Northwest Territories. So much like most Métis families, yeah, you can go left, right, and center, and you will find one of our relatives in that case. And I'm currently president for Makeshift Cultural Connections, and prior to that, I've just worked within nonprofits within the Edmonton area in that case. Lots community-based, which is the work I like to do, so I'm very honored to be here.
Merci. So I guess the first question we want to know, and it'll vary with all of you, but we want to ask you a little bit about your language learning journey and where you're at and how's it going?
So I'm sure you guys have noticed I am painfully unilingual. So my language journey is fairly new. I'm proud to say you guys are witnessing a huge part of it, one of the jumping steps. But I have to give a wildly massive shout out to the Ontario Languages team. Truly, you guys are the reason why I was able to get a strong start on this journey. In March, I attended one of the language conferences in Niagara, and hearing all the speakers and seeing all the resources at my hands, there was no reason to convince me not to go on this journey. I could not find a way to convince myself that this would be something I couldn't do. So when it comes to learning Michif, it's been a painfully slow journey, but it does not matter the speed as long as I have the intention. So that's kind of where I've started today.
Yes, awesome.
For me, I can order Tim Hortons. Yeah, je veux un grand cappuccino glacé. But my language journey started with my grandmother. So she used to speak our Michif language, and she was told that it was an ugly French or a bad French, and so it was really hard to kind of get words from her because she didn't want to talk about it or she didn't identify with it. And So it felt like it was a part of her that wasn't truly a part of her. And it took a lot of convincing for myself and my aunt to kind of talk with her about, our ancestry and where we're from. And she started slowly revealing, more and more information. Like her grandmother used to sing the song "En roulant ma boule roulant, en roulant ma boule," and she also just started recalling certain words um, and I started asking her. I'm like, Grandma, so you did speak Michif? Then why do you say that you don't? And then she would reply that she's lost the language. She doesn't remember those words. So now that's really inspired me to kind of recover that, because I feel like it's been taken from me and I have to work my butt off to gain it back, but I'm not gonna stop until I gain it back. So that's why I'm trying my best to be involved where I can, and that's why I've connected with the languages team, and I want to learn and really absorb and listen, because we learn by hearing the language. So being here alone and just talking with people here has been great, and I'm loving that. And my partner is from Quebec, and so she'll often correct my pronunciation. So I have certain opportunities there to help with my own learning journey as well. But it's difficult. It's hard because there's that emotional aspect of recovery and something that's been taken. But I'm determined to recover that.
Almost 3 years ago, I started my first teaching job at St. Michael Community School in Saskatoon, which is a Northern Michif bilingual school. And merci to Sandra Laliberty, who took me under her wing and started teaching me Northern Michif. And I taught in the bilingual program there. It is one of the early learning language programs put on by M&S in Saskatoon. And after that, I went on to Métis Nation, and now I create Michif resources there. And the journey just continues on, as now I'm starting to take on a new challenge of Heritage Michif.
So for my learning journey, it's kind of in two parts. So growing up, I was always exposed to kind of, I don't even know if it was Michif, but my papa, my grandpa, he would speak Cree and French. And I wasn't sure if it was Michif. I would have to ask him. I've never asked him, but one of my memories of growing up is he would always point at something and he would tell me what it is in either French or Cree. I'd look at him and he would say it again and again, and then he would tell me what it was in English. And back then I didn't really appreciate it too much, so that's kind of where my learning journey is starting, is now that I've grown up and kind of understood the appreciation and how much we need to revitalize our language. I really want to start getting back into it. One of the things though was that my mama, my grandma, she her whole family spoke Cree, so I kind of am more exposed to Cree than I am to Michif, but they're kind of blended, so it shouldn't be too hard to pick up, hopefully. But yeah, my mama has a really big family and they're fluent in Cree, and even my stepdad's speaking Cree, so I hear it a lot more often. They whenever I'd have kind of family get-togethers, we had a really big family, so regular kitchen parties, fiddling in the living room, talking in the kitchen. They would always speak to me in Cree, and I could pick up some words just based off of kind of when they would speak to me and explain something. So there are some words I understood, definitely a was one that I knew a lot of. But then I could always tell in the kitchen when the aunties were speaking with each other when one of them would tell a dirty joke, because they'd all start cackling. So I understood that. But yeah, so my language journey is kind of just starting over again now that I have a newfound appreciation for it, but definitely helps a little bit that I was exposed when I was younger. So yeah.
Yeah, my language journey is a bit of an abnormal one, I'll say. So I'm not Métis. I would be what you call Franco-Prairie or Prairie Francophone. I mix those two words together. My grandfather's family grew up in a Métis community and spoke what we would call today Michif French amongst each other. So that is the kind of language I heard my grandpa telling me growing up. And so I noticed things when I went to French immersion, instead of calling potatoes pomme de terre, as you would in French, he would call them patak. And I remember thinking, well, that's a weird French dialect, whatever. And then I started taking Michif lessons in St. Albert at the age of 18. And I realized that all of those differences in the language that I picked up on my grandpa speaking were actually Michif. And so I kind of realized the immense privilege I have a speaker in my family and one who's willing to share. And so I just kind of dove in head first and just kind of made it my entire thing.
Yeah, for me, like I've always been raised in a Métis family. You know, from as long as I can remember. I remember going to ask my mom, you know, okay, you know, we're in I think kindergarten or grade one, and they're saying, okay, who are you? And kids are saying, well, I'm Canadian. You have another kid, you know, I'm Mandarin. You know, I'm Lebanese. And I would go home and be like, okay, so what are we in that sense? You know, I know we're Canadian, but there's a bit more there because you know, growing up and seeing, you know, always that picture of Louis Riel and our Métis flag, and of course my grandma being the first Indigenous woman appointed to the Canadian Senate, there's a lot of those influences there. And my mom saying, well, we're Métis. And realizing that not everyone got that, and not everyone today still gets that in that case. There's still a lot of people within the work that I do that they are still on that path of rediscovering that they're Métis in that case. So for me, with my role in particularly, I work at Michif Cultural Connections. It's a Métis cultural center. We offer workshops and really help people who are wanting to engage with the Métis culture in that regard. So for me, because I was raised around knowledge keepers, elders, community leaders, and these, you know, that's how they are. But these folks are just, I view them as like my aunts, my uncles, cousins in that case. People were just friends with my grandma in that regard, right? Coming for a cup of tea and then realizing they're talking about land issues or something like that. And it's like, ooh, you know, right? And then it's like, yeah, I'll go stand there and be quiet in that case. But excuse me. That's where my learning journey started going more towards language in that case, because like, you know, I've done Métis jigging, I've made my own pair of moccasins. I know quite a bit of the St. Albert history of the Métis. We just did a big project in St. Albert on expressions of Métis spirituality and religion. And we shared a lot of folks who were from St. Laurent and Lebret on the history of St. Albert in that case. But it wasn't really until around 2017 we started hearing more in our community, specifically folks who were coming to our workshops, folks who were in the Métis community, that they wanted to do a language class. They wanted to do language. You know, we're doing great in so many other avenues. As I said, people being able to make moccasins, people of all ages too. In that case, we do not discriminate against age. We really promote family experience when they come and do workshops. And it wasn't until actually it was a non-Indigenous woman by the name of Cheryl Dumont, no affiliation with Gabriel Dumont in that case, that she was like, hey, we could really support you in doing a Michif language class. Cheryl at that time was executive director for St. Albert Further Education, and they had funding put aside for Indigenous languages. So they partnered with our organization, Michif Cultural Connections. We partnered then with Musée Heritage Museum, and then we partnered with the person who gracefully shared his knowledge on Michif language, Graham Andrews, and really tried to figure out a way on how we can start a Michif language circle just within St. Albert in that case. And that's what led me to start speaking this language. It was all done through community and through community initiative, because I knew I would not be able to do it by myself. When I was younger, we had books on Michif language, like the Michif language Turtle Mountain Chippewa Cree in that case, which was a really fascinating book. Growing up with folks who spoke Cree, that was really great, but I just knew that it had to be done through community and community-led in that case. And that was really what kicked off my Michif language journey in that case, was just surrounding myself with community. So really grateful that we were able to do that. But I think that's all. I'll go and I'll pass it to the next one.
All right, so the next question that we wanted to ask you and talk about is kind of getting at what are some of the best practices for language learning that you've found? We've had a lot of talk already in the conference about different resources, different approaches for language learning and immersion. What approaches, resources, activities really click with you and are really supporting your language learning and language fluency?
So, in my day job, I'm actually a teacher. And when I decided to start learning something new, I always ask myself, how would I teach my kindergartens this? I would sit on the floor, call them my friends, and just start. And it's as simple as that. Just dive in. There's never a wrong or right time. It's just always time to learn something new. So, some resources that have really helped me, the calendar that the Ontario team had a picture of, me and my roommates love that thing. We look at it every single day. The card game, I absolutely adore. I'll sit on my floor and play it all the time. So it's these little things. It doesn't have to be full sentence structure. There's no reason for me to learn as fast as possible. It's using every tiny resource at my hands that I can, because at one point in time, we didn't even have one. And knowing that I even have just one matching card that I can look at is an amazing first step. Another thing I've saved is a crumpled up bingo sheet with a bunch of Métis phrases and Michif words on them. So it's for those creating those resources, when you feel like it's small and maybe people aren't looking at them or using them, you know that there's at least one person that's constantly checking, constantly looking. And we've mentioned a few times today, a few of the speakers have mentioned the power of social media. And I know that there is a talk on it tomorrow. And it truly does work. Seeing myself represented online, hearing my common tongue just on the internet in a space that feels so ginormous and vast is just the perfect step in the right direction. So it's truly about connection. How do you take things back to basics? How do you learn colors, numbers, shapes, letters? It's okay to say when you don't know things, and that's the first way you're going to start learning something.
I think for me, I I learn digestible short phrases a lot quicker than I do going through a large document, and I find, especially if it's a word that I'll use every day, right? Like many of us know how to say hello in our language and whatever language that you speak, and it's because we always say hello. We always greet each other when we see each other. So when we think of words that we use in our everyday language and we, just slot them in, even if you're speaking to someone who doesn't speak that language, I find that it helps yourself to recognize, oh, this is the right time to say this. This is the right word to use. And then your pronunciation gets better over time. So, for example, using email, like just a signature, and I'll do the translation in English. So if I'm talking with a professor, what is this weird word on the screen? Now they know what it means. But it helps me to situate myself with, this is when I use that word and where I can use it in a professional setting as well. So I think small phrases and digestible words that are translated and accessible can create a lot of uniformity in the way that we learn the language and just our everyday conversational proficiency, because I'm trying to get to conversational proficiency. I don't know that I'll be completely fluent. I hope so, but being conversational is my current goal. Being able to make conversation with an elder, with a knowledge keeper, and to share stories with them and just to talk about what I've done that day is something that is more meaningful to me.
For me, as a learner, I prefer a hands-on approach rather than a paper resource. Um, I learn a lot from the community around me, and that's my favorite resource, is making connections with new people and maintaining those connections and relationships, and visiting with people that are learners as well as fluent speakers. I've attended a couple language camps, and those are really helpful as well. But for sure, the community, that's a huge one for me, especially in my work at M&S. In the office, we try to keep our banter Michif only, and we've even incorporated that in our texting, which is interesting for sure. But community is the big one for me, and sitting and listening to fluent speakers is a huge help. Listening to them in conversation rather than learning just word by word, listening to sentences and conversations.
For me, I think, yeah, it is parroting kind of the community aspect of it, just having somebody there with you to kind of talk with is what's really beneficial, I find. Like, I know that I struggled so much trying to learn a language when it was just me, myself, and I. Like, it was so hard because you're not, like, I don't know, for some reason my brain doesn't work that way. Like, I can't sit there and talk to myself. I know some people find it beneficial, but I can't. I find it silly. But that's also like another learning curve that I have found is best practices is like, don't be afraid to make a fool of yourself. Like, you're learning. It's okay that you're learning. Like, you're not going to get the pronunciation right off the bat. It's going to take somebody saying it to you, like saying it again and again and again. Like, I know when people tell me some things, like, I'll listen to it, I'll try to say it back, and they're like, no, like this. And like, it'll take me a little bit of repetition to try and get it. But yeah, that's like one of my biggest things is like not being afraid to make that mistake and accepting that kind of, it's like constructive criticism where they're not doing it to harm me. It's just they're trying to help me. So that's one of the biggest things that I found.
Yeah, I kind of found two things were super helpful for me with learning the language. Is one, I think everyone already touched on, is community. I've done the online independent learning versus the class that Josh was mentioning earlier, and that community aspect made it a lot easier, and I found a lot more things stuck in my brain versus the online version. Even though the online versions are awesome, don't get me wrong. The other thing I wanted to touch on was the diversity of voices that are recorded. So when I first started learning the language, all of the teachers were males, and so or men, and so I found that my voice would drop in order to pronounce things right. So I ended up sounding a lot like my 89-year-old grandfather trying to pronounce Machif, which I don't know if that's obvious, but my voice does not sound like an 89-year-old man. And so, kind of doing more online stuff that has female speakers and women speakers, my accent kind of matches a lot more of my regular voice. Because it's people who sound like me who are involved. And so I think having a diversity of recorded voices and people is really important.
Yeah, I mean, community, that's the biggest thing, you know, as long as I'm able to sit with my own relatives, family, and friends, and we can all laugh and joke and, you know, leave room for mistakes and all that kind of stuff, you know, that's how you learn language in that case. You know, when you're learning language, you have to make those mistakes. You know, I remember taking Spanish in high school, and yeah, there was lots of times I was definitely butchering that language in that case, but the teacher I found was really great on leaving that room for error in that regard. And I find for me, when you're able to sit by community, that's how words stick too, because it leaves kind of like that really, it's almost like leaving a strong memory for you, being like, oh, that's what that word means, because when we were doing that class, this is what we were talking about in that case. So for me, it's the community has been a big way for me to help, and then also to doing it not in a way that's done in like a Western teaching style in that regard. And there's obviously ways to complement each other in that case. But I'm a person where, you know, sitting like this, you know, we were talking about, should we sit in the front? I'm like, no, doing kitchen table in that case, right? And just being able to sit in that kitchen table environment, you know, I don't feel any stress. I don't feel like it's teacher talking to student. I feel like it's community coming together in that case to learn. So I really do stress people, you know, if you're able to, of course, to go and sit with community in that case. Because for me personally, the only times I've ever encountered really, if there's something negative or that voice in your head, has only been in online spaces, if I'm going to be quite honest in that case. So I really try to push going back to that community kind of base, because it's just, it's family together. And I find there's just beauty in that. And that's, for me anyway, that's how I learn.
That's great. So you guys have talked a lot about influences and that, but I really like you to hone in on who's your biggest inspiration when it comes to taking back the language and why?
So, one of the best ways I got involved with the Métis Nation and got to know my culture a little bit more was peer support at my university. I signed up to be kind of a face and a support for other Métis students at school. And when I signed up for it, I just wanted to know other Métis people in my town. And every event, every time I made myself known, every time I said who I was, without hesitation, I had at least one person come up to me and say, hey, Claire, I think I'm Métis, but I don't know where to start. And just that simple action alone to me spoke a million words. 10, 12, 20, 30 years ago, that is something that most people would never feel comfortable saying, confident enough doing. And so it's looking at my other youth on this panel. It's looking at youth that I work with every single day. It's looking at the students that I teach. And it's not just because I'm not only inspired by the Métis people that raised me, but the generation I don't realize I'm raising myself. And so I guess rather than one person, it would be youth as a collective is something that is such a driving factor. Even sitting on this panel, I'm so amazed by the people I'm sitting next to, and hearing the journey that you guys have taken makes me want to learn even more and dive in even more. So I would say my biggest inspiration, selfishly, is my own self and those next to me.
I would initially say my grandmother, but I think another two people who inspire me are my baby brothers. So they're a month, or sorry, a year old as of August. So a few months past a year old, and I saw them wearing their little Métis Nation of Ontario bibs, little moccasins, and just like them living the dream that I wish that I had when I grew up and being immersed in the culture right from birth. I didn't know I was Métis until I was 15 years old. I didn't know that when I went kayaking out to the island and picked blueberries for my grandmother to make pie, that was a Métis thing. I just thought I was having fun with my papa, and I didn't have a Métis bib and baby moccasins, and I didn't have my grandmother singing to me in French. So seeing my baby brothers now going through that process, me being able to learn the language can help to teach them at a time where it's so valuable to have a language be taught to you because you retain it so much better at that young age. So they inspire me because I want them to learn so much more than I do and to be even more integrated in the culture than I am, and to just love being Métis the same way that I do.
My inspiration would be the teachers I have had over the years, and I will continue to have. The pride I see in them as my teachers and how proud they are of me really inspires me, as well as the students that I've taught. Seeing the little Métis kids so proud of their language and their culture, that keeps me going. And that is the reason I am here today, now working culture, heritage, and language, is so I can reach more little kids and more young adults and youth who want to learn the language and continue to carry on the tradition of the Métis people.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of parrot what Claire said about the younger generation. That's kind of like my biggest oh my God, inspiration. But also, I think another inspiration I have is just like, yeah, myself as a youth, and kind of seeing the differences from my siblings to like how I grew up as well. And like with my degree, also being a university student, taking a lot of Indigenous courses, I've learned a lot about language and how important it is, and seeing those gaps and seeing how important it is to like make sure that our younger generations do have this language for their identity, for their culture, for their connection. So it's really them that inspires me to kind of do this because we're models. And so it's not going to be me. So yeah, one of the things is just like making sure that I'm a modeling kind of what I want the younger generations to be. I want them to be able to like talk to somebody that's kind of around their age, or so yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably pretty obvious, but my biggest inspiration for learning Michif is my grandpa. Learning it and talking to him about it and getting grammar lessons or getting told, no, it's actually like this, and getting stuck in a loop of saying the same word over and over again has allowed me to connect with him on a level I didn't think I'd have the chance to in my lifetime. And I think the other source of inspiration for me to learn it and talk to him and absorb as much as I can is the Métis members of my friends, community that I surround myself with, because I know I'm not a member of the nation, but I want to do anything I can being connected to the language to help maintain the Métis language and continue on.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, like I do have to acknowledge my mom in that case.
You better.
okay, cut that line out, and whoever's doing the notes. I'm just kidding. But no, I have to definitely acknowledge my mom for sure. My mom and my grandma, they're always ones that I really stress to acknowledge, because anytime I'm up on stage talking about anything Métis, in that case, without the influence of those two, there would be no way, excuse my language, in hell, in that case, that I just don't know where I would be. Like, really, just as simple as that. Like, who knows? In that case, right? And that could mean many. I always tell people I don't even know what that means when I say that. Like, I literally don't know where I would have been in that case. I was into music recording for a little bit. I like video games and all this stuff, and and it's just, who knows. So I really appreciate the influence they have, because it's led me to where I'm at today, and I really appreciate everything they've done through my life to allow me to come and be on stage to talk about Michif language in that regard. And I have to definitely acknowledge too, everyone who's done Michif language work in the past, present, and also folks who are going to continue doing Michif language work. Because same thing, we would not be talking about this without the work that folks have done to really establish that roadmap in that case, kind of like this sash here in that regard. So I do have to acknowledge everyone who's done Michif language work, just Indigenous language revitalization, and just anyone, if you're a speaker, if you speak a little bit, if you're even able to understand in that case, that's part of it, 100%. And I do have to acknowledge, of course, Graham Angers. He's the one that really spent the time with our community. He worked a full-time job during that time. He has a family, and he was coming to St. Albert in the evenings, whether it was the dead of winter in that case, and coming to sit with us and talk about Michif in that case. So just really have to acknowledge people who give the time for that. I know it's not easy all the time too. And in his case, because he was a family man in that regard, it's not easy to get away from the kids. And sometimes he'd bring his kids with us, which was really cool. I mean, when we do workshops and classes, that's just how it works, and that's how it was when I was younger. I would go to meetings with my grandma and that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, definitely have to acknowledge that.
Wow, thank you so much. I think I'm inspired too. It's one of the things that I talk about and think about is our kids and our youth. And I have little kids now, grandkids. And I'm just going to say two things before I turn it over to Victoria. My 11-year-old granddaughter is in love with the Michif to Go apps. She's on them all the time. She comes over and now she's learning how to ask me for 20 bucks in Michif, and she thinks she's made it. Talking about those classes that we did in St. Albert, and we talked about youth. We had Sarah, they're young, and we had this one woman come, and she was part of the Calahoo, the Michelle band, but she went over during the Second World War, and she married a man over there, and she stayed over there. They came back to Canada, and she sat in on the classes. She came to 2 rounds, and I asked her, I said, so did you remember any of the language? Because I knew her history with the Michelle band and everything like that. She said, no. She said, I didn't remember. I didn't learn anything. She said, but I remembered every word that my mom and my aunties said. And I thought that was so powerful, coming from this elderly woman who had not lived in Canada and heard her language for so long, and came to that class and she could hear her mother and her aunties speaking. And I thought that was so beautiful. So I'm going to turn it over to our marvelous Victoria Pruden, and thank you so much for sitting and listening to our fantastic youth.
Awesome. Yeah, let's have a round of applause for our amazing youth panel. So I just want to say again, thank you so much for sharing your individual journeys, what's been important to you, what inspires you, and what's really working in terms of your language revitalization efforts. So thank you. And on behalf of Le Femme-Michif Otipemisiwak, while we don't have formal language programming that we're working on right now, we do integrate our knowledge holders and fluent speakers into some of the amazing projects and work that we have done and are doing. And we have 2 of those grandmothers with us today, Stella Erasmus Johnson and Diane Mackay Ludwig, are 2 of the grandmothers who've done a lot of work with Le Yeah, and I just wanted to mention we collaborated on a beautiful project in support of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, specifically Métis women and girls and 2S people. And these beautiful grandmothers, along with Maria Campbell, Suzanne Jackson, and others, Linda Boudreau created this beautiful project called Kayas Kiskiswinuma. And the focus of that project is helping us to remember and recall who we are, and really want to thank the grandmothers for the language teachings and for the traditional knowledge and the healing support that went into that project. It's an example of one of the ways that we like to integrate our traditional Michif language and other Michif languages into the work that we do. So on behalf of LFMO, La Femme Michif, thank you so much. I should say, Kananas Kumtanawao Marci instead of thank you, but.
Thank you. That was awesome. Let's give it up for the young people that showed up in the room. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And to these two women who pulled that together during the break and just made them comfortable enough to talk about what they wanted to tell us. I want the young people to notice you could hear a pin drop the entire time you guys were talking. That's a captive audience that was interested in what young people have to say and how they're staying engaged. That's awesome. So it's the end of the day and you're exhausted. I'm not going to wrap up today and tell you all the things we heard because your brains are full. I'm going to do that in the morning and remind you what we did today. But your brains are full because language is like that, okay? And your brains are made of fat and they need to be fed. And they've been challenged today. How do I teach it? How do I tell them to teach it? How do I learn it? Who's teaching it? Is this right? Is this wrong? So you're exhausted for a very good reason. And one of the reasons is you sat too long. So you're allowed to go to the casino tonight only after you walk all the way around the building and then go to the casino, okay? If I could invite our elder up to do a wrap-up prayer for us, that would be fantastic. Can I ask Doreen if you would mind sending us on our way? And while Doreen prays with us, I'd like to ask you to join her. I'd like you to not leave her here by herself praying. I would like you to join her with all your thoughts of all the things you've learned today, of the people that you've left at home, of the people that you might get to visit with today. So it's an active prayer. I'm going to bring the microphone to you so you don't have to run up here. So if everybody's ready, you got your prayer ears on. And here we go.
I'm going to finish with how our spirit has been touched today. And this little poem is by Dr. Jeff Moulin. When you touch someone's life, it is a privilege. When you touch someone's heart, it is a blessing. When you touch someone's mind, it is an honor. When you touch someone's soul, it is a triumph. And this is what our Métis language speakers have taught us today. When you touch someone's spirit, it is a miracle. Merci, kawapa maten mina.
We'll see you all in the morning. Have a great evening.